Everyone, welcome to the show. I have kind of a disturbing story to share with you guys that proves that Donald Trump and his administration only selectively care about crimes committed against children. I mean, we kind of have seen that already with the whole Ghislaine Maxwell thing and Jeffrey Epstein and refusal to turn over all the documents or open up the files. But anyway, this also proves what I'm going to share with you, that once again, our government is completely captured by and beholden to Israel. It's just a basic fact at this point. So before I get into all of this, though, please do me a huge favor. Hit the subscribe button below this video. It is free. It really, really helps the show. So greatly appreciate that. So here's the deal. A 38-year-old man, his name is Tom Alexandrovich. He was taken into custody by Las Vegas police after Nevada authorities had conducted a 2-week sting. So there was this operation to catch child predators. The Las Vegas Police Department said that they arrested a total of 8 men. All of these men were communicating with who they thought were minors online. And so they each showed up at specific times to supposedly meet this minor that they thought they were having this conversation with. And instead, undercover officers were waiting for them. So each of these men were busted. So Alexandrovich was one of these 8 men. And so he was charged with using a computer to lure a child for a sex act. This is a felony. He was locked up, but he was only visiting, this Alexandrovich, he was only visiting the United States. So he was here for a cybersecurity conference. Within 2 days of being arrested for this felony crime, he was set free on only $10,000 bail, which the other men were too. But this guy, Alexandrovich, he was allowed to flee back to his home country. Why? Because Alexandrovich is an Israeli government official. Alexandrovich's LinkedIn page, which has now been deleted, by the way, it shows that he is the executive director of an Israeli cyber agency that reports directly to Benjamin Netanyahu. Now, of course, Israel is telling a completely different story about this. Netanyahu's office issued a statement and it said, quote, "A state employee who traveled to the U.S. for professional matters was questioned by American authorities during his stay. The employee, who does not hold a diplomatic visa, was not arrested and returned to Israel as scheduled." Was not arrested, they say. And oh yeah, he just came back to Israel as he was scheduled to. They are full of shit. So this Alexandrovich, I think that's how I've been saying it. If not, that's the way it's written anyway. He has been placed on leave from that agency. So, he didn't get arrested, but we put him on leave. And then the Israeli government, though, is trying to call it a quote unquote mutual decision. So the country that we all suspect is blackmailing our elected leaders with Epstein recordings of, underage children with officials. They're now sending their alleged child predators to the United States. And, this whole tough on crime U.S. government is giving them a free pass. And they're allowing them to leave the country after being charged with felony crimes involving minors. Yeah. That tracks, actually, for Donald Trump and his depraved administration. It also makes sense since, we've become the United States of Israel. I mentioned this the other day in another video, but I'm not sure if you guys all caught it. But check this out. This was just truly mind-blowing. Earlier this month, Trump announced that he would be withholding FEMA disaster funds from any state or any city that boycotted Israeli-owned businesses. I mean, this sounds like a joke. It sounds like hyperbole, but this was 100% real. Well, there was so much backlash from not just the left, but also from the MAGA base. It was so swift, it was so strong that the Trump administration walked it back almost immediately, which they rarely do. So they removed language from the FEMA documents, which specifically said anyone receiving FEMA funds were prohibited from, quote, limiting commercial relations, specifically with Israeli companies. And the Department of Homeland Security, their spokesperson, she sent an email to the press and it said, quote, there is no FEMA requirement tied to Israel. No states have lost funding and no new conditions have been imposed. FEMA grants remain governed by existing law and policy and not political litmus tests. So glad they reversed that policy, but we have to take a step back. We need to stop and consider how insane this is. Our tax dollars were going to be held hostage during a disaster, whether it be fires in California, hurricanes in Florida, whatever the case may be. If our city or our state chose not to fully support a completely different country, one that's committing a genocide, one that is intentionally murdering innocent people, including Palestinian babies. That's how much Israel owns our country and our so-called leaders. What other country gets that? What other country receives that kind of deference, that kind of fealty from the United States of America? If people still don't understand and can't acknowledge that there is something really shady going on here, I just don't know what it's going to take. There is no other explanation. If our elected leaders are not being blackmailed, then what the hell? And Israel better rethink their strategy, because they aren't just losing support among U.S. citizens. They're becoming pariahs in the world. They have become one of the most loathed countries in the world. And I have proof of this. So check this out. I have to break this up because there's so many, but this chart shows, I should mention, this is done by Morning Consult. They're a polling organization, and they tend to typically lean a little bit to the right. But among other things, what they do is they track countries based on their soft power. And what that means is, how much goodwill does a country have? How much goodwill has that country generated around the globe? How much sway would they have if they needed something, if they wanted to influence other countries to do something? Well, as you guys can see here, Switzerland is at the top. They have the highest ranking. They're at plus 62. That's followed by Canada and Sweden, which each have plus 6 or plus 56. And then check this out. So this was the second part of the chart. As you guys can see, Qatar has a plus 15 rating. Okay. A sponsor of terrorism has a plus 15 rating. Mexico has plus 12. China, even communist China, is at plus 8. Even Ukraine, if you can see all the way down at the very bottom, they have a plus 1 rating. Check this out. The very last countries on the chart, all in negative territory. The United States, we are now at -3. Israel is at the very bottom of the barrel. They are the worst of any, I think it was 42 countries that they scored. -37. They're tied with Iran. They have a lower ranking than Russia and North Korea. Think about that. Two countries that murder their own people when they step out of line. Two murderous dictators, and Israel is scoring lower. That tells you everything you need to know about how Israel is being perceived throughout the world. If they truly want to stop anti-Semitism, if you're someone out there who wants to stop anti-Semitism and protect the country of Israel, then the Israeli people better rise up. They better take their country back from this homicidal maniac that they have in charge. And, shame on every Democrat who's still too afraid to say that this is a genocide. And they're still out there bowing to this sociopath and his murderous regime. I mean, look at this. Even Marjorie frickin' Taylor Greene understands which direction the winds are blowing. The Israeli lobby recently called her out. This is AIPAC. If you guys don't know, it's AIPAC. They're an Israeli lobby group. They're the ones who own most of our politicians. Well, they recently slammed her for rightfully calling this a genocide in Gaza. And she said in an interview that AIPAC needs to register as a foreign lobbying group, which I totally agree with. As I've said before, when Marjorie Taylor Greene is the voice of reason, you're off the rails. You've gone off the reservations or off the reservation. You need help as a country. That is where we're at right now. And we still have Democrats out there like Pete Buttigieg and others who still can't call this a genocide, who still refuse to step up and still refuse to stop selling weapons and bombs to Israel. It is pathetic that they have allowed Marjorie frickin' Taylor Greene to get to their left on this issue, when only 8% of the Democratic Party is still in support of Israel and what they're doing. So it just goes to show you, the Republican Party, the reason they have such high favorability rating is because they are listening to their base and they're doing what their base wants. The Democratic Party refuses to do that. They treat us like children. They treat us like we are idiots and we can't possibly know enough. And so you guys just sit your little head selves down, pat us on the head, and, you guys just go sit down and we'll take care of it for you. You're not smart enough to understand. So we're the adults and we're going to do what we think is best. Fuck that. I'm done. I'm freaking done. If this Democratic Party does not get it together, if they don't start reflecting the will of their voters, of people like me who have reliably voted for them in every freaking election, every special election, every midterm election, every presidential election for years now, then I'm done. I'm just freaking done. They can sit and spin. So anyway, guys, I will let you know if I hear any more. But yeah, we are totally cucked to Israel. All right. Thank you all so much. Please like, please share, please subscribe if you have not. Please donate if you possibly can. Really helps to keep the show going. I greatly appreciate it. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. I have news about focus groups that I've been waiting for. These are exactly what I was expecting. Just so you guys know up front, great results in these two focus groups. So these were Engageous focus groups. There were 2 conducted, a total of 11 participants in these 2 groups combined. I know, as people always point out, oh, well, that's barely anybody. It's such a small sample size. Yes, I get that. but it is indicative of a trend that we're seeing away from Donald Trump. So as the months have gone by, I have seen slow erosion in Trump's support from people who voted for him, which is what these groups were or are. These were Georgia swing voters. So these were people who went for Biden in 2020, and then for some unknown reason, they decided to go for Donald Trump in 2024. So I have been seeing the progression away from Donald Trump, and these were by far the worst results for him. And I have to say, these two groups were more intelligent and more informed than the participants in most of the recent groups. Not that there weren't some intelligent and informed people in some of the groups, but overall, they were not good. It made sense why they're swing voters and why they voted for Trump. I will say there was one woman in one of these two groups who lacked any and all critical thinking skills. Of course, she is still all in for Trump. So, and you're going to hear more about her as I go through this. So here's the breakdown of the groups. As far as party affiliation goes, 3 of them considered themselves to be Democrats, 2 consider themselves to be Republicans, and then 4 of them said, no, I'm independent. For some reason, they didn't have a tally on everybody. I think there were people missing from each of the groups. So in any case, that's what I have. And then here's what the participants had to say when they were asked about their top concern or their top issue. So I'm just going to run through these. So 1 said unemployment, 2 said inflation, 1 said government overreach. He didn't say those specific words, but that's what he meant. Another said the economy and failure of the dollar. 2 said mass shootings. 1 said authoritarianism. 1 said financial markets. And did Trump open his mouth today? Another said tariffs. 1 said terrorism for some reason. They also asked these people, which was very interesting, they asked them about this whole Texas gerrymandering issue that's going on. For those of you who don't know, maybe you might be in another country, so you haven't heard of this, or if you're just super busy. Basically, in a nutshell, Texas is getting pressure from Donald Trump. And so they have said, okay, we are going to redistrict all of the previously drawn districts in Texas. And this is not only highly unusual, but it's not supposed to be allowed to be done this way, because the redistricting takes place every 10 years when there's a new census issued. So we are at the 5-year mark, and they're trying to do this. It's very clear why. It is very clear it's because Donald Trump and the Republican Party know that they are in trouble. They see the polling. No matter what they say, no matter what Donald Trump spews out of his pie hole over on Liars Social, he knows he's losing. He knows this is not good news for him. He knows that the midterms are going to be a bloodbath for the Republican Party. And so they're trying to rig it. They can't win with policies. They can't win legitimately. So they're trying to rig this whole election. So other states now have said, we're going to do the same thing. If Texas is going to do this, we're going to do the same thing. Because basically what Texas is trying to do is redraw the lines so that there are no more Democrats. They're trying to basically draw out, like bar 5 Democrats from holding office, from holding a House seat in the United States House. So other states, you may have heard, Gavin Newsom in California, he has said, fine, then I'm going to do the same thing. We'll get 5 new Democratic seats and we'll push out any Republicans in the state. So anyway, they asked people about this, or they asked these participants about this. They said, do you think it's appropriate or inappropriate? Out of the 11 people, even the one woman who is still all in for Donald Trump, They all said it was not appropriate. Not a single one of them said, yeah, they definitely should do this. And most of them expressed concerns and said, yeah, I'm worried about this ending up being like a tit for tat scenario where everybody just does whatever the hell they want, whenever they want. Nobody's following the laws, nobody's following the rules. And then we end up, with just partisan boundaries in every single state. And, the people who are in those states who don't think the way the majority do, they're screwed. So 10 out of the 11 said that they think the Democrats did the right thing by leaving the state. I'll let you guess which one disagreed with that. So even many Donald Trump voters, 2024 Trump voters, disagree with how the Texas Republicans are overreaching on this. They also asked these people, what emotion does Trump evoke in you when you see him on TV or you see him on your device? Not what he's thinking or feeling, but what you feel. And I will say, in every single focus group, the men have the hardest trouble with this. They have the biggest issue with actually describing what they're feeling, which, I mean, makes sense, right? Men have a hard time discussing their feelings in general. So yeah, they never, the moderator always has to explain, no, I'm not asking you what you're seeing. I'm not asking you what you're thinking. I'm asking you, how does he make you feel? So here are the answers. Indifference, cringy, betrayed and upset, confused, small degree of hope, fear, disdain and disappointment, stressed out, glad, annoyed, and exasperated. Not exactly what you want to hear about how you make people feel. And the tide is definitely turning against Trump because in the past, you had more people approving of what Trump has been doing than disapproving. That has completely shifted. So they asked these people again, do you approve on the whole? Not, you don't have to agree with everything. You don't have to disagree with everything. Overall, do you approve or disapprove of what Donald Trump has done so far in this term? 3 out of 11 approve. That's it. 8 out of 11 disapprove. And the one woman, the dimly lit bulb, she cited Doge's findings as her reason for approving of Donald Trump's administration. This woman actually still believes that Doge found fraud in the social security department. But here's what one of these disapproving participants had to say. So take a listen to this.
At the Epstein list, which he ran off of, which has not been released, you got alligator Alcatraz, which is like human rights violations, and you got basically American citizens almost being deported just because they have an opinion, and like censorship, First Amendment.
Yeah. So they're not digging it. They're not seeing the benefit of all of this. And there are many more where that came from. So I'm going to be sharing those with you guys in the FAFO videos this week and probably over the course of the next couple of weeks because I have so many of them. There were so many negative comments about Donald Trump right now. So anyway, be sure to check those out. And then beyond all of the negative comments about what Trump is doing, here's what really told me that things are changing and that the winds are shifting against him. They asked these people, and they asked this pretty much, if I'm not mistaken, they asked this in every focus group. If you could go back in time, if you could do it over again, would you vote for Kamala Harris? Now, in previous focus groups, the answer was almost always no. At the very most, you'd maybe have like one person who said yes. There were a lot of people who would say, oh, well, I wouldn't vote for her, but I wouldn't vote at all. This was the first time we had a majority that said yes. 6 out of the 11 said yes. And then a couple of them said, yeah, I would probably just not vote. And I have to call out that one woman, or not that woman. I take it back. This is a different woman. There was a woman who said no, that she wouldn't vote for Kamala Harris. And here's why. She said, oh, well, I'm Jewish. And so, I basically was a one-issue voter, basically on Israel. And she said, I feel scared, or I felt scared walking down the street. And I didn't think that Harris would do anything about it. She hadn't said anything about it. Okay, I'm throwing the bullshit flag. First of all, you couldn't tell that this woman was Jewish. So why do you feel scared walking down the street? No one knows you're Jewish, lady. You're just another white woman in America. Second, did this woman not see Trump's tiki torch brigade, right? His little, tan pant brigade with their little tiki torches back during his first term chanting, Jews will not replace us. Every anti-Semite is a Trump supporter. He has all the white supremacists. He has all the neo-Nazis. Many of them were at the Capitol on January 6th. What is this woman thinking? I'm done. I'm done with the bullshit and the insincerity and the cowardly smear of calling people an anti-Semite because they disagree with murdering innocent Palestinians. So, no, I'm not putting up with it anymore. All of these Islamophobes in the comments section, go peddle your BS somewhere else. All your BS excuses, all of your dodges, all of this, trying to put it on other people. Oh, well, if you care that Palestinian babies are being blown up, then you must be an anti-Semite. Go think that. Go on, go think it. And you know what? You're ruining Israel. You're destroying Israel. You're destroying the support for Israel with that bullshit. So keep at it. Keep doing it that way. Think whatever you want. Anyway, they also asked these people if they were more anxious or less anxious about the economy since Trump took office. This again was very telling. 0 out of 11 said that they are less anxious. 11 out of 11 raised their hand and said, yes, I am more anxious now that Donald Trump is in charge, including that one woman who is still all for him. So, and here's what one of them had to say about this.
Seems like every other day there's a new tariff or he's pissing off some other country, and just every single day there's more news about inflation and job losses. It just keeps getting worse and worse. We're hemorrhaging. It's crazy.
Yeah. So again, I'll have more of those videos for you in the upcoming FAFO videos. But here's the thing. So they asked them, who's more responsible for the current state of the economy? 9 out of the 11 did say Trump, the vast majority. 2 out of the 11 said Biden. And again, I'll let you figure out which of the two. So yeah, that one woman, the dimly lit bulb, yeah, blaming Biden 7 months into Donald Trump's presidency. They also asked them, do you support or oppose Trump's actions on tariffs? Only 3 out of the 11 said they support it. 7 out of the 11 said they oppose, and then 1 said, I don't really know enough to have an opinion. So it is not looking good. It is not going good. This is exactly why the Republicans are now trying to gerrymander the maps. This is exactly why they're panicking and they're freaking out, and they know that they're in trouble. If they had confidence that what they were doing was correct and that the American people were on board with it, they wouldn't be redrawing maps right now. They would just be sitting back. They would be promoting everything that they've done. Instead, they're running away from it. So, tells you everything you know. The only people who are on board with this are the hardcore MAGA base who are living on another planet and don't ever step out of their little media bubbles to see the truth. That's just the way it is. It's just a simple fact. Intelligent people, they look for information even if it conflicts with what they previously thought. That's just a fact. Just a hardcore fact. So anyway, guys, I will let you know when I hear more, when there's another focus group. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. I have a bunch of polling data to share with you guys about Donald Trump and his failing and cruel policies. So before I get into all these details, please do me a huge favor. Hit the subscribe button below this video. It is free for you. Really, really helps the show. I greatly appreciate it. So first up is a Pew Research poll. This was conducted earlier this month. And Trump's approval rating in this poll is down to only 38%, with a 60% disapproval rating. This same pollster has Trump at 47% approval had at the beginning of his presidency, and Trump's support has eroded with all age groups, but it's very clear to see where he's losing the most ground and why this is tanking so hard so fast. So check this out. If you look at this image, for those on the podcast, I'll explain. I'm sharing a graphic. This was created by Pew, and it shows that Trump voters under the age of 35 are the most critical of how Trump is doing his job. So at the beginning of his term, he had, as you guys can see on the screen, a 92% approval rating with that age group. Now it's down to 69%. So only 69% of Gen Zers, people under the age of 30, approve of Donald Trump's performance. And if you look over on the left, this is just infuriating. When Trump took office, he had a 45% approval rating, if you look at the yellow line, with people who didn't bother to vote. Didn't vote at all, 45% approved of Trump. Now that's down to 32%. So, I mean, what were they thinking? And it's not a mystery about why this is happening, what's dragging Trump down. His policies are wildly unpopular with anyone outside of the cult. And, you know, he's failing to help average Americans, which everyone is pissed off about. And that's been made worse by the passage of the Republicans' big butt ugly bill. So we know this because we see it in the polling data, right? So look at this. Only 32% of these Pew poll participants approve of this bill. Those are the people all the way to the right, somewhat and strongly approve. There's only 11% who strongly approve. 46% disapprove of this bill. And in regard to Trump's tariffs, the numbers are even worse than that. So look at this one. Only 38% approve of Donald Trump's tariffs, 61% disapprove. And then check this one out. So Pew asked respondents if Trump is making the government work better or worse. A majority, 53%, said no, he's making it worse. Only 27% said he's making it better. Those are the Kool-Aid drinkers. Those are the ones who are off in La La Land. They are, you know, in cult city. And then look at these answers. So 51% said Trump is not mentally sharp. 56% said he doesn't keep his promises. 63% now say that he doesn't care about the needs of ordinary Americans. 63% said that he is not honest. And 70% said he is not a good role model. So that includes, just by default, some people who voted for him. And then he's also underwater on all issues and all policies, including immigration, including what used to be his strong suit. So take a look at this one. 70% disapprove of the way Donald Trump is handling the Jeffrey Epstein issue. That includes 53% of Republicans and independents who lean Republican as well. So not just Republicans, but people who lean to the right. So not good for Trump and the Republicans. And this is, by far, this is not the only poll that shows his abysmal numbers. So check this one out. In the latest Economist and YouGov poll, a majority, 54% of respondents, said that the country is headed in the wrong direction. Only 36% say, yeah, we're on the right track. And then look at this. They also have Trump with a 44% favorability rating and 52% unfavorable. So again, this is different poll. And then look at this one. Even 12% of the respondents who voted for Donald Trump, so you see that at the lower right-hand corner of your screen, this is based on vote. So this is his favorability or unfavorability based on who they voted for. 12% of Donald Trump's own supporters, of his own voters, view him now unfavorably. And Trump's job approval numbers are even worse. So take a look at this. 42% approve of the job that he's doing. 54% disapprove of the job that Donald Trump is doing as president. And again, if you look all the way down at the bottom right-hand corner, you'll see 13% of the people who voted for Donald Trump just last November disapprove now of the way he's doing his job. And as with the Pew poll, the first one that I shared with you, he is underwater on every single issue with the exception of crime. That is the only thing that they found favorable. So I'm going to run through some of these numbers for you real quick on his favorability and unfavorability. Oh, that's not it. Okay, so on jobs in the economy, 41% approve, 52% disapprove, including 13% of Trump's own voters. On inflation and prices, only 35% approve, 58% disapprove, including 22% of Donald Trump's voters from last year. In regard to immigration, 47% approve, 48% disapprove, so obviously much closer, but also 12% of his own voters disapprove. And only 25% of respondents said that the economy is either good or excellent. A combined 72% said that it is either fair or poor. Also, a plurality of 48% said that the economy is getting worse. Only 24% said it's getting better. And then take a look at this. YouGov also asked about the Epstein investigation, just as Pew did. Only 20% approve of how Trump handled this issue or how he's handling it. 59% disapprove, including, again, if you look down at the bottom right-hand corner, 35% of voters who voted for Trump in 2024 disapprove of the way he's handling the Epstein case. And then look at this one. So they asked, before investigations into Jeffrey Epstein began, how much do you think Donald Trump knew about sex crimes committed by Epstein against underage girls? 71% of the respondents said that Trump either knew some or a lot about Epstein's crimes. That included 56% of Trump's voters. So he's not fooling anyone. And then, as with other polls, recent polling shows that Democrats, recent generic ballot polls show that Democrats have an advantage in the congressional ballot or on the congressional ballot issue or question. So 38% said if they were to vote today, if the election was held today, they would vote for a Democrat. And only 35% said that they would vote for a Republican. And look down at the bottom, 6%, not at the very bottom right-hand corner, but 6% of the people who voted for Donald Trump just last year said that they would defect and they would vote for a Democrat if the election was held today. What's even more telling is if you look at the other numbers at the top section, or the top of the bottom section, I should say, this is even more telling because 86% of Harris voters, of Kamala Harris voters, said that they would stick with a Democrat, whereas only 79% of the Trump voters committed to voting for a Republican candidate. So very much Democrats are sticking together more. Republicans, no, they're not happy. And then take a look at the polling on Trump's big butt ugly bill. Actually, I have a video for you guys on this one. Take a look and listen.
Every single poll, it is underwater. Minus 10, minus 14, minus 19, minus 22, minus 22. Elections are won and lost in the center of the electorate. You know what the favorable rating is in this bill among independents? It's 30%. What is the unfavorable rating? Look at this. Wow. 69%. That is a net favorable rating among independents of minus 39 percentage points. If this is what the election is about, you can wave adios amigos, goodbye to that Republican majority in the House, and you may be able to say adios amigos, goodbye to that Republican majority in the Senate. I went back, I looked at every single major piece of legislation that was passed since 1990. The most unpopular bill that was passed, guess what it is? It's the big, beautiful bill.
Even worse than Obamacare?
Even worse than Obamacare. At minus 8 points was Obamacare. Look at where the big, beautiful bill is. 17 points under where there simply put isn't anything close to how unpopular the big, beautiful bill is.
Yeah. This is why they're hiding, right? And it's not hard to figure out why everyone hates this bill. It strips social safety nets, right? It takes assistance away from the poorest Americans and at the same time hands money to the wealthiest people in this country. And for any Trump supporter who's hate watching this right now, yeah, you're getting a few little crumbs, a few little tax breaks up front that are temporary, while the tax cuts for the rich are permanent. And guess what? He's giving you those little crumbs and then taking money out of your pocket in other ways. So you will end up upside down. So if you got hustled on that, sorry, you're in for a rude awakening when you file your taxes. And Trump's numbers are suffering as a result of this bill. So take a look at this. This is a direct result of the big butt ugly bill. Morning Consult asked poll respondents if they're currently receiving Medicaid assistance, and they found that among the people who are receiving that assistance, Trump's approval rating is worse than with the general population. So among Medicaid recipients, as you see here, Trump's approval rating is only 34%. His disapproval rating is 55%. So with the general population, people who aren't receiving Medicaid, it's 36 and 52% respectively. And then The University of Irvine in Southern California, which is in my neck of the woods, they conducted a poll and they found that 61% of Orange County, California residents want undocumented immigrants to be given a path to legal status. 61%. In Orange County, it's more split nowadays. It's almost 50-50. Actually, Democrats have a tiny advantage. It used to be heavily Republican, like especially around the Ronald Reagan era, hardcore right-wing Republican county. And it's so clear, you guys, that we are being ruled by the tiny minority in this country. This is how we know. Approximately 8 in 10 Democrats and almost 7 out of 10 independents agreed that the immigrants should have a chance, undocumented immigrants should have a chance to become citizens. 6 in 10 Republicans, though, said no, I want them deported. So that's who we're being ruled by. Vast majority of the country disagrees, but this is what we're going with because we're ruled by the minority. And they can, scream all they want about how, oh, we're the silent majority. No, you're not. You're neither silent and you're not the majority. Just get over it. You guys are like, screaming, screeching fishwives. And no, you're not the majority. You are the minority, especially the cult that is good with whatever Donald Trump does. He could literally take a, bowel movement on their head and they would be like, oh, I think it smells like chocolate ice cream. I mean, there is no bottom with these people. Anyway, all right, guys, I'll leave you with that, with that visual in your head of a poop emoji on a MAGA man's head or on his hat. All right. Thank you so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. I have new Trump regrets to share with you, new Trump voters entering the find out phase of their journey. So first up is someone who responded to a tweet which said that they've never heard of any Trump voter saying that they regret their choice. Like, we all know that is bogus. I mean, I have had them on the show, so you guys know this is a bunch of BS. But anyway, an Iowa man named Andy replied to that tweet, and he said, quote, I regret my vote because I don't want to be an accessory to the pedophile ring cover-up. I would prefer not to have voted at all. And then another guy named Dave also posted on Twitter, and he said, quote, Trump doesn't manipulate me. I voted for the dipshit 3 times. I am done with the pedo now. Then I also have a video to share with you guys. This is from a recent focus group. I covered the focus group the other day. If you guys haven't seen that video, go watch it because it definitely shows that Donald Trump voters, not the hardcore Kool-Aid drinking MAGA supporters, but the, maybe centrists, the ones who are independent, swing voters especially, are moving away from Trump. Big time. Bigly, you might say. So anyway, this is from a Georgia focus group that was recently conducted. So this is a Georgia resident who voted for Trump last year, but they had voted for Joe Biden in 2020. So this is a swing voter. Take a listen to what this person had to say.
Going back to the tariffs earlier, I think those were a terrible idea, the way he handled it. I feel like he's just passing it on to the lower class people. Like, we're going to end up paying for it, the mid and lower class people.
Yeah. So Trump's losing people on many fronts, not just because of Epstein, but also the big butt ugly bill, all the other crap he's pulling. This next post is from a Republican delegate Her name is Sarah. And she doesn't come right out and say that she regrets her vote, but she has definitely entered the find out phase of her journey. So Sarah posted, quote, I just learned that the VA dropped me as a patient for prenatal care. Everything was fine throughout my pregnancy until my 38-week appointment, when the clerk informed me that she could no longer find my VA insurance information. The next day, the VA called and explained that my OBGYN is not part of their program. When I asked why they were only informing me now, they couldn't provide an answer. This means that with labor coming any day now, we will have to pay for the delivery entirely out of pocket. For my last baby, who is about to turn 6, the VA covered everything, and it was with the same doctor as now. As a veteran, I knew the VA was awful, but this is a new low. So this next person is a literal Karen. In May of last year, Karen posted this image that you see on Facebook. So for those on the podcast, it's a Trump train and it's spewing out red, white, and blue smoke. And Karen's post was followed, or this post, I should say, was followed up by more pro-Trump posts, more Democrat memes, anti-Democratic Party memes and messages. Well, Karen apparently discovered that Trump is full of shit. She just figured this out because in August of this year, August 3rd, I guess we're still in August, but anyway, August 3rd of this year, she posted this lengthy tweet, this lengthy diatribe, or I think this may have been on Facebook as well. She wrote, quote, Walmart's prices are skyrocketing, and they say it's due to the tariffs imposed by the Trump administration. She goes on, though, instead of admitting that she screwed up, Karen was very true to her name. She blamed someone else, and she said that it's Walmart's fault. It's that they just need to start investing in U.S. manufacturing and stop relying on China. I mean, I guess Karen is just too dense to know that companies can't just wave a magic wand, snap their fingers, and automatically they have manufacturing plants up and running. And they'll have all of the ingredients necessary for prescription meds, right? Like overnight, they just are going to be able to have these ingredients and make her medications. Anyway, Karen's not the brightest bulb, as you may have guessed. Next up, this is truly unbelievable. I have a video to share with you guys of a homeless man who was made more homeless by Donald Trump, which is who he voted for. Check this out.
Became president, and I voted for him. And now Trump, in his presidency, is taking away 2, not 1, 2 of my tents. This is number 2. It was right here. There's no trash. Everything was clean. But everything that was in the tent was all gone. But if Trump was running for re-election today, he would have my vote. Absolutely.
Tell me why.
Well, because I think he's doing the right thing. He wants not only for the nation's capital to be clean and hospitable to foreign dignitaries, but because it's the nation's capital, he wants it to be beautiful.
Yeah. I mean, some people just shouldn't vote. So, true card-carrying member of the Leopards Eating People's Faces party. I would just love to know what a homeless man thought Trump was going to do. What he was going to get from Trump or the Republican Party. They loathe homeless people. They loathe anyone who is not filthy rich, and they absolutely hate to help anyone other than their wealthy friends and their wealthy donors. So, what the hell are you thinking, guy? When has the Republican Party ever stepped up for homeless people? Anyway, next up is a man named Mark. He replied to the White House's official account on Twitter, and here's what he told them. He said, quote, Trump is a liar, traitor, fraud. He values the Epsteins, Putin's, Jinping's, Jong-un's, the Wahhabis of Saudi more than freedom fighters. Sorry I voted for him. Yeah. I also have a Facebook post to share with you guys from someone named Tina. So she is getting fed up, apparently, with all of Trump's lack of progress. And as you're going to hear, she tells on herself in this post. So Tina wrote, in part, I voted for Trump not because I thought he would do miraculous things, but because I thought he was the best that we had to choose from. And I don't believe a woman should sit in that position. Yes, I said it. Now that he is the sitting president, I hear rumors of good things and not some good things. Or some not good, so good. Well, me as an American, I am tired of hearing about Elon Musk and Doge. If he did his job, great. Now let's see some results. Move on from Joe Biden and his family. Obviously, there are more crooks in D.C. than honest people. 3, she said, start to move forward. Stop living in the past. That's why it's called the past. Number 4, work for America, all of America, not wealthy, not poor, not middle class, not blacks, not whites, all of America. Just stop it. You say make America great again. Well, let's start. I mean, with how illiterate Tina is, I can see why she doesn't think a woman can be president, right? She thinks we're all as ignorant as she is. Yeah, no, Tina, it's just you. Can you ever imagine a man saying, oh, I just don't think a man should be in that position or do that job about anything? Imagine a man saying that about anything. It would never happen. So Tina has obviously been so beaten down. She's obviously been so abused and just had people running her down her entire life and telling her that she's a piece of shit, that she's siding with her oppressor. She has Stockholm syndrome. Anyway, several people agreed with self-hating Tina, and one of them said, quote, I agree. We voted for Trump because there was not any other option. His big, beautiful bill does zero for middle-class Americans who bear the brunt of taxes. Think how quickly the national debt would go down if they would increase taxes on billionaires by just 1 or 2%. I have to say, guys, this is infuriating to me, right? They clearly want a billionaire tax. They clearly know that the billionaires in this country, the oligarchs, are getting away with murder at the expense of average Americans. And yet they refuse to vote for a progressive candidate who would actually make this a reality. And then they call them or us communists, socialists. It's like, what do you not get? Do you actually think that the Republican Party is going to impose a wealth tax on their elitist friends, on their donors? I mean, even the corporate-owned Democrats don't want to do that. It is only progressive candidates who think that that should happen and who would actually do it. These people just are so ignorant, it's hurting them personally. And I don't mean ignorant as in like uneducated. I mean that as in ignorant of who stands for what. Their ignorance of the platforms of the various groups in politics is actually causing them harm. Anyway, I will let you guys know when or I shouldn't say that. I do have more. I will have more of these. So, because people are regretting left and right. It is coming out like a fire hose again. All right. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Everyone, welcome to the show. I have updates to share with you guys about some of Donald Trump's allies, his coup clowns, who I haven't talked about in a while. They're still paying the price for helping him spread election fraud fairy tales after the 2020 election. Most of it's bad news for Trump's coup clowns, but there's one who did score a win in court, although it may be temporary, so we'll see. Before I get into these stories, though, please do me a big favor. Hit the subscribe button below this video. It is free for you to become a subscriber, and it really, really helps the show. And a huge thank you to everyone who's been donating. I got a couple of really incredible donations this past week. I will take them as a birthday donation. So thank you so much. Appreciate that. You guys truly help to keep the show going. And I so appreciate you. So first up is Kenneth Chesbro, or Cheesebro, as we will call him. Remember that guy? He was the attorney who tried to help overturn the election. He was the one him and a couple of others are kind of considered to be the birth father, the ones who came up with the whole fake electors plot, pushing the fake elector scheme. So he ended up pleading guilty. You guys might remember after he was charged in the Georgia case brought by Fani Willis. Well, Chesbro's law license was suspended in October of last year. You guys probably remember that. I shared that update with you guys. And in June of this year, an appeals panel decided to disbar him in the state of New York. So take a look at this. The panel wrote, quote, "Respondent provided the Trump campaign with the legal framework and documents for it to challenge election results, including the very language utilized in the certificates that formed the basis of his criminal plea in Georgia." So, yeah, like he is one of the architects, I should say, of the framework for the whole fake electors plot. So he has now been disbarred in at least one place. Next up is news that broke last week. So this is about Trump threatening the state of Colorado on behalf of Tina Peters. And for anyone who hasn't been following this case, Peters was a county clerk in Colorado. This was during the 2020 election. She orchestrated and then participated in a breach of the election equipment. They stole voting data. She helped to come up with the whole plan. She got somebody else's ID, gave it to one of Trump's allies, tried to figure out if there was election fraud by stealing this data. And they had her dead to rights. Some of her accomplices even took cooperation deals, and they told the prosecutor everything, and they testified against her at the trial. So a jury convicted Peters. They convicted her on, I think she was charged with 10 crimes total. They convicted her on 4 felony charges and 3 misdemeanor charges. The judge then sentenced her to 6 months in county jail, followed by 8.5 years in state prison. Here's what Trump wrote, though, on his failing social media site. He is trying to make her out to be a hero. He said, quote, "Free Tina Peters," in all caps, "a brave and innocent patriot who has been tortured by crooked Colorado politicians, including the big mail-in ballot supporting the governor of the state. Let Tina Peters out of jail right now. She did nothing wrong except catching the Democrats cheat in the election. She is an old woman and very sick. If she is not released, I am going to take harsh measures. So as you see, Trump posted that on his failing social media site on August 21st, so last week. I find it funny, first of all, that he calls her an old woman, right? She is an old woman. Really? Because she's younger than him by a decade. She is 69, I believe, 68 or 69. He is 79. If she's old, then he's ancient. So, and his health is not doing good either, as you're going to hear in another video that I'm going to share with you. But yeah, he's going to take harsh measures. And you should see the delusional responses from the Kool-Aid cult. None of them even bother to ask, like, okay, well, if Tina Peters found evidence of Democrats cheating, what's going on? Why are there no charges being brought? Why are there been no arrests? It's such bullshit. And why didn't the jury and the judge look at Peters' so-called evidence and say, well, this woman did nothing wrong. She's a hero. She's innocent. I mean, she proved election fraud. They're such morons. There are no critical thinking skills with the hardcore cultists. I mean, the people who just bend the knee, kiss his ass, have their heads stuck up his ass over on his failing social media site, we're never going to get through to them. There are very few on that platform that actually have a brain and actually can think for themselves. The other ones, you know, on Twitter, other people, swing voters, independents that went for him, they actually think. They actually do have critical thinking skills. Anyway, speaking of Colorado and Tina Peters, one of her big supporters was recently hit with almost $100,000 in sanctions. And this is a case also related to the 2020 election. So as you guys might recall, there's a MAGA podcaster. His name is Joe Altman. He was being sued by former Dominion voting executive Eric Coomer because Altman is the one who started the lie that Coomer rigged the 2020 election against Trump. Well, Altman was ordered by the court to turn over documentary evidence. He was ordered to sit for a deposition. I shared with you guys that he never fully complied. He took off from the courthouse without any permission. So they were in the middle of the deposition. They had a break in the deposition, and Altman just leaves. He just ditches the whole thing. I don't think he ever submitted the documents that he claimed to have. And when he went and took off from that deposition, he went home and he recorded a podcast in which he slammed the judge, fully insulted her, and implied that, you know, we should maybe take violent action against people. You know, if anyone comes for me, I might get violent with them. So the judge ordered Altman to pay a $1,000 a day fine until he complied with her orders. I think it was a her. So Altman and Coomer have since settled their defamation case, but Altman is still on the hook. So he is now on the hook for more than $90,000, not just in these sanctions, but also to Coomer for reimbursement of his legal fees. So, of course, as always, he started a fundraising page to cover the costs because, you know, party of personal responsibility and all that. You know, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. I guess Altman doesn't have any bootstraps at the moment. So, anyway, another Trump ally has been fined $2,000 a day because she also is refusing to comply with court orders. So I'm talking about Carolyn Wren. She is a Republican fundraiser. She's an activist. She, most importantly, helped plan a bunch of the January 6 rallies at the Capitol. So Wren was issued a subpoena. They wanted any relevant communication, any documents that she had and this was in conjunction with a lawsuit that had been, you guys have heard about this, I'm sure. It was brought by a bunch of different police officers who were injured and who were attacked at the insurrection at the Capitol. Well, as of July, Wren still hadn't complied, and she failed to show up for a hearing. The judge said, you need to come in and you need to explain yourself. Explain to me why you're not complying with my orders. Totally blew him off. Totally blew off the judge, just didn't show up. So U.S. District Judge Donald Middlebrooks, he said, quote, I do find her in civil contempt and will impose a fine of $2,000 a day until she complies. I don't want to resort to incarceration if at all possible. We need to we may need to take additional steps, but I hope that's not necessary. I don't want to involve the marshals again unless we have to take another step to force compliance. So we'll see what happens with that. And if Wren decides to start, either paying up or hand over everything they're asking for. Next is another update involving Dominion Voting Systems executive Eric Coomer. So Coomer had also sued a Salem media group, a media conglomerate, and then he sued a radio talk host, a guy named Randy Corporon, I think is how you pronounce it. So the reason they got sued was because they had Joe Altman on their airwaves. And he, of course, was spreading this fake story about the election being rigged by Coomer. So Coomer files this lawsuit. Well, last month, both Salem Media Group and Randy Corporon settled with Coomer. So Coomer's just raking in the dough over this whole thing. I mean, he has gotten so many settlements. But anyway, the amount wasn't disclosed, but I find this so amusing because none of these news outlets has taken these cases all the way to trial, right? I mean, you had Fox News that has billions of dollars and they caved in the final hour. They caved at the 11th hour. All of these people, all these news outlets, oh, we have tons of evidence. We can prove it. Can't wait for our day in court to show that this election was stolen, blah, blah, blah. But then, no, show it in court? Oh, did we say we were going to do that? No, we're trial, schmile, smile. We're not going to trial. We'll just settle it up nice and quiet. Yeah. Like I said, we're never going to get to see the Kraken. That Kraken is never coming out. Poor Kraken has just been caged for years now. I mean, it's going stir crazy. Next up, I have another story about an attorney that you guys will remember, Jeffrey Clark. You guys remember him? So he, for those of you who don't know, or to refresh your memory, he was an environmental lawyer. He worked in the first Trump administration for the DOJ, but, on environmental issues. And he's now in the new Trump administration, of course, because they paid off his loyalty. But he was such a pick-me boy that he was willing to violate the law, violate the Constitution, just to please Trump. He just came out of nowhere and decided, oh, well, I'm just going to start lying and writing letters to other states and telling them that we found evidence of fraud. And so, the states can't certify their results. Well, Clark may actually now face some real life consequences for that unethical behavior. Because recently the DC Bar's disciplinary panel recommended that he be disbarred as well. So in their recommendation, they wrote, quote, "While dishonesty is always intolerable, the facts here are significantly aggravating to warrant disbarment. Clark was prepared to cause the Justice Department to tell a lie about the status of its investigation of an important national issue, the integrity of the 2020 presidential election. Lawyers cannot advocate for any outcome based on false statements, and they certainly cannot urge others to do so. Clark persistently and energetically sought to do just that on an important national issue. He should be disbarred as a consequence and to send a message to the rest of the bar and to the public that this behavior will not be tolerated." So Clark is now suspended. That's just the way things go. When you are recommended for disbarment, you're automatically suspended. And the case now moves over to the DC Court of Appeals. They will have the final say. As with all of the other cases and lawsuits, I will definitely keep you posted on that. Last but not least, I have an update to share about my lumpy pillow man. So as you guys all know, Mike Lindell, several years ago, he ran a contest. He called it Prove Mike Wrong. And he invited experts to review his so-called evidence that he had of 2020 election fraud. Well, Lindell, as I'm sure you guys all remember, he was proven wrong. There was a computer engineer, a guy named Robert Zeidman, who voted for Donald Trump. So this was not some liberal who was out to get him. Zeidman had been trying to collect this $5 million prize ever since this went down. I think this was like 2022. So, I mean, it's been years. Both an arbitration court and a federal judge agreed. And they said, yeah, Lindell owes him this money. He ran this contest. The guy proved him wrong. He has him. He owes him the money. Well, an appeals court just overturned that decision based on a complete and total technicality and the way in which the arbitration court interpreted the rules of the challenge. For now, actually, I guess I don't have a visual for you guys, but for now, Lindell doesn't have to pay, but the case has been sent back to the lower court, and so they have to determine now if the case should just be dismissed or if it can move forward under the new interpretation of the rules as laid out by this appeals court. So again, I'll keep you guys in the loop. I'll let you know what happens, but that's it for today on the Coup Clowns, guys. Hope you enjoyed those updates. Please like this video. Please share it with others. Subscribe if you have not. If you can donate, truly appreciate it. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So there was some activity in the Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump cover-up last week that you may or may not have heard of. The White House released some Epstein files to Congress. The redacted interview with Ghislaine Maxwell was made public. And Trump's Justice Department apparently retaliated against a Maxwell critic. So I have all of that and more to share with you. Before I get into all these details, please do me a huge favor. Click the subscribe button below this video. It is free. Really, really helps the show. So thank you so much in advance. So here's the deal. Trump's Justice Department sent a bunch of Epstein files to the House committee that issued a subpoena last month. You may have heard about this. But according to Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna, the majority of what they turned over is already a matter of public record. So this is the same crap they pulled when they had all of those MAGA influencers come to the White House, and they gave them those binders that were filled with just nonsense and BS that we already knew. So Khanna issued a statement about this. He said, quote, "Only 3% of the documents given to the Oversight Committee are new. The rest are already in the public domain. Less than 1% of files have been released. DOJ is stonewalling. The survivors deserve justice and the public deserves transparency. So he didn't elaborate on what the so-called new evidence is, but another Democrat did. So there's another Democrat on the same committee. His name is Robert Garcia. He agreed with Kana, and he told news outlets that the only thing that was new was less than 1,000 pages of U.S. Customs and Border Protection flight logs. So these are flight logs for Epstein's plane from the year 2000 to the year 2014. So it's basically just showing when he left and when his plane came back to the U.S. And Garcia said it just shows, quote, forms consistent with re-entry back to the U.S. So more stall tactics, more BS, more of an attempt to make it appear as if the Trump administration is being transparent. Speaking of which, the DOJ released redacted transcripts from their interview with Epstein accomplice and convicted child trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell. May have heard this too, not sure, but it was exactly what we all suspected. Maxwell refused to say that she witnessed any man doing anything inappropriate with a woman or a girl. I mean, this could not have been more of a ruse, more of a game, more of just obfuscation and deflection from the fact that Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. And she didn't just say, oh, I didn't see Trump doing anything wrong. She said that about every single man she was asked about. And here's the thing. Trump supporters, like the hardcore, cult Kool-Aid drinking up Trump's ass in the cult people, they're trying to use this. They're like, oh, see, Trump is innocent. Yeah, he did nothing wrong. So this is all bogus. Okay, so she also said that she didn't see Bill Clinton doing anything wrong. Is that true, MAGA? Is Bill Clinton innocent now? I mean, you believe what she said about Trump, so you must believe what she said about Bill Clinton, right? Yeah, I didn't think so. Personally, I think they're both guilty. But I have ethics, I have principles. So I'm going to call it out on both sides. Anyway, this woman is clearly full of shit. Numerous witnesses, including some of Epstein's staff, I don't know if you guys remember this, they admitted that they saw young girls laying topless by Epstein's pool. And Ghislaine was there. And again, she was convicted of trafficking. Trafficking to whom? Right? You can't traffic young girls to no one. And is this woman seriously trying to sell the idea that all of these wealthy, entitled men that hung out with Jeffrey Epstein acted like perfect gentlemen? Seriously? I mean, I wouldn't even believe it now, but we're talking about the 1990s. It was far worse back then, right? Way before the Me Too uprising. I am not buying her BS for 1 second. And she was caught in another lie. She also said in these documents that, Jeffrey Epstein never had cameras in any of his properties. I helped to construct these properties. I helped to renovate them and decorate them. And I would know. I didn't. That is just blatantly, flat out, empirically, factually false. Like, we have so much documentary evidence between the FBI reports, between witnesses, photographic evidence. There is photographic evidence showing the various rooms in various properties owned by Epstein, and there are cameras. You have Virginia Giuffre, one of the Epstein victims. who wrote in her diary, not told the media, wasn't trying to get anybody in trouble or just be hyperbolic or say something against Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. She wrote in her diary that she was recorded, that there were cameras. So this is just patently false. She got no pushback, of course, because this is Donald Trump's former personal attorney interviewing her. Anyway, beyond a pardon, she is obviously trying to signal to everyone, I'm going to keep my mouth shut. I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to throw anyone under the bus. She doesn't want to end up like Epstein, right? She doesn't want to end up suicided like Epstein. Anyway, plus she previously denied knowing anything, seeing anything wrong. So how would she all of a sudden say, oh, well, yeah, I did see this person. I did see that. I did see this going on that was inappropriate or illegal, but I decided to keep my mouth shut until now. She can't do that. She would be a pariah if she ever gets out of prison. She'll already be a pariah with some people, but I'm sure she can buy her way back into certain circles. She's so full of it. This woman is so full of it. Anyway, the White House got what they wanted. They were able to soothe the easily duped and uninformed cult members in Trump's base. Unfortunately for Trump, there's still TikTok. So take a look at this. This was just too good. So Trump's team thought it would be a great idea to set up an official White House TikTok account. Yeah, well, they were immediately trolled. They got trolled by comments and memes about Gavin Newsom and about Jeffrey Epstein. So take a look at these. These were just some of them. These were some of the top comments that were received. They received thousands of likes. And for everyone listening to the podcast, there's a photo of Trump and Epstein. They're dressed in drag, with their arms around each other. Someone posted a meme that says, the Epstein list disappeared faster than the bullet hole in Trump's ear. So probably not the reception that they were hoping for over on TikTok. I hope the TikTokers continue. I hope they don't let up. I also have a story to bring you guys about something curious that happened at the Cushy prison where they sent Ghislaine Maxwell. Evidently, one of the other inmates, it's a woman named Julie Howell, she was talking some shit about Maxwell to a news outlet, so they transferred her. Take a look at this. This has been verified. So even though it was in the Daily Mail, which is, not the greatest, but this has been verified. So Howell is serving a 1-year sentence. She apparently was nabbed for theft, got a 1-year sentence. And evidently, she was recently interviewed by the Telegraph news outlet, which is a UK news outlet. Well, Howell told them every inmate that she had spoken to was upset about Maxwell being at that facility. According to her attorney, Howell has a family member who was sex trafficked. So she felt like she needed to speak out. She didn't want to stay quiet about it. Well, within hours of that interview being published, Howell got a call to come to the warden's office. She goes in and the warden says, "You're being moved immediately." The warden told her, "You ruined my weekend. My phone was blowing up because of this interview that you gave. You've made my life unbearable, blah, blah, blah." Howell's attorney said that they moved her so fast she didn't even have time to grab her glasses or her medication. And they moved Howell. Sorry, guys, I forgot this ticker was up. Anyway, they moved Howell to a much rougher facility. They moved her to a facility where there was all kinds of violent offenders. And she was only a few weeks into her sentence at the puppy prison. So she's going to spend the vast majority of her term at this new prison, all because she told the truth. All because Ghislaine Maxwell is Donald Trump's little pet now, his little pet prisoner. It is so obvious the Trump administration is protecting her. They are catering to her every whim so that she will stay silent about him, so that she will not tell what she saw and what she knows. This story isn't going to die down, though. This is not going anywhere because a publisher just announced they're going to be releasing the official memoir of Virginia Roberts Giuffre. And for those who don't know, Roberts was her maiden name before she got married. So as I'm sure you guys all know, Giuffre, as I mentioned earlier, she's one of the most well-known Epstein and Maxwell victims. She died in April of this year, supposedly from suicide. Now, her family doesn't buy that explanation. I don't either. Anyway, the publisher described the book as a, quote, unsparing and definitive account of her time with Epstein and Maxwell, who trafficked her and others to numerous prominent men. And they shared an email with the Associated Press. The email was written by Giuffre, obviously before her death. She sent this to her co-author of this book, and Giuffre told her, quote, in the event of my passing, I would like to ensure that Nobody's Girl is still released. So Nobody's Girl is the name of this memoir. So she wanted this released, whether or not she was around, almost like she kind of knew something was going to happen to her. But anyway, there you go, guys. Trump is definitely protecting Ghislaine Maxwell. I mean, it's just so blatant. So what other reason would he have, right? Other than him not wanting her to spill the tea and to tell the world that he is a disgusting, likely pedophile. So there you go. All right, guys. When I hear more, I'll let you know. Thank you so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon.
Okay, everybody. Today, my guest is Colin Booth. He is a staff writer and chief political correspondent for the Courier Newsroom and Granite Post, and he's also the co-host of Granite Gaming. It's a Twitch channel where they play video games and talk about politics. So let's see here. Colin, how are you doing today?
Yo, I'm doing great. Thank you so much for inviting me. It's exciting to be here.
Yeah, you know, it's always good to get new voices and faces on the channel. So yeah, I'm just really excited to dive in. So I guess first off, like, tell me about Granite Post and sort of like your position, what you're doing, what your goals are, maybe a little bit about your background, just so that we can sort of introduce you to people.
Yeah, totally. So Colin Booth, I am the chief political correspondent at Granite Post, which is a part of Courier Newsroom, which if you are chronically online, if you're on TikTok, if you're on Instagram, you've probably seen our posts. We do both Granite Post and Courier Newsroom. Courier Newsroom does a lot of major national reporting on digital reporting when it comes to what's going on at the federal level, what's going on with the Trump administration, a lot of accountability reporting there, very viral graphics and videos. And here in New Hampshire at the Granite Post, we kind of take a similar tact. We are really big on, well, for me anyway, because I'm the political reporter, really big on accountability reporting on state politics, and very much with a digital focus. We are probably the fastest growing newsroom in the state in terms of readers. We are the highest TikTok follower count of any newsroom in the state, fastest growing on Instagram. And so we do a lot of video work. We do a lot of graphics just on what's happening in state politics. And we also publish on our website, publish full news stories. So we do a lot of traditional journalism too, but our real focus is on digital and video. I think that's where our biggest strength is. We also have a very strong community focus where we cover cute listicles, the highly engaging community content. I don't write that so much, so I can't speak too much to it, but I know we do great work there.
Yeah, sure. So would you say that just in general at the moment you're sort of like, I guess, readership base, or is like you're probably pulling like a much younger audience because it's so much more online? Would you say that's true, or do you think that it's more just sort of across the spectrum? I mean, like, New Hampshire is a pretty aging state, so there's always that aspect of things, but I'm just curious as to sort of what the numbers behind it are like.
Yeah, it's interesting. It is a pretty big cross section of the entire state. And you mentioned Granite Gaming, which is a new project we're working on, which is actually our effort to kind of reach more younger folks. But it varies by platform in terms of what our audience looks like. But we really reach a huge amount of demographics kind of across the spectrum. Obviously, we do trend younger on some platforms like TikTok, but when you look at something like Facebook or Instagram, it's kind of across the board. And like you said, New Hampshire is an older state, so when you're talking about younger, relatively, you might be talking about people in their 40s and 50s. So
yeah. No, that's definitely is a very important thing to note. Younger in this state does not necessarily mean young. So I guess, like, in general, you say you guys report a lot on the Trump administration, and people are probably familiar with apps and aggregators like, say, Ground News. I know there's like if you're like a YouTube watcher, there's a lot of ads on channels for Ground News and whatever. So the main facet of that would be to say, describing what the lean of an outlet is. And so I'm just kind of curious, what, like, as far as Granite Post goes, how would you, as sort of the chief political correspondent, describe that position of the outlet itself?
I think you look at New Hampshire, it has probably one of the most mature and robust conservative media ecosystems in the country. And so our tact is, we're, as Courier is broadly, we are refer to ourselves as pro-democracy media. We are an organization that is really focused on a healthy and vibrant democracy, and I think our coverage really reflects that. I think as a result of that, you'll see us maybe pulling more center left on a number of issues. And you kind of take the political lean of the right, which has, of course, moved very far to the right in the last decade. And so it may, to some, I think a lot of this is very dependent on where you stand politically. I think we're more on the center left right now, but obviously
you're talking about like the Overton window shift that exists within media itself, right? Like, if you've got the right wing that's just going further and further and further, eventually anything that even would be considered remotely centrist in, say, like the 80s or the 90s is now suddenly described by people on the right as being far left, and it gets a little convoluted.
Absolutely. And we do a lot of accountability journalism. And here in New Hampshire, we, of course, have a Republican supermajority. Republicans are in charge of the state legislature. They're in charge of the governor's office. basically every major state agency, the state Supreme Court, is stacked with Republicans from the top to the bottom. So if you're doing accountability work, you're going to be, working on the party that's in power. So, but
Right.
yeah.
No, I didn't mean to cut you off if you have more to sort of go on about that, but
No, I could go on all day about any number of things, but
yeah, fair enough. So, I mean, I guess this sort of is we'll just dive into that first issue because I think you kind of like open the door to it a little bit here. You talked about the conservative supermajority in the state, and that ties directly into a very broad national conversation that's occurring right now, especially what's going on in both Texas and California, on both sides of the aisle in terms of gerrymandering and the process of handling redistricting and how that works. So I think maybe it's healthy to start out by sort of explaining to folks how redistricting itself works and what role that plays in sort of, as you pointed out, you guys are a more pro-democracy outlet. So I'm sort of curious, how does the process of gerrymandering via redistricting undermine or ultimately affect democracy?
Well, I think the fundamental issue is the idea that voters choose their representatives, not the other way around, right? That is the very heart of it. The idea that that you live in a society, you live in a state, you live somewhere where if you aren't happy with the people you have elected, that can change. And so gerrymandering is the process of basically changing that, right? It is redrawing your district, redrawing the place you live, the election map in such a way that is significantly harder and benefits the party that's currently in power. And so that is something we're seeing. Republicans and Democrats both do that to a certain extent. Republicans do it much more. I think there's I can't remember the exact breakdown, but Republicans benefit, I think something like 6 congressional seats, maybe it's more, from gerrymandering, at a national level. And so now we're seeing, like you mentioned, in Texas, Republicans at the behest of the Trump administration trying to get something like 6 more seats just in that state alone. Which really is, a pretty terrifying prospect. The idea that Republicans are trying to entrench themselves in a state like that, and basically, remove the idea of the opposition party having any say in how the state is represented in Washington, D.C. It's a pretty frightening prospect. And then in California, like you said, that Gavin Newsom is basically threatening to equalize that. It's a response to that threat, because California, of course, also a large state, just like Texas, and also has competitive districts for both parties. But he's saying, well, we could just neutralize that by doing it ourselves. And it's interesting to watch Republicans be outraged by that, but not the first thing. So yeah. That's
I think it's kind of wild, right? So when I think about the way I think about what's happening in Texas, right? You see they're sort of asking the FBI to go find these representatives that are breaking quorum. And what I think is sort of hilarious about that is it's like, hey, we're going to punish you guys. We're going to try and throw you in jail for not letting us cheat harder. Like that, ultimately, that's sort of the way it reads to me. It's, I guess, like for a lot of people, I think like if the concept of redistricting and gerrymandering is alien to a certain extent. I feel like a good analogy is actually looking at like the Electoral College, because I think a lot of people do understand when we're talking about a presidential race that the Electoral College is in a sense kind of like reducing our direct access to democracy in the way that people would understand it, right? Because you're taking the amount of votes based off of the population and you're sort of boiling it down into delegates, which then gives certain states a lot more control over what's happening in Washington than other states. So you have, you know, depending on what state you're in, your vote literally can be described as being worth less votes than someone in a different state because of the amount of super delegates that they have that they can send to conventions to elect people, or, you know, conversely, like just on the national scale, what those delegations vote for in the national sort of general election.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's tough because I think our collective memory is really short these days, and so coming out of an election where the Electoral College didn't have as big of an impact, or I guess if we had gone through another election where the popular vote hadn't been in line with the Electoral College, I think we would be in a much different place today in terms of the public sentiment around the Electoral College, or maybe even like public understanding around it, because I feel like we're not hearing about that conversation as much. But like you said, I do think there are a lot of parallels between the two, because the idea that we are suppressing people's votes, that we are removing people's agency at the ballot box with these moves is, I mean, it's obviously incredibly concerning.
So I think in general, I think it's just sort of like elucidates the problem that we're disconnected from direct control over elected officials in a lot of ways because of these redistricting efforts. You know, in New Hampshire, you guys pointed out actually on your Granite Gaming stream that New Hampshire generally votes blue. You'll see in elections the actual popular vote leaning Democratic. You'll have a lot more blue votes, and yet you have a lot more capture of the state house, which is, I want to point out, the largest state house in the country, and actually I think it's either number 2 or number 3 largest in the world. It's incredibly massive, and so it's important to consider sort of like the capture of seats in a political sense in New Hampshire through these redistricting efforts. So if you're able to sort of like expound more upon that topic, I think it would be useful for people that watch to maybe have a more granular concept of how that operates.
Yeah, and it's really interesting. Like you said, New Hampshire has the largest state legislature in the country. There are 400 seats for just the House alone. There's 24 Senate seats. We have a 5-member executive council, which basically acts as the lieutenant governor you would see in other states. And then we, of course, have a governor. And so you look at past elections, years like 2022, 2020, we saw Democrats win the popular vote for those legislative bodies. So Democrats, I think in 2022, won roughly like 51% of the popular vote, both the House and the Senate. And then you saw Republicans actually take the majority in those seats because the seats in the House are gerrymandered. And then in the state Senate, it's even worse. I think Democrats won 50% of the seats, and then Democrats won like 51% of the vote, 50-something percent of the vote, a little more than a majority. And then Republicans, I think, took 60% of the seats, something outrageous, right? And then the executive council is even worse. Republicans, I think it was another 50-50 split, and Republicans took 80% of the seats. And so you're seeing like the effects, like New Hampshire has been gerrymandered for a very, very long time, and Republicans are trying to gerrymander it even further. Um, and you know, it's interesting because, and this is one of the insidious things about gerrymandering, that it can happen and then exist for so long, and you forget how unfair things actually are, how corrupt. Like, you live in institutional corruption for so long, institutional corruption just becomes the mundane everyday life. It becomes the baseline, and then Republicans come forward and they say they want to gerrymander again because they are able to convince the public that, you know, that we live in a normal society, that things are normal now. And we're seeing this because Republicans are trying to gerrymander the congressional districts now.
Right. It's
And
like
that's
a frog in a boiling pot kind of analogy type thing.
right. Yeah. And the frog is at this point, you know, a soupy foam at the top of the pot. And the Republicans are basically saying, turn the heat up even more. And so that's kind of where we are in terms of gerrymandering here in New Hampshire, where there were multiple past elections where Democrats won the popular vote, Republicans held the majority. And the thing, I mean, there's like multiple levels of why this is problematic. That, you know, I've worked in New Hampshire politics for a long time. I worked as a reporter here for a while, and kind of watching it play out in that time is pretty wild. So, like, there is the idea that we are badly demoralizing the public. You know, when more people vote for your party and they still lose, it's very hard to communicate why that is. And like, also, like, if you lose, like, even after you have won the popular vote, you know, like, how do you communicate that to the public? Like, well, it was rigged. Well, that's very demoralizing, but it also is a situation where people they then think the state party is incompetent, right? They think that the people running these elections or the elected leaders are incompetent when they won, but the structures that, you know, that Republicans put in place basically ensured that they're there. It also creates these long-lasting, you know, when a party wins an election and when they are able to maintain power for a long period of time, a lot of times they're better at holding on to power later, right? Because they are able to project strength, they're able to kind of shore up their resources. You know, people like throwing money at winners. It makes their fundraising operation better. It makes them able to attract their political talent. And so when you create these institutional imbalances, when you create institutional corruption like this through gerrymandering, you really are, it's so devastating long term for democracy, but it's also devastating for the people of New Hampshire. I mean, you look at like where the priorities of Republicans are right now in terms of the state legislature. We've got, I mean, prices rising from tariffs. I mean, the cost of living is really going up dramatically. New Hampshire is in the midst of a housing crisis like we've never seen before. Housing, an entry-level house is like $500,000 here or more.
Right. We just granted more rights to landlords to evict tenants as well. That was a new law that AOT just signed into law. So, I mean,
Yes.
I did a video about this where it's like we're looking at sort of this compounding situation where if you have increasing house prices or rental prices, as the case may be. I mean, granted, it's across the board, right? You've got rising property taxes in general, because that's our only mechanism to really fund things on the state level, especially something like education, which, as a side note, a significant amount of money is being siphoned off to school vouchers. So you've got that one component of it. You then have sort of the increased risk of people being put out of their home if they're renters. It's increasingly difficult for those people who are now displaced to find a new location to live because the prices have gone up. And then additionally, you've sort of got this national climate of essentially criminalizing homelessness right now. So it's sort of it's a compounded effort that's going on. And that's I find that to be incredibly terrifying.
Yeah, and right, and we are, you know, as a state, as a country, facing all of these crises that are really hurting, you know, people who aren't focused on the politics, right? These are, working families in New Hampshire are, they don't care about the political drama. But they are feeling the devastating, effects of where the economy is and where it's headed, and the fact that it's getting worse. And if you look at like the social media accounts of basically every major Republican political figure in the state right now, and Republican media especially, they're not focused on that. They're focused on gerrymandering. They're focused on rewriting New Hampshire's districts to benefit Republicans so they can maintain power even longer. There's even a situation where one legislative leader in the executive council basically reached out to try and, protect the state from this gerrymandering. And now they're calling, Republicans in the state are calling for her impeachment, saying that she in some way didn't follow the correct procedure to do that. So it's a pretty remarkable situation. And the aggressiveness with which we're seeing Republicans kind of pursue this agenda, I think taking a tact from the Trump administration, kind of watching their moves and basically mimicking it. It's remarkable. It's a remarkable thing. And it's interesting. It'll be interesting to see if the public has an appetite for this kind of stuff in the midterms.
Yeah, and I think something that's maybe something I feel like is worth pointing out here, right, is if you look at sort of the general ethos of the Republican Party, especially the Republican Party in New Hampshire right now, which I want to make a note, has experienced a significant takeover from libertarians in the Free State Project, who've been working here for like decades now to gain more of a foothold. The sort of in broad strokes, the Free State Project basically a consortium of libertarians that basically looked at states in the country and they said, okay, what state is the most sort of amenable or susceptible to changes that would service our end goals? And for anybody that understands the sort of right libertarian movement as it exists in the United States in sort of this contemporary moment, is essentially the idea of minimizing the government as much as possible, right? So what's the best mechanism to do that? Well, you want to disenfranchise voters and basically make it so that they feel that government is not working for them or that their vote does not matter, right? So one of the best mechanisms to do this on a more granular level is to engage in things like gerrymandering, where if you're trying to get a Democratic voter to feel like their vote doesn't matter and be more likely to stay home on an off-year election, local elections, stuff like that. It just basically, if you want to get them to check out, a great way to do that is to use gerrymandering techniques to sort of like take away the power of that vote. So it's a broader strategy that exists on the right to basically cultivate a notion that what they're saying is truth. That it's sort of like it's a self-fulfilling prophecy in a lot of ways. So it's, again, to sort of go back to the frog in a boiling pot analogy, like this is the technique. And I always want to try and I feel this inclination to explain to folks that this dynamic is how it works, that it's like it doesn't really matter how much you feel that your vote doesn't matter. It's so imperative to keep showing up and to keep voting and to keep engaging in that process, because to not do so is doing exactly what they want you to do, and that's only going to exacerbate the situation further. Do you think that's like a fair read of the way things are? It's like this is something that goes on in my head, and it's like I have to say it out loud to find out if it has any validity to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's just a really hard case to keep making, right? Like, and I think it's because how do you tell people like you have to vote? How do you simultaneously tell people like, on the one hand, yeah, your vote, like the power of your vote, specifically yours, because of the place you live and the party you're attached to, means less, is less powerful. But because of that, it is more important than ever that you do vote, right? It's like, the human mind has to have two opposing thoughts at the same time to accept that. And it's a pretty nuanced message, right? So I think it's a very challenging thing to explain to people and I think that's why a lot of Democratic strategists, they don't like talking about gerrymandering, especially in election years, because it introduces those fears and those concerns in the minds of voters. And it creates, like this disincentive to vote. And so you're looking to create every incentive possible if you're, running an election or if you're running a campaign for people to get out and vote. And so it's a very challenging issue to run on in that sense. But it's very, very important, and it's one that needs to be handled. And it's also worth saying, like, because we talk about how both parties engage in gerrymandering, which is true, but Democrats are the only party that has like routinely come out and said, introduced legislation both here in New Hampshire and at the federal level, basically trying to abolish gerrymandering, trying to legislate it out of existence, to create constitutional barriers, legal barriers to ensure there are only fair districts. And only Republicans are the ones who have basically said, no, there were periods in American history where, I think gerrymandering was so absolutely critical to the Republican Party staying in control of state legislatures. And they're worried, I think, that there will be a period where that will happen again, or that, I think we're seeing this push now to get this Texas gerrymandering done, because Republicans know the 2026 midterms, they're going to be devastating. They're going to be so devastating for Republicans if the elections are fair, because, as we talked about, rising prices are going up everywhere. Tariffs are decimating the economy. We're seeing one of the worst a jobs economy in this country that is so bad. Donald Trump had to fire his labor secretary and replace it with a completely unqualified conservative crackpot. So things are obviously not going great for them. So they're really they're doing everything they can to create, and that's what's happening here in New Hampshire too. Republicans have been shut out of Congress, our congressional districts, for I think the last 5 or 6 elections. And there's this, I think, feeling that if they don't get this done now, they might never get it done, because people are pissed and they're probably not feeling overly generous after the way things have gone in the last 6 months.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I think I saw on your stream, the Granite Gaming stream, you guys were talking about, you mentioned sort of the if you see car ads, right? Sort of the big caveat that they're putting on their car ads right now is that current inventory is unaffected by tariffs, right? And which is, I think, hilarious, because they're essentially telling you, once we run out, the tariffs are going to hit those cars, and it is going to get more expensive. That's sort of like the omitted part of the ad. But they're trying to sort of assuage your concerns about if you're going to buy a car, you might want to do it now. You know what I mean?
Right.
And it's just I think a lot of people do understand that there's sort of this hammer coming down on us as consumers. And I mean, again, this is sort of anecdotal, right? But if I think about how much I was spending on groceries, if I went to the grocery store 6 months ago, right? And I was just trying to get basics, right? I go to the gym, so I'm trying to be more healthy these days. And, it's I just, what I normally would think. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, honestly, same, going to the gym.
Yeah. And it's it's healthy, but I mean, I went to the grocery store yesterday, and what I would normally expect to be and I think this is inflated. What I would normally expect to be a $45 trip to the grocery store was $84. And it's And I'm just getting food for the next handful of days, right? So, something I sort of have been thinking about is oh, geez, I would love to sort of actually sit down and look at like do a meal plan and calculate that out, and then calculate all my bills and run like a full sort of like budget for myself, and then compare it to say like what your average wages are, and then actually do a real assessment on like how much money do you actually need to just stay alive in a healthy sense, as far as like we're told is what we should be doing, you know what I mean? It just feels really like there's a lot that's sort of slipping away from us, especially on the working class end. Like I always try to focus the content of this channel specifically on more blue collar workers. I am one myself. I work in contracting. I'm a union member. I've worked on movie sets. So it's like, I know what it's like to have to go and do, 5, 6, 7 days a week doing 10, 12-hour shifts where you're really just sort of like breaking your back to make money. And then, especially in that industry, it's like, it's very like feast or famine, you know what I mean? You'll have a project that goes on for a certain amount of time and then it just bottoms out. And I mean, for what it's worth, the series of strikes that happened a number of years ago with the Writers Guild, Directors Guild, SAG, that really sort of threw the bottom out on that industry. And I think people probably can tell if you go on your streaming services, you notice just sort of like the severe reduction in the amount of shows that we have. What we do have is oftentimes remakes or sequels or, franchise stuff. So there's sort of a dilution of the culture, and then we're also paying more for it on top of that. So there's this sort of like cultural slippage happening at the same time as there's this sort of economic increase, and all of that is sort of contributing to just a general like malaise about the state of living in the country. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I was at Market Basket just yesterday, and I was overhearing a conversation between two strangers who were talking. I kind of dropped in the middle of it. I was just like, I was waiting in the 12 items or less line, and they were talking about something like, "Oh, my kid wants these Pokemon cards," and I perked up because I was like, because we open Pokemon cards on our streams, and I was like, "Oh, what's up?" And she's telling this guy, she's like, "You know what I want? I want not my debt to not go up today." Every day.
Yeah.
Up. And she's talking about like how outrageously expensive the price of groceries is. And you're right. I mean, I think everybody is. I mean, you go in for. It used to be, you had the hand basket, and you would check out, and it was like, it was hard to get over $100 in a hand basket, right? And now it's
Right.
like you get it half full, and it's $70, and it's just like unbelievable. I mean, it used to be like, oh, I'll eat at home. It's cheaper than eating out. And it's just like every time you go, it's some gut punch. And yeah,
Right.
the climate is so dire, and you see companies. I mean, I think companies, like you said, we were talking about these car commercials. I mean, they've got their finger on the pulse of what people care about. There's a lot of stories out there about how difficult it is for car companies, for these auto dealerships to move inventory right now, because people are freaking the fuck out. I mean, if you lose a job, the odds of you like being able to get another one within like 6 months, very low right now. And, people are definitely holding their savings. They are, they are not feeling confident about the way things are going.
Right. And sort of in a lot of ways, the response is to sort of be like, well, just, throw it into the casino that is the stock market, right? Like, which actually kind of gives an interesting little pivot to sort of the next thing that I want to talk to you about, which is you just had an article that you published, I believe it was yesterday, about sort of the desire for the desire of conservative politicians to essentially privatize Social Security. And there's discussion, I believe one of the linked articles that you had in your article talked about this idea of the Trump accounts for newborns, where it's like you start out with $1,000 and the motivation is to invest in the stock market so that what I thought was so priceless about the article was like They said, well, if it grows. And I was reading that line and I was like, the operative word here is if. Right? It's not a guarantee. And that's the thing, is that if you are getting into the stock market, it really ultimately comes down to whether or not you make a successful investment. And there's a lot of sort of drive on the part of, financial experts to fleece people from that money, right? Because if, there's the phrase of, who's stuck holding the bag. And that's the main concept that exists in stock trading and all that, is that it is in a lot of ways a zero-sum game. And whereas in contrast, you've got a program like Social Security where there's just sort of a guaranteed amount because it's coming in through tax dollars. So the discussion there is more about, you're not talking about harm mitigation, you're talking about the precursor to that, which is risk mitigation, right? There's this notion in conservatives that risk is good. And I think the assertion that I see a lot of people more on the left making, and I think this even exists to the left of the National Democratic Party in a lot of ways, is that no, we want the social programs. We'd actually prefer to see it come out in taxes, because especially if you're doing it on an income tax base, right? That's a flat percentage that's related to how much you make. So it's not regressive in the way that a sales tax or a property tax is, right? So everybody's sort of paying fairly comparatively to what they're able to get in the current economy, but it creates a actual legitimate groundwork of promise and security via Social Security that allows people to actually comfortably retire. So, oh, I'm not going to be homeless and dying on the street when I'm in my 70s. Whereas to put that into a sort of competitive market where there's risk involved in losing, right? There's sort of this illusion that oh, well, everybody can be a winner, and that's just simply not true, right? Somebody's always going to lose out, and that operative word "if" makes it possible for in a lot of ways, for the wealth gap to continue to grow. And so I guess I've gone on a bit here about this broader assertion, but I want to do it to provide context for sort of some of the background that's happening in your article. So if you want to just sort of explain what you were writing about there and what the goal of sort of illuminating this issue for folks in New Hampshire, and then maybe in the country more broadly, what the goal of that is.
Yeah, totally. So the article you talked about, I'm going to pull it up right here so I don't forget the headline. But yesterday, the 14th, was the 90th anniversary of the signing of the Social Security Act. It is, of course, the first national insurance, social insurance and safety net program. I think a lot, and this is a topic I think is really important to communicate to young people. Social Security is everybody pays into it, right? But you don't get to take advantage of it until you're older. So I think, especially in this day and age where attention spans are dramatically reduced, it is kind of one of those issues that's really hard to talk about for certain audiences, for younger audiences especially. But it's very, very important because it's going to be critical to so many people later in life. But as you said, this article I wrote yesterday, top 2026 NHGOP Senate candidates backdoor for privatizing Social Security. And basically what this article is, I just wanted to, I knew the 90th anniversary of Social Security was coming up. A lot of people were talking about it. So I just wanted to do a little research on where everybody was. So there's this Senate race coming up, 2026 here in New Hampshire. Jean Shaheen, longtime, mainstay of state politics, has said she is not going to be running for another term. And so it is a very rare open Senate seat. A number of candidates have already come forward and said they are going to be running. On the Democratic side, we have Congressman Chris Pappas, a long, I think 3 or 4 term member of Congress, from New Hampshire, Very, very good fundraiser, very, very good at running elections. And then you have two Republican candidates. One of them is a Massachusetts politician, Scott Brown, former senator from Massachusetts, now wants to be a senator for New Hampshire, which is a whole other thing. And then you have
Having a
state
hard time
senator,
escaping those carpetbagger accusations there.
It's hard. I mean, like, especially coming off of the governor's race in 2024, where the whole headline of that race was "Don't mass up in New Hampshire." Like the idea, like it's like such a Veep-like idea that this Massachusetts politician could waltz in here. And anyway, and then you have a Republican state senator, Dan Innes, who is his own brand of lunacy. But anyway, so I wanted to see, like, okay, like, 90th anniversary of this very important program. Politics are more insane than they've ever been. Like, Republicans are, they're not acting like they're approaching a vulnerable midterm election. They're just kind of taking Donald Trump's, like, act insane and act like, there's no tomorrow, and tact, and just seeing how it works. So I wanted to see where these guys were, what they were saying. I thought it was really interesting because, as you would expect, Chris Pappas, the Democrat, he's basically a big proponent of keeping Social Security the way it is. And these two Republicans, Dan Innes and Scott Brown, they are both in different ways basically saying, like, yeah, we probably need to privatize Social Security. We think it makes more sense to take on risk for people retiring. And it's like you said, privatizing Social Security, extremely risky. It's the whole idea of Social Security is that it is risk averse, that it is this guaranteed money that you could take it. And the whole idea of privatizing it is, like you said, it benefits basically the corporate donor class of the Republican Party, which is why I think in large part they want to privatize it. They'll say it's like an ideological crusade, but really, I mean, it seems like every major Republican ideological crusade is some corporate backed, some major giveaway to corporate interests that will ultimately give money to the party. So that's what we're dealing with in that story. I think what was really shocking for me was a clip I found of a radio interview from Scott Brown recently, who basically, he said, like, seniors don't care about Social Security. Like, they don't care. Like, it's wild to me. He said this in a radio interview, the idea that
right,
don't care. But also he repeated, when we were going through Elon Musk's Doge phase, there were so many lies, so much misinformation about Social Security payments and who was getting them. The idea that, like, 150-year-olds were collecting payments. He was, like, very willing to take that lie and push it, which as an excuse to get rid of Social Security, as an excuse to privatize it, which I thought was, like, for somebody who's running for a Senate seat in purple New Hampshire, an old, a state, like you said, is older, where a lot of the population, I'd have to look up the number. It's something like, what is it? I know it's over 300,000 Granite Staters. Yeah. So something.
Yeah,
like,
your article says it's 334,100 Granite
Right.
Staters.
That's like 20% of the state is collecting Social Security, right? More than 20% of the state at that point is collecting Social Security. Why? And a lot of people are approaching that point and are probably keeping an eye on it. Why are you, as in many ways, the front runner for the 2026 Senate seat on the Republican side, why are you lying about Social Security? Why are you saying things that could be damaging to you later about Social Security? I thought that was a weird move on his part. He's done that in a few other ways in terms of, like, lying to support Trump administration priorities, but, like, very easily fact-checked lies. So I thought that was fascinating. One of the more fascinating parts of the story, Dan Innes has his own, it's like in his policy platform to allow the privatization of Social Security, which, I mean, is a little more mundane, but it's also very, very, very damaging, very risky.
Right. Well, so this actually, I'm glad we're sort of on this topic, right? Because to sort of look at things a little bit more nationally right now. You look at sort of Trump's press conferences, right? And this is I'm probably going to be asking you to go into things more as just from your perspective as a journalist, right? Um, if you look at like the press conference where Trump's talking about what happened in Los Angeles, right? The protests that happened in Los Angeles. He's talking about how, oh yeah, the whole city was burning and like realistically, if you go admittedly, I do find myself consuming a bit of Hassan Piker's content from time to time. And but I remember watching the stream that he did where he actually went to the protests. And and there's other video. There were plenty of other people streaming from that day. So it's like, if you don't like him, that's fine. You don't have to necessarily watch his content. There's plenty of other people that were there that had their camera phones out and they were recording things. And so far as I could tell, the only burning that happened that day was a handful of Waymos, right? Like, now I'm not saying that this is something that we should be condoning, right? Like, I don't agree that you should set stuff on fire in acts of protest. But it is fundamentally a blatant lie. And the fact that you could just go to the protest and then walk around a corner into another neighborhood and get a cup of ice cream or something like that is really sort of obfuscating what actually happened there, when realistically, if you want to talk about California burning, you could talk about the actual wildfires that occurred, which the Trump administration refused to offer help for, right? So the one time California was actually burning, Trump didn't do anything about it. And so I think it's just like, as a reporter, for you to watch sort of those press conferences and then see the lack of pushback in that press room, like, what do you feel like this is doing to sort of just the more classical concept of adversarial journalism, right? I think a lot of people were applauding a recent appearance that Alyssa Slotkin did on a program called Breaking Points, where she was being interviewed by Crystal Ball. And Crystal Ball really kind of like held her feet to the fire in terms of her positions on Gaza and what she would or would not vote for. A lot of people on the internet reacted very positively to the way Crystal did that and were saying like, oh, look, there's real journalism happening here. It's actually adversarial and people are genuinely sort of putting her feet to the fire. And so I guess on a more local level, I'm sort of curious what your position is, because there's realistically, New Hampshire's not the whole nation, right? And I think this is something that, like, for people that watch this channel, whether you're from New Hampshire or not, right? It's important to scale your expectations when you're talking about things that happen on the actual state level, right? And what you can and can't get away with, and understanding who your audience is, what the climate is like, the extent to which you're able to push things. And so I'm sort of curious what your take is in terms of like, what's the space that sort of media needs to be occupying on a more micro level, in terms of reporting, while also sort of maintaining a sense of traditional adversarial journalism techniques?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question, and it's something I think about all the time, because I've only, I started my career in journalism, and then I kind of moved into politics, and it's only in the last year, little more than a year, that I've come back to journalism. And so, in a lot of ways, I had to kind of put my money where my mouth was in terms of my coverage and my willingness to do stuff. And I think my perspective is much different from my colleagues throughout the rest of the New Hampshire Press Corps. And yeah, I mean, I think you see there's a strong parallel I see kind of in the White House press corps that you would see in kind of a state politics press corps, which is this. I think there's a fear of on the I guess I would say on like the government side, there is a lot more hostility to reporters than we've kind of ever seen before. And then there's, I think, a response on the reporter side that there is that they don't want to lose access. They're sensitive to that, right? They react to that, I think, in a way, in a fear-based way. And so I think that shapes their coverage to a certain extent. And I think that's really concerning. So at the White House level, like we've already seen Caroline Levitt, or Triple K, as most New Hampshire political people call her behind closed doors.
Yeah.
We're seeing, a willingness to basically shut out whole press organizations, the AP, the Washington Post, if they don't like the coverage. And I think you see, the rest of the press corps basically say quiet after that because they know they're going to get kicked out too. So there's more of a level, like higher level of compliance, and I guess I would call it, what do they call it? Pre-compliance. So they don't want to rock the boat. They want to maintain their ability to stay in the White House, stay in the briefing room. And so they don't ask the tough questions. And so we don't get those important moments, really toothless stuff. And then, here in New Hampshire, Kelly Ayotte, the governor, I think there's been, there hasn't been a governor more unfriendly to the press, probably maybe in the state's history. I don't know. I've only been along so long, but like, this is somebody who routinely never answers my emails, routinely never answers the emails of some of the top media organizations in the state about very important stuff. And I think also puts a lot of that into the agency heads as well. So, if I'm reaching out to the DOJ, if I'm reaching out to other state agencies, won't get my emails back. I know other reporters who have the exact same problem, because that the governor works so closely to make sure that they're not saying anything out of turn. And I think it really creates, and then you see reporters here, who are, I think, afraid to a certain extent to lose what little access they then have, because they know that this is a governor who's not willing to be beholden to the press, a governor who doesn't really respect a free press. And so they want to make sure if there's a situation they need to get an answer on, maybe even without that guarantee, they want to make sure that they're not hurting anyone's feelings or damaging any relationships. So I think they'll shy away from coverage that is, on the one hand, very honest and critical, but could be potentially damaging. So I think there's, both at the federal level and the state level, we're seeing kind of a worse climate for reporters than maybe ever. I like to think of myself as somebody who, because I'm more newer to journalism myself, and I don't feel the concern to burn bridges to get what I want from a story or what I want from people. And so
so that's something that
I'm
yeah, no, I mean, I'm genuinely curious about that though, because it's sort of easy to point it out with like conservatives, but I think there's actually like a genuine like question about that around sort of like Democratic politicians as well, right? If the idea being like, oh well, we're in this sort of like hyper authoritarian state right now, so like why would you be challenging the Democrats on anything? Why would you ever like do anything other than be nice to them and supportive of them? Because if you don't have this sort of like constant positive like upbeat, glazing type of a tone with them, that they would suddenly stop communicating with you about what's going on. Like I've had my own sort of like contentious interactions with Ray Buckley, right? And I know that I don't think Ray would ever agree to sit down and have a conversation with me on this channel, as much as I would love that, right? And
Right.
The problem I have with that is like I'm very openly on the left, you know what I mean? I think like ideologically, I probably sit somewhere between a social democrat and a democratic socialist. That's just my personal position. But it doesn't mean that I'm not willing to like have a conversation with a liberal or a conservative or a libertarian for that matter, right? Like, because I understand that like in order for my political project to actually gain any traction or any value in the world, like I have to be willing to meet people where they're at to a certain extent and actually have honest, reasonable conversations with them in order to get somewhere, like anywhere at all. And it's like, I feel like there's sort of this, I mean, think about it in terms of like it, to use more online parlance, right? This sort of like snowflake culture, right? Where people are just fucking like really sensitive to just the general tone of the way that somebody approaches something. It's like, look, like I can say something that challenges you super directly and out front, and like that might, you know, cause your body to produce like cortisol, and you're feeling sort of like the pit in your stomach, like you just broke a window when you were a kid with a baseball, right? That doesn't mean that like we can't like just talk about shows that we like together afterwards. That doesn't mean we can't sit down and have a meal together and respect each other as human beings. And I feel like, you know, this is something that I say a lot of times where I'm like, look, like people need to grow thicker skin when it comes to social interactions and being able to deal with things. And people need to be willing to actually not just write somebody off because they challenged them one time. And so I'm always sort of curious, like, do you think that there's sort of a general fear that journalists in the state might have when talking to Democratic lawmakers, policymakers, whatever, that sort of prevents them from saying what's really on their mind because they don't want to, as you said it, burn the bridge of a connection to where like, oh, I can't just hit this person up to get even an off the record take from them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think there's a couple things, right? And it's a really good question. It's a really interesting one. It's one I think about all the time. And I think there's a couple things going on. And I think, you know, one part of it is that, like you said, we're living in a society that is quickly descending into authoritarianism. And so I think there's a serious, you know, it's really hard to focus on like what Democrats are doing because they are like both at the state level and the federal level so powerless, right? And Republicans have gotten so good at this, at like managing the news cycle on the day to day. But it is so important that we do look at what Democrats are doing and we do take a critical eye, not just to like, I don't know, to the legislation that they're putting, but the tactics, the political tactics they're using, whether they're effective, and you know, having that critical eye. And I wish there was more coverage around that because I think it is very important to look at that. I honestly, I think there's like a certain expertise gap when it comes to, I think, the ability for some reporters to critique, I think, political strategy and political, I would say,
maybe instincts,
strategy. But, you know, like when you're looking at political communication strategy, where you're looking at, you know, political strategy broadly, you know, what works, what doesn't work, what, you know, what is good and what is bad. I think it takes a certain level of expertise to like say, like, especially in the moment, right? Because after an election, after something is over, very easy to see like that was bad, that was good. But in the moment, I think it's very challenging, and I think there needs to be a lot more of it. And it's also important to know what is important to talk about and what, like, the topics that are truly worth discussing when it comes to like efficacy in combating this authoritarianism in like, especially like a state politics level, because I think there's a lot of people who want to talk about maybe national issues that local politicians are not either equipped to talk about or they don't have a lot of say in. And I think there is there's a lot more appetite for that because that's the kind of thing that plays online. Whereas when you talk about things like gerrymandering, when you talk about things like electricity prices, energy prices, things that like are very like malleable at the state level and important to talk about, there's less.
And also tangible for the consumer and the voter, right? Like those are way more, like if you talk about like what was everybody's number one issue when it came to the presidential election, it was the economy, right? Like that's what voters actually care about, you know, like when they're really going to the booth to put their vote in, it's the focus is on the economy.
Right, exactly. And that I think is something that there needs to be a lot more examination on what state level Democrats, what the state party is kind of how they are handling that, how they're handling that conversation, how they're approaching that. And yeah, I wish there was more of that. I'd like to do more of that myself because I think there is a lot of room for improvement when it comes to that because those are very important matters and you know accountability on that on both sides just needs to get a lot better.
Right. Like, so, I mean, for what it's worth, like I have this sort of general hypothesis, right? I've had it for a long time
Yeah.
that people are really starved for authenticity, right? Like we have sort of like a general culture that really rewards like performativeness. If you're looking at just sort of like the way that social media operates, right? If you're looking at like TikTok and what people are doing and how, you know, it's like you put on all these filters and you do all this stuff and you're presenting yourself to everybody and you're really like obfuscating the stuff that you're dealing with in your life. And I think like it's like eating way too much junk food, right? Eventually you just get sick of it and you're like, God, I need some vitamins and protein, right? Like, and I think that there's generally like this sort of hunger that people have, maybe if they're not even able to identify it yet, to have something that's like genuinely more substantial, that actually validates like what they're feeling in their lizard brain about like, to, you know, about sort of like their state of being, right? I think we've done a really good job of sort of jamming that sort of long-term thinking into the subconscious by way of sort of like creature comforts. You know what I mean? And I think the more you see things like your creature comforts get consumed by sort of the gamification of our society, right? Like you brought up Pokemon cards, and I think this is a really interesting example, right? If you wanted to go and buy Pokemon cards back in say January, right? It's classic millennial here. I'm totally in on it. So I think if you wanted to go buy Pokemon cards back in January, right, you could go to like CVS or Shaw's and you could actually buy packs like off the shelf. You could buy booster packs and you can get them for real. And now when you try to go, you have to, you're simply not going to get them at a place like Walmart or again, pharmacies, right? The place you're going to get them is you're going to get them at GameStop. And if you're going to do it, you have to make sure that you talk to the GameStop representatives and ask them like, okay, when's your delivery? Right? Like, when is that happening? And, you know, like there have been reports of people that will literally like mark the car of the person that's delivering Pokemon cards to GameStops and then go like basically stalk them and sort of like, you know, it's like that person goes, I read an article where somebody was going to get gas, right? She was like delivering Pokemon cards. She went to go get gas and had to call the police on somebody for essentially assaulting her, trying to get her to just hand over the Pokemon cards in the car, right? And like, then you see, and basically the idea is that these people are scalpers, right? What they're doing is they're buying up massive quantities of Pokemon cards, then resell. So you're looking at like another secondary market that basically causes greater inflation on this just like creature comfort. And ultimately, in a lot of ways, what it's doing is it's preventing like, well, who's the target audience of Pokemon cards, right? It's like children. It's not even necessarily people like you or I. It's literally kids. Like that's the intended target of the like consumer base. And so I always think about like the parent whose kid just, as you said in that line, like wants that pack of Pokemon cards, and that parent can't even do anything about it because it's now been sort of siphoned off into this secondary market. So even our basic creature comforts are being consumed by this sort of weird, like, you know, commodification that's happening, like hyper commodification that's happening. And you know, you have like apps that allow you to track the value of your Pokemon cards. So you can look at your Pokemon card portfolio, and there's jokes about how Pokemon cards are now the stocks for millennials and so on and so forth. And it's like, I think it's a really interesting sort of case example of like, look, like this is how far off base we've gotten. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, it's a. I could go on a whole thing about Pokemon cards. Don't even get me started. But it is fascinating. It's a fascinating byproduct of just how, especially like the idea of nostalgia, like being a token of investment. It's a fascinating bit of I don't know what you'd even call it. Like speculative fiction could never have hyped it up. It's very, very interesting and a weird reflection of where we are. And I think a lot of like a good example of like economic anxiety across the board, right? People that are taking their hobbies. I mean, in every category, I think, because so many other card games, you're seeing like their values go up, and it's just this reflection of like, how can I commodify basically every part of my life because I'm being strained. A normal full-time job is just not gonna not be enough to live the full life that my parents and my grandparents had. Now I have to like commodify my hobbies too. My hobbies have to become an investment. Otherwise they're not, worth my time. It's a very interesting economic thing. But, I still love ripping packs. So
Hey, I mean, I'm not, no shade on it, but it's like, no, I genuinely think about this a lot though. Like because it touches a lot of different parts of our sort of like society. I mean, like, for what it's worth, like I'm an electronic musician. I got into like making music. I do video, obviously. I went to school for it. And one thing that, it's like going to art school, one thing that I sort of like my general experience, and I know this isn't the experience of everybody, but it was like, what I found is that there was a lot of situations where it wasn't like how well you did or how successful your piece of artwork wasn't necessarily associated in any way, shape, or form with the craftsmanship that went into it, right? It really came down to like how well you could argue the value of the piece or like what your artist statement was. And that really sort of like disillusioned me from just pursuing that as a career path, because I was like, I genuinely cared about sort of the craftsmanship of the product and what was going into it and sort of like the intentionality. And then, it's like with music, going and doing, producing albums and stuff like that, like there were plenty of opportunities that I had to maybe go and just like produce boilerplate trap beats for rappers and just sort of sell them on, whatever website you could use to sort of like auction off your beats. And I just never wanted to do that. I was like, I don't want to be chained by sort of like the cultural demands of normativity that society has around these particular outlets. Like, I just want to make the thing I want to make, and I'll keep putting it out there, and I'll sort of like just remove this like very, concerted, directed effort that I had in my life to pursue this path, and just basically hobbyify it, and then just sort of sit back and hope that eventually somebody discovers it and enjoys it. And, and so for my part, it's like, okay, well, if I'm doing that, then like the fan base that I cultivate is much more genuine. And again, to go back to it, it's sort of like authentic, right? But it means you're on a much slower burn. And it might very well never pay off in your lifetime. So you're then having to find a way to sort of like split the difference and then go into a field that maybe is just like purely exists to pay the bills. You know what I mean? But then you're dealing with the fact that time is limited. There's only so many hours in the day. So how much time do I have in the day to work versus how much time do I have to put into this passion that I have? And then separately, how much time do I have to put into, just relaxing or just like turning my brain off entirely. And I think that creates a serious degree of exhaustion for people, right? Like, at what point do we all just start to burn out and check out? And then we don't have the mental capacity to do things like actually like follow the link that's in the news article to like see whether or not the person that wrote this article is even telling me the truth. It's just sort of like it's a weird place to be in. And I know I'm sort of just trailing on and on here about sort of my own personal anecdotes, but it's like I always want to sort of have these conversations with journalists because I feel like you guys are really like on it's like I'm not a journalist in the more like traditional sense. I try to look towards journalism and use it as like look at journalistic practices, look at more academic practices to try and inform the way that I approach like making this content, right? Because it's like I respect it and I honor it and I want to follow that tradition because I think it's actually what provides substantive material for people to base their opinions off of. But again, I'm not that professionally. Whether or not I would like to be is a separate issue. But I think it's like it's important to discuss that with people that do it professionally because it's like you're there, you're not just talking to the elected officials, you guys are also going out and just talking to regular folks on the street. So it's like you've got a unique perspective on the lived experiences of a pretty broad swath of folks. And so my question is always like, well, how much do people sort of like, how much of this is internalized? And even if people aren't able to like fully describe it, how much of it is like displaying the consciousness of this experience despite not necessarily having the words to fully illustrate it to another person? You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally. I mean, the whole, I think what really distinguishes the Granite Post and like my work from, I think, other New Hampshire news outlets is like one of the core conceits of our work is that we have to meet our readers where they are. And readers, viewers, like we just have to meet people where they are, right? And that's why, like, when you are, like me, when I was coming out of college, like I went to school for journalism, but I could not for the life of me find a reporting job right out of college. It was a bad time for the economy. And I was all kinds of reasons. I was like couldn't move at the time. And I was like, and I just, I had to like just get a job. So I was working in a factory, and I was actually working in like a ceramics silk screening factory right out of college, where I worked for like a little over a year. And my shift started at 4 a.m. because we used this kiln that would get so hot we couldn't work in it in the day because the temperatures in the building would get too high and you would pass out. So we had to start at 4 a.m. and then our shift would end at like, I don't know, like 11 a.m. or something. And so I would go home, and like the only thing I had the energy to do, I wanted to do so much. Obviously I wanted to be a reporter. I wanted to I had all these, ideas about the kind of work I wanted to do, but only thing I could do was like get on my phone and doom scroll and then like pass the fuck out. And so that's like, the idea that like, and I think that's a very relatable thing, right? Because like, I think people's jobs are so punishing and so exhausting. Everyone has like things they want to pursue and like creative interests or alternative professional interests, and it's just trying to exist and survive in this country that the boomers have made for us is just so in so many ways. It is, and so cruel in so many ways, just trying to like get food and a ceiling over your head is so tough. So recognize that, and recognize people as a result, people have very, 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 very narrow attention spans, very, and people treat their free time, one way or another. They treat it with a lot of respect. So we want to make sure that, news and like news, politics, policy, especially at the state level, very, very fucking complicated, very nuanced. Like, there's and years and years and years of stuff and context to cram into like this super narrow window, very challenging. So, and I think a lot of news organizations, especially legacy ones, newspapers, major newspapers, they're not, they don't even think about people like that, right?
Yeah.
They're still writing articles that are either being published online that take 20, 25 minutes to read, something like that, or in print, and they're making, and for financial reasons, for non-financial reasons, they're not changing. They're not trying to meet people where they are, not trying to meet the public where they are, or if they are, they're doing a really bad job. So I'm trying to, for me, that is like the most important thing, right? Like reaching people where they are, which is probably doom scrolling at 11 o'clock at night, before they go to bed or when they wake up, and just giving them the lowest barrier to entry possible for like some information about what's happening in their state. And occasionally we're successful, which is great, but it is just so hard to get important information in front of people these days. And I like to think the model we have is doing that to a certain extent with some success, definitely more than almost any other news organization in the state. But yeah, I definitely hear what you're saying there. It is tough. It is tough for almost anybody to get a sense of what is happening, not just at the federal level, not at the national level, but at the state level. That's really tough, and it's so overlooked. And I think it's also so important, right? Because local elections, who you elect locally, has the greatest like actual impact on your day-to-day life. So the more,
well, and I think like something to sort of add to that, right, is like people forget that national level politicians don't just like suddenly pop into existence out of thin air, right? They start out as just regular people in a place, right? Like Pete Buttigieg, okay? The guy was mayor of South Bend, Indiana. You know what I mean? Like and that's like one of the greatest examples of like leapfrogging from like a very, very low place to a very, very high place very, very quickly. But even then, right? If you're not sort of like taking the time to clue in on what's happening on more local level issues, you might very well miss your chance to sort of like interrupt or engage with somebody who could go on to exert like incredible amounts of power to like on significantly larger populations, right? And I think like for what it's worth, it's like I try to focus more on the state level stuff, where it's like if I'm going to talk about national stuff, like I want to be able to do it through a state level lens so that I can help connect those like disparate pieces to people. Because I think like something we see a lot of problems with is sort of like the over academic sphere of policymakers and educational like sort of like higher education facilities and whatnot. These organizations are like they feel very sort of like opaque to a lot of just regular blue collar workers, because they're like, dude, I haven't read all those fucking books. Like, I didn't take all those fucking classes. Like, I went to trade school. Go fuck yourself. Like, I have to do my job, and it's like, there's this huge disconnect between like the actual like incredibly intricate academic space where all of this stuff is really taking place, and then just like the regular working class American, right? And so I think it's like a lot of media should be seeking at this moment in time to say, do the classic thing, which is, where's the vacuum? You sort of like determine where's the vacuum of information, and you decide to fill that vacuum, right? You want to look for what's missing, and you want to fill that space. And what's often missing and in that space is the bridge between sort of the broader academic context and then the regular working class, which is something that was fairly strong in the United States if you want to look back to say like the New Deal era, right, where we had a significant like much more literacy in the working class around say like the value of a union and sort of like the interaction between sort of corporate interests and the working class, right? And there was a lot more awareness that existed during that time period. And I think a big project that occurred was to sort of separate the working class from that knowledge or that exposure, and then to sort of use things like red baiting and whatnot to divide people using things like redlining, which is a type of, functionally, to go back to our earlier conversation, gerrymandering, to separate people and create lines of division in the working class so that there's a lot of direct infighting between people. And then also simultaneously this sort of like vilification of having any kind of awareness of the concepts that are explored in higher education. So you're creating this sort of like intellectual divide of like, academic elites versus just regular working class people. And I think there's a lot to be said for trying to dive into that space as media outlets and trying to use like very sort of like just common language to explain these much more verbose concepts that get expressed in policy discussions. It's like nobody wants to go learn legalese just to understand what the fuck's happening with their electric bill. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, totally. And I'm really lucky. We have this Granite Gaming live stream. We stream Tuesdays and Thursdays at noon, and we play games. We talk about politics. I'm really lucky because my co-host Angel, who is our social media guru at the Granite Post, she is really not like a political person and is like really great at just telling me to shut the fuck up when I veer too much on the policy end. And like, you have to like, normal people don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You have to say it more clearly. And I'm like, oh, thank God, somebody there to do that. Because when you have your head down in this stuff too long, it's very easy to get lost. And, it's become such a major problem for the Democratic Party. You've got like, people who have no idea how to solve it, trying to figure it out. But I'm very lucky to have somebody who's got my back for that and helps me do that. And everyone needs, especially people who work in politics or in journalism, I think needs to have somebody on their case a lot more that's telling them to simplify things, because there needs to be, you need to be using language that normal people understand, and you need to there's just no other alternative, right? Because if you're not talking in a way people understand you, you're not doing your job.
I couldn't agree more. I think it's sort of like, from my perspective, it's a breath of fresh air to see somebody like you and to see an organization like Granite Post trying to just like go ahead and do this kind of work. You know what I mean? Again, I don't want to be so like, I recognize there's sort of the trappings of being overly friendly to guests on the show, but at the same time, like I don't disagree with what you're saying. So I think, the work you're doing is really important. And I would encourage anybody sort of watching the channel right now to go check out Granite Post, read Colin's articles, because they are very well written. It's not difficult to make it through them. And then also just, like, tune into Granite Gaming, man. I think you guys are doing a really awesome channel. I'm still holding out for the day that we get to see a Helldivers 2 playthrough. And, if maybe we'll do a... Maybe I'll try and have you back on at some point. We'll do our own little Helldivers 2 stream or something like that.
No, we're like, I would say like a month or month and a half away from having guests on. But once we do, you will be on there too. We should do a Helldivers stream.
I would love to, man. I would absolutely love to join you guys. It's been a real pleasure talking to you, Colin, today. I just like, thank you so much for your time. I know like this has been a bit longer of a stream than I usually do for interviews, but I think there's just like, I could keep talking to you for hours, man. Like there's so much to get into. And it's been a real pleasure to just sort of explore all these different facets of what's going on. And there's a high likelihood that I'll check back in with you as sort of more completely absurd, banal dystopia news occurs in our current situation, both on the state and national level, because realistically, it's all going to touch us one way or another.
Awesome. Thanks, man. It's
So-
great to be here. And yeah, let's talk again soon, huh?
This has been our interview with Colin. If you enjoy the content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button on YouTube and follow us on Patreon. Become a subscriber. You can support the channel and help sort of keep this whole thing going. And yeah, fantastic, guys. Thank you so much, and we'll catch up with you soon.
Decades of anti-intellectualism coupled with the rise of Christian nationalism and right-wing extremism, as well as the hollowing out of public education and the fall in media literacy due to the end of the Fairness Doctrine, has all transformed this country into a real-life version of idiocracy, which has now culminated in the decline of post-materialist egalitarian values that we're seeing today. It's why things that weren't previously debatable are suddenly seemingly debatable again, such as whether or not the earth is flat, or if women should have the right to vote, or whether or not slavery was bad, or if gay and trans people should be allowed to exist, or if modern medicine, including vaccines, are effective, or if we should pasteurize milk or cook meat. I wouldn't be surprised if we were debating germ theory and the theory of gravity or heliocentrism in a couple of years based on the path that we're headed down. This medieval peasant mindset has become ubiquitous in 2025 thanks to Donald Trump and the Republican Party. But a healthy society would never fall for an unhinged rapist, racist demagogue like him in the first place, and his ascendance in American politics is an indication that something is very, very wrong. But think about why that is. If your standard of living continues to decline year after year, and you're working longer hours for lower wages, but you still can't get ahead and nothing really ever gets better, you might begin to grow increasingly desperate and start looking for answers in the wrong places, and maybe inevitably start to be more susceptible to radical ideas. Perhaps you form a conspiratorial mindset or question the efficacy of democracy or blame minorities for your worsening material conditions or become part of some community with fringe beliefs that lead you down the QAnon rabbit hole. None of what's happening is occurring in a vacuum. The Republican Party has waged an aggressive war on public education and bombarded us with propaganda for decades, so that way we're all too stupid to realize that we're in the position we're in now because the oligarchs have enriched themselves at our expense. Without education and media literacy, we'll never be able to understand why we're being pitted against each other purposefully. How we're just pawns in a game of class war being played by elites. We'll never wake up and realize that if we're fighting each other, we're not going to notice that the oligarchs at the top are the ones who are robbing us blind, which explains why they invest so heavily in brainwashing us. And it's no coincidence that we've seen a resurgence in religion because, I mean, you might have nothing on earth, but the promise of riches in the afterlife, it kind of helps to pacify the masses and make us all feel better about the prospect that we're poor currently here on earth. Now, I am not a class reductionist, so I don't believe all of the isms and the phobias would suddenly vanish if the working class started to thrive. Having said that, though, there is a link between social egalitarianism and material well-being. In China, for example, social egalitarianism is on the rise as their standard of living improves, whereas here in America, social egalitarianism is declining along with our standard of living. The same is happening in other countries as well. We're not necessarily unique. When societies are doing well, more people value progress. When they do poorly, societies regress. But to be clear, understanding why we're in social decline isn't a justification for it, because regardless of how dumb and confused we become, a sense of morality is still innate within all of us. Having anxiety about your economic condition isn't an excuse to be a shitty person or a bully. And the effect that Trump has had on American culture is so toxic, it defies social science explanations in certain ways. Because at your core, if you feel joy watching the ICE Gestapo brutalize an innocent immigrant because you think that them getting kicked out of the country is going to make your life better, you are a bad person. Full stop. If you take pleasure in anyone else's pain and suffering, you are a bad person. And no amount of prosperity or education will bring you back from the trenches if you literally relish in other people's pain. And we have a lot of individuals in this country who do just that. And a lot of these people are too far gone. That is a fact that we all have to reckon with. The most immoral bullies somehow managed to monopolize discourse, in part because antisocial behavior is now incentivized in some ways due to social media, because you can now monetize attention. It doesn't matter if that attention is negative. Positive, negative, there's no difference. Like if you say a slur on TikTok or tweet about how women shouldn't vote, you're still going to attract an audience. It doesn't matter if they're all hate watching you. Like you get paid either way. So the environment that we're in has normalized so many things that never ever should have been normalized. And as exhausting as it may feel, the rest of us have to push back as vociferously as we possibly can before things get even worse. And based on the trajectory that we're on, things are getting much, much worse, seemingly exponentially. Like if something is objectively evil, and that becomes socially acceptable again, we have to make it socially unacceptable. And I want to give you just some examples of horrifying things that have suddenly become normalized, especially in the new Trump era. One of them is the return of Nazis, which isn't going to surprise anyone who's watching this, but as HuffPost reports, 2 Nazi flags were seen hanging from the Rockwall Heath High School building in Dallas over the weekend, and that might not surprise anyone, but it's still deeply alarming. This comes after armed Nazis have been increasingly showing up in predominantly black neighborhoods and at Pride events over the years. And on the subject of Pride, just casual 1990s style homophobia has made a comeback. I say this because conservatives on Twitter have been throwing hissy fits all week with viral post after viral post about 2 male Vikings cheerleaders simply because they don't think that gay people should be seen in public. And after years of trying to erase trans people from public life, they've now turned their attention back to the gays. And trans people warned us that they'd come for the gays next, but it didn't stop so many gay people from throwing trans people under a bus in hopes that conservatives would spare them. But spoiler alert, that didn't happen. But it's not just that they want queer people to go back into the closet. They want to erase non-white people from public life as well. That's what's fueling their anti-DEI and anti-woke push. To these people, simply having a black actress star in a movie is evidence that the movie went woke. But also, if you're a black man and you become a pilot, well, it must be because you are there because of DEI. You're not qualified, obviously, because you wouldn't be there because to them, black people are inherently unqualified to be in these positions that they think only white people should be able to hold. You know, if there's products specifically marketed to black people, they see that as reverse racism. At least that's the implication based on the reaction that this honky had to Hallmark's mahogany cards.
Yo, I'm at Walgreens looking at freaking cards. Does anyone else think that this is whack? There's a whole section of cards for black people, and it's from Hallmark mahogany. That's fucked up, isn't it?
Hey, Whitey, as a fellow white guy, explain why you're so fucking triggered by a tiny little card section. As an atheist, do you see me throwing temper tantrums and shitting my pants over the hundreds of religious cards that are available? No, I don't do that because I'm an adult. I know that they're not for me, and I acknowledge that I live in a society and companies create products for demographics that I am not a part of. That's okay. If you want white people products, there are many of them. There's American Eagle jeans and mayonnaise. Stop whining, you fucking pussy. But this is what I'm talking about. The fact that this inbred dipshit thought that it was a good idea to film himself and put that on social media shows you how emboldened the dumbest people have become. It's not the cards that offends him. It's the belief that he shouldn't have to put up with this reminder that black people exist now that Trump is president. See, Trump got rid of all the woke and the DEI, so this video is the equivalent of him tattling on Hallmark in hopes that right-wing snowflakes try to cancel them. And as much as he hates cards for black people, he sure does love to appropriate black culture. These cards are whack. Fuck you, man. You shouldn't be saying a term like that. Black people popularized that term. So if you don't want them to be part of your culture, why are you using black culture to denigrate black culture? You should be saying that those cards are malarkey or not Oakley Dokley or some other Ned Flanders ass shit if you're that anti-black. But it's not like anti-blackness in America is a new phenomenon. But the difference now is that they're just open about it. They don't use dog whistles. They just say exactly what they think. And they can't contain the fact that they don't want to be bothered with the presence of blackness in the society that they believe should be exclusively white. So much so that some individuals are actually trying to relitigate slavery. At least that was the case for former Biggest Loser star and Anna Kasparian Herte co-host Jillian Michaels on CNN.
Like he's not whitewashing slavery. So he's not. He's not. No, okay. He's not. And you cannot tie imperialism and racism and slavery to just one race, which is pretty much what every single exhibit does. But let's talk about the fact that when you look at slavery, let's talk about the fact that
slavery in America was.
Do you realize that only less than 2% of white Americans owned slaves?
But it was a system of white supremacy.
You realize that slavery is thousands of years old?
White people were
Do you know
the slave
who
owners.
was the first race to try to end slavery? Well, what's controversial?
I'm very surprised
This is
that
an
you're trying to
extraordinary exercise in historical revisionism.
I'm really surprised.
Do you realize that?
Jillian, I'm surprised that you're trying to litigate who was the beneficiary of slavery and who was not.
What I'm trying to tell you is that
in the context of American history. Okay. In the context of American history, what are you saying is incorrect by saying that it was white people oppressing black people?
Every single thing is like, oh, no, this is all because white people bad. And that's just not the truth. Like, for example, every single exhibit, I have a list of every single one. Like, people migrated from Cuba because white people bad. Not because of Castro. Yes, no, it's in there. That's what I'm saying. You don't actually know what's in there. Do you know that when you walk in the front door, the first thing you see is a gay flag?
In case you didn't hear what she said at the end, she was bitching about the Smithsonian having a gay flag when you walk in. Lady, you are a lesbian. If you don't want to honor the queer people who fought for your rights, divorce your wife. The people Trump is trying to erase, particularly black and brown trans women, those individuals are the reason why you have rights today at all. So instead of complaining about them, you should thank them. Or you should shut the fuck up and not talk about it. And I'm sorry, but why is this baboon-brained imbecile, who's the star of video game shovelware, such as Jillian Michaels' Fitness Adventure and Jillian Michaels' Fitness Ultimatum, trying to give all of us a history lesson on slavery and U.S. imperialism when she doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about? What qualifies her to share her opinion with us? Why would she think that we want her fucking opinion? Who the fuck are you, lady? Go make some new tricep workouts and stay the fuck out of politics, especially if you don't know what the fuck you're talking about and you're trying to downplay the ubiquitousness of slavery. Like, you don't see me weighing in on sports and shit that I don't know about because I stay in my fucking lane. But people like her should do the same. But I mean, this is the fucking problem in this environment. We've got hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people taking medical advice from Joe fucking Rogan. We've got Republicans funded by the fossil fuel industry debating climate change scientists as if they're fucking experts. We have surpassed the stupidity and idiocracy because at least in that movie, they turned to the smartest people to solve their most difficult problems. But in 2025 America, we're seeking out the dumbest people and putting them in charge in hopes that they solve all of our problems. Like, we made anti-vax nutjob RFK Jr. our HHS secretary. We made an alleged rapist and alcoholic our defense secretary. Like, I'm sure we're months away from making Pennywise the Clown from It the new education secretary once Linda McMahon, resigns or something. But this, my friends, is the result of an underfunded education system and a whitewashing of U.S. history. As Dropsite News explains, the only 2% of white Americans own slaves line is misleading. It counts the entire white population, including women and children, not households. About 8% of all white Americans lived in slave-owning households in 1860. 25 to 30% of white households in the South owned slaves. In parts of the Deep South, the rate was even higher. Slave ownership was concentrated among wealthy whites, but the entire white social order benefited politically, economically, and socially. P.S. Jillian Michaels, after slavery ended, white supremacy continued and was enforced through Jim Crow laws, lynchings, disenfranchisement, and segregation, so the system of racial oppression continued well into the 20th century. Now, she responded to that by doubling down and accusing him of virtue signaling. So if you cite facts about U.S. history, you are virtue signaling, according to Jillian Michaels. It's not because you care about the objective truth and you want to correct somebody who's wrong. It's because you're trying to score woke points or something like that. I can't with these fucking people, man. They are driving me crazy. But as idiotic as Jillian Michaels may be, I've got to ask, why did CNN even book her in the first place? This individual has no expertise. Why not bring on a historian if you're going to have this conversation? Or an expert, somebody who knows what the fuck they're talking about? That's a rhetorical question. I know why CNN does this. They are the media equivalent of Jubilee, where they will book the biggest idiots, including Nazis, for clicks, and they do this because they monetarily benefit from that, but society pays a price for the shit that they do. Now, thankfully, Abby Phillip, the CNN host who hosted that panel, she put out a response after Trump weighed in and whined about the focus on how slavery was bad, and what she said here was actually really good. So let's hear her response.
Last week on this show, a guest shocked the table by arguing in part that slavery in America can't just be blamed on one race, and that museums put too much focus on the role of white people who participated in that terrible institution. And now tonight, that same argument is being pushed by the President of the United States. Donald Trump says that one of the reasons for his crackdown on Smithsonian museums is, quote, everything discussed is how bad slavery was. What we try to do on this program is create a platform for discussion and debate that reflects the very real differences that exist in this country. It's what echo chambers in our society fail to do, frankly. But on this topic, it's important to say objectively, slavery was indeed bad. It was evil, the nation's original sin. And it is impossible to understand the true history of this country without fully grappling with slavery's impact. Simply because of their birthplace and the color of their skin, the bodies and spirits of black men, women, and children were exploited for profit and power. They were forced onto ships, bound by shackles and collars that ripped off their skin. One older man described it as iron entering our souls. Some chose to jump into the waters infested with sharks rather than feel that iron. Now, once they arrived on this very soil, they were forced to work by way of the whip, despite being starved, sleep-deprived, threatened, tortured, physically and psychologically. They were auctioned off, humiliated, fearful, and separated from their families and their children. Black women and girls were raped and sexually assaulted. Many were brutally murdered and mutilated. Now, this endured for decades, centuries. And even in the places where slavery was not legal, institutions from our banks to universities were built on enslaved labor in both the North and in the South. And for many of the white Americans who did not personally own slaves, they benefited from a caste system that concentrated wealth and political power in their hands. So, when we acknowledge the existence of black people who operated George Washington's Mount Vernon or the black hands that built the White House, we are acknowledging the existence, the perseverance, and the contributions of the souls that white supremacy sought to erase.
And that right there was a brilliant segment, and it should have been the only response to Trump's whitewashing of American history. We didn't need a panel discussion for this. That right there was excellent by its own. But this idea that you're in an echo chamber if you don't bring both sides to the table for a debate is complete and utter bullshit. We don't need to hear from clueless Republicans and white supremacists on cable news ever, but particularly as it relates to white supremacy and slavery and the whitewashing of U.S. history. All that they do is make previously non-debatable subjects debatable again. It benefits nobody except them, because all of a sudden, people are relitigating things like slavery, and the Overton window is shifting further and further to the right, just like they wanted. It benefits nobody but them. This is the paradox of tolerating intolerance. You're not putting yourself in an echo chamber if you exclude voices that want to exclude others. And this liberal mindset that we need to be inclusive of all voices, including white supremacists and Nazis, is how we got ourselves into this mess to begin with. Slavery is not fucking debatable, period. Climate change is not debatable, period. And if we don't collectively agree to move beyond these ideas that are factually and objectively wrong or racist or antiquated or just stupid as shit, all of society will continue to be held back. We have to drag these dipshits kicking and screaming into the future whether they like it or not. And part of that process means we do not platform them. But since, we're not doing that, and these people are given seats at the table on CNN and Jubilee and online, we've actually elevated these positions. And not only that, the biggest dipshits have been elevated to positions of power. Like, we've collectively time traveled to an era where people were property again and women couldn't vote. And there are people who are just fine with that. On that note, by the way, our dumbass defense secretary, Pete Hegseth, shared a CNN interview with Doug Wilson, the pastor of a growing Christian nationalist congregation that Hegseth is a part of. And he included the caption, "All of Christ for all of life," which is the church's motto. So it's clearly an endorsement of this pastor. And putting aside whether or not it's appropriate for a public official to explicitly endorse a religion, it's not. That's a different story for a different day, though. But a Republican endorsing a particular pastor's views isn't necessarily surprising. But when you hear the draconian bullshit this pastor spewed that Hegseth endorsed, it speaks to how far we have fallen as a society. Here's just a small sample.
A big focus of his Christian movement is on a patriarchal society where men are dominant and women are expected to submit to their husbands.
Women are the kind of people that people come out of.
So you just think they're meant to have babies? That's it. They're just a vessel.
No, it doesn't take any talent to simply reproduce biologically. The wife and mother, who is the chief executive of the home, is entrusted with 3 or 4 or 5 eternal souls.
Do you see yourself as the head of the household, as the man?
He is the head of our household. Yes, and I do submit to him.
So like moving here
was
ultimately your decision.
Yes.
That's a great
example.
Wilson says in his vision of a Christian society, women as individuals shouldn't be able to vote. His fellow pastors Jared Longshore and Toby Sumter agree.
In my ideal society, we would vote as households. And I would ordinarily be the one that would cast the vote, but I would cast the vote having discussed it with my household.
But what if there's your wife doesn't want to vote for the same person as you?
Right. Well, then that's a great opportunity for a good discussion.
There are some who have gone so far as to say that they want the 19th Amendment repealed.
I would support that. And I'd support it on the basis that the atomization that comes with our current system is not good for humans.
And Wilson, a veteran himself, is unapologetic about his view that women shouldn't be in certain leadership or combat roles.
Looking at the leadership page for Christ Church, it's all men. Do you accept women in leadership roles in the church and in government?
In the church, no.
Why?
Because the Bible says not to.
And now there's a monthly prayer service at the Pentagon, initiated by Hegseth, Wilson's highest level connection to the administration.
It's not organizationally tied to us, but it's the kind of thing we love to see.
For his part, Hegseth has publicly praised Wilson.
Now we're standing on the shoulders of a generation later. The Doug Wilsons and the others.
Wilson's influence spans the globe with more than 150 churches.
Do you still believe what you said back in the 90s, that there's a mutual affection between master and slave?
Yes, it depends on which master and which slave you're talking about. Slavery was overseen and conducted by fallen human beings, and there were horrendous abuses, and there were also people who owned slaves who were decent human beings and didn't mistreat them.
Fuck me. That is just bleak. Like, it feels like we are truly doomed. Like, these peasant-brained Neanderthals from the 1800s found a way to infiltrate our society by coming here through a time machine or some sort of a hole in the space-time continuum. Like, what are we doing? How is this mentality still present in 2025? That backwards ass ideology should land him in a room with padded walls, but instead his influence is growing because of that backward ass ideology. I'm going fucking crazy. And the worst part is that man has a direct line to the most powerful people in the country. I give up. You know, as a kid, if you told me to envision what 2025 would look like, I would tell you, man, we'd have flying cars by then. Technology would be super cool and not oppressive. MLK Jr.'s dream would have been fully realized. But that's not the vision. That's not what happened. Everyone has lost their fucking minds. And in 2025, we're debating the morality of Hitler and slavery and talking about taking away women's right to vote as if this is a normal thing that society should be talking about. I can't take it. Listen, there's a plethora of causes for the dumb fuckery that's infected our society, but at the end of the day, we're not going to be able to address those root causes in the short term. Material conditions are going to continue to deteriorate, education will only become less accessible and more expensive, and we're on a trajectory to get even dumber, and there's nothing that a lot of us can do about that because we don't have the power to change it right now. So the best thing that we can do is push back as much as we possibly can. If something like women's suffrage or slavery or Nazism and Adolf Hitler are socially acceptable suddenly again, which they are, we have to make them socially unacceptable again. That means you push back against these ideas wherever you are. You call out the platforms profiting off of the poisoning of our political discourse. It means you bully the motherfuckers until they acquiesce. We're not going to get them to change their views, but we can at least force them to go back into the closet and metaphorically, maybe buy them a one-way ticket in some time machine back to the era that they came from, because we don't need that in our modern society, right? We have to try to do this in some way. We have to respond to antisocial behavior with a social price, with social ostracization. It's not a perfect solution. It might not even be a fucking solution, but we have to do something, because if we don't shift the culture away from this lunacy, then the damage will be irreparable. And that's if it already isn't too late.
That you've known that's having heart problems, that's not good right there. And they're getting bigger and bigger. Trump's afterlife fear sparks fresh health concern as president admits, I'm not doing well.
You just heard from right-wing conspiracy theorist and dipshit Alex Jones, who is seemingly coming to grips with reality for once about Donald Trump's poor health. Now, nobody knows how bad it is in actuality, but it's clear that something isn't right, and you know it's bad if a Trump dick rider like Alex Jones isn't denying it. But I mean, he's 79 years old, he eats like shit, he looks like shit, he probably feels like shit, he doesn't exercise, he was recently diagnosed with chronic venous insufficiency, he's clearly in cognitive decline even though he's a dipshit, but despite the dipshittery that he subjects us to on a daily basis, you can see that mentally he is sundowning, obviously. And as of late, his comments about heaven have people turning their heads, wondering if that's him reckoning with his own mortality. But Jones put out this unnecessarily long 32-minute video explaining why he worries about a major collapse in Donald Trump's health in the near future. Now, he cushions his commentary, of course, with copious amounts of dick sucking and endless caveats and rationalizations for why this is really self-inflicted, and if Trump worked less, he'd be in better health. But the bottom line is that Alex Jones fears the worst, and his audience seems to agree based on what I've seen. Nonetheless, here's what he had to say.
I predict Trump is going to have some type of collapse within the next 12 months at the current trajectory. I'm not saying he's going to collapse. I'm saying if he doesn't take his foot off the gas pedal, I guarantee you, and I've got stamina, way better than most people. If I had Trump's job at 51 for a month, I would have a nervous breakdown. I've seen a lot of signs of Trump declining. Trump does sometimes, 2 a.m. TV and radio interviews. I know he sleeps less than 4 hours. He's 79. He's been through 9 years of hell. Look what 4 years does to other presidents. They age incredibly fast. And so he's on a lot of the time, but like a light bulb that's starting to go out, it gets brighter, it gets dim, it goes in and out. And so I'm going to be talking about that today. He's got extremely swollen ankles. When they said, oh, look, bloody hands, that was golf hand. You can see it. Yeah, and you see a little swelling there. If you pull up the ankles from Alaska, it's a straight-on shot. They are big. They are swollen. I mean, they are like really big. I mean, they look like my neck's 19 and a half inches, about like that. His ankles look like they're about 15 inches around. That's not a good sign for the heart and the rest of the body, because the rest of him, he's lost weight. He's not that fat. So Trump really needs to exercise and take care of himself. Yeah, that's not good.
Now, I don't see a lot of other right-wing commentators speaking out about this because they try to perpetuate this facade about Donald Trump being, some sort of pseudo superhuman or a demigod of sorts, because that kind of plays into their narrative about Donald Trump being an alpha male, even though he's a makeup wearing beta male cuck, actually. But the fact that more conservatives and journalists aren't talking about this leads me to believe that there's some sort of cover up going on here. Perhaps journalists like Jake Tapper should spend some time investigating this. We all know that he'll regurgitate the same conclusion back to us that we all came to years ago and pass it off as groundbreaking journalism. But if Alex Jones, of all people, is starting to publicly question Trump's health, he's kind of a canary in a coal mine for how obvious it's becoming, which necessitates further scrutiny from actual journalists, since this is a story of great public interest, obviously. And as I alluded to earlier, the InfoWars audience does seem to be in agreement with Alex Jones here. Agreed, I think we can all live with the Don spending a bit more time playing golf, plus it will irritate the hell out of the Dems. I agree, it won't help us if he doesn't take care of himself. I pray for you, Donald Trump. Take care of you so you can take care of us, Donald Trump. I see it. I know you see it too. Slow the train a little bit, Donald Trump. Not everyone was happy about Jones's comments, by the way. This person accused him of betraying the president for daring to point out the obvious. Another was mad that Jones vocalized his concerns publicly. And these aren't viral replies by any means, so it's hard to gauge how most cultists feel, but this small sample indicates that they're not completely blind, at least in this limited respect with regard to his health. Will they still cook up some conspiracy theory when he inevitably croaks? Of course, but them coming to terms with his mortality is honestly a little bit surprising to me, because we were reaching levels of sycophancy where I was concerned that they were literally starting to believe that he was some sort of superhuman that would live forever. But it turns out reality penetrates even the thickest echo chambers sometimes, and the concerns about Donald Trump's health are only starting to grow, given his newfangled obsession with heaven as of late. And for those who missed it, I want to play this clip for you because it really is startling. He was talking to Fox News, and he inexplicably brought up heaven while talking about Russia and Ukraine.
I want to end it. We're not losing American lives. We're not losing American soldiers. We're losing Russian and Ukrainian, mostly soldiers. Some people, as missiles hit wrong spots or get lobbed into cities like Kiev and towns. But, if I can save 7,000 people a week from being killed, I think that's I want to try and get to heaven if possible. I'm hearing I'm not doing well. I hear I'm really at the bottom of the totem pole. But if I can get to heaven, this will be one of the reasons. Well, I think I saved a lot of lives with India, Pakistan. They were going at it.
Oh, honey, I don't know how to break this to you, but heaven isn't real, and you should be very thankful for that, because if it was, you would have zero chance of getting in. In fact, you would be sent to the seventh circle of hell in Dante's Inferno with all of the most notorious war criminals and mass murderers. And let's just say that he actually does manage to facilitate an end to Russia's invasion in Ukraine and saves all those lives. That's all well and good. Great. Credit where it's due. But there's still a massive deficit that he has to make up. His cuts to USAID could cost 14 million people their lives by 2030 in countries like South Sudan. His cuts to Medicaid in the big bullshit bill could cost 50,000 Americans their lives every single year. He's also arming and funding Israel's genocide of Palestinians in Gaza and greenlit Israel's total takeover of Gaza. More than 1,000 starving Palestinians have been murdered since May in a genocide that's taking hundreds of thousands of innocent lives, and he's supported Israel's massacre at every step of the way, both politically and monetarily. In his first term, he also vetoed legislation that would have ended U.S. complicity with Saudi Arabia's genocide in Yemen, where their blockade starved hundreds of thousands of civilians in Yemen. One of his first acts as president in his first term, by the way, led to the death of 8-year-old Nawar al-Awlaki. This is not an exhaustive list, but if God is real, he would have to answer for all of these deaths that he caused, either directly or indirectly. And we've only talked about deaths thus far, but he's done other things that harmed a lot of people even if they didn't die. Mass deportations have led to some deaths, but mostly it's led to unfathomable human rights abuses that has destroyed countless lives of people just trying to make it for themselves. He's been accused of sexual misconduct by more than 24 women and found liable for rape in civil court, and was friends with a notorious pedophile, Jeffrey Epstein. Not to mention he lies all the time. If his mouth is open, odds are he's lying. He's also a lifelong con man. He scammed his own supporters. He's using the presidency to enrich himself personally. But put aside all of those things that I just said. Pretend like none of that happened. Just by this one fact alone, he would go to hell, because as the Bible says, specifically Mark 10:25, Jesus says it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God. Game, set, match. Just based on his wealth alone, he would go to hell. And if God exists, he would laugh in Trump's fucking face for even having the audacity to ask to be let into the pearly gates. It is a no, a hard no from God. But I think that, as we all can see, it's possible that Trump is talking more and more about heaven. That wasn't the only instance, because maybe he's dying. I mean, this is conjecture. I can only speculate, so keep that in mind. But it seems a little bit conspicuous that all of a sudden he's talking about this so much. But it's not happening, Donnie. You are not getting into heaven. And he signaled that his chances weren't great, which kind of tells us that he knows he's a bad person. But, I mean, he really should be thankful that God isn't real, because the divine retribution that he would face if there was a God would be inconceivable. It's people like Trump that makes me wish that God was real, so people like him could be held accountable for some way, because Lord knows our fucking system isn't going to do it. It just won't hold people like him accountable. But when the chief regime propagandist Carolyn Levitt was asked about whether or not he was talking about heaven earnestly, she said, yes, he is.
I know the president said on Fox News this morning that he's partially seeking peace in order to get to heaven. Was he joking, or is there spiritual motivation behind his peace deals here?
I think the president was serious. I think the president wants to get to heaven, as I hope we all do in this room as well.
Well, heaven isn't real, so write that down. But to her broader point, I do tend to agree. I think that Trump is being serious when he talks about heaven. And we all kind of noticed that he started to talk more and more about spirituality after his assassination attempt, which was a shift, because in his first term, there were reports that he was making fun of Mike Pence for asking people to pray for them. So all of the Jesus speak in his first term was just his cynical pandering to evangelicals, but it does seem as if he has sincerely drank the Kool-Aid since his assassination attempt. And when he talks about heaven, I think he actually does want to get into heaven and thinks that there is a heaven, or hopes that there is a heaven. And in a radio interview with Todd Starnes, he brought up heaven again and talked about, how Christians, they want to be good people because they want to get into heaven.
If you look around, I mean, people of faith, there's a feeling they want to be good. They get punished if they're not good, right? If you don't think about that, if you're not a believer and you believe you go nowhere, what's the reason to be good, really? There has to be some kind of a report card up there someplace, let's go to heaven, let's get into heaven. It's sort of a beautiful thing.
What he said there is such a self-report, because he's tacitly admitting that without the threat of eternal damnation or the promise of an eternal afterlife, he'd have no incentive to be a good person. In other words, he doesn't want to be a good person on his own volition. He's just trying to be a good person because he feels as if he has to. And I mean, if you actually think you're trying to be a good person, Don, I don't know what to tell you. You're more delusional than any of us thought, because you are one of the worst people to ever fucking live. The amount of pain and suffering you have caused is unfathomable. But no, Don, knowing there's no afterlife, it gives you more incentive to be a better person and adds so much more value to this life, because once you finally accept that this almost certainly is the only form of existence we'll ever experience, it actually adds so much more value to this life and encourages you to make the best of it. In our short time on this planet, I want to do everything I can to make sure that our existence is as dignified as it possibly can be. I want people to have healthcare and freedom and the ability to pursue their dreams. I don't want them to spend the overwhelming majority of their short existence slaving away for a corporation that only cares about profits. I want people to be happy. I want the people who are around me to experience happiness, and I want to facilitate that. I want them to fall in love and smile and laugh, because all of this will be gone one day. And that finality is what makes our time on this planet so valuable and so beautiful. The fact that it's temporary makes it all the more precious. Contrast that with when I was a teenager who was raised evangelical, and I was miserable, quite frankly. I barely had any friends, had trouble making friends. I was homeschooled, socially awkward, depressed, and I didn't really care to improve myself, because to me it didn't matter, because one day everything would be peachy keen when I went to heaven. And I remember I had a thought when I was like 14 or 15 about how I couldn't wait to die so I could finally live the life that I thought I deserved, and to be with Jesus. But after years of, questioning my faith and experiencing cognitive dissonance, once I finally accepted that there's almost certainly no God, it was like this cloud that was following me around all my life had lifted, and I got this newfound clarity that I never had before. I realized, oh my God, this really is it. There's no life after death, almost certainly. So I really have to make the best of the time that I have now and be the best person I can possibly be and try to make sure that the lives of everyone else are better. And, even though there's no divine reward for doing good deeds or divine punishment for doing bad deeds, I still want to do good in this life because of how precious it is, since we only have one and it's short and then it's over like that. I derive my sense of morality and empathy and value from this short, bizarre existence that we have. And obviously, you don't have to be religious to be a good person, as evidenced by the fact that hyper-religious Christo-fascists are currently making all of our lives a living hell. But simply not having a belief doesn't automatically mean that you're just going to be a bad person, like he said. And I think that says more about him than it says about people who are atheists or agnostic. But at the end of the day, it makes sense for Trump supporters to be concerned with his health because he absolutely does not look good. And I'm not saying that his death is imminent, although inshallah, but he's very clearly on the decline, which is why I think that he's talking about heaven more. And I think that's a reasonable thing to speculate about because he's coming to terms with his own mortality. So, as things get worse for him, I would imagine that he's probably going to talk about heaven even more. But I mean, the fact that even Alex Jones is willing to admit it speaks volumes to how serious the situation may be, because we all know that it's serious. But when somebody like Alex Jones says it, that's when it's like, oh, if this dipshit, Trump sycophant, is saying it, then goddamn, maybe it is bad.
Every time we accept or tolerate one more red line being crossed, we normalize the next. Each violation, larger than the last, makes what came before feel almost normal. America's democracy has withstood civil war, depressions, attacks by foreign enemies on its soil, but it has never faced an assault on this scale. An internal demolition carried out not by outsiders or even by well-armed rebels, but by the holder of the highest office in the land.
You just watched a snippet from Ali Velshi's recent monologue on MSNBC about how our worst fears about the fall of democracy have already come to fruition. And it's an important wake-up call for a lot of people who are still talking about democracy in the present tense, who refer to Trump's authoritarianism as if it's theoretical. But democracy isn't dying. It's already dead. Trump isn't a wannabe dictator. He's just a dictator at this point, period. And Velshi's commentary here really helps people make that much-needed conceptual shift. And to be clear, everything that he's saying is validated by political scientists, 500 of which say that America is quickly sliding into a form of competitive authoritarianism like Hungary and Turkey. Others, like Stephen Levitsky, have concluded that we're already there since America no longer meets the basic criteria to be characterized as a liberal democracy. But without further ado, here's the important reality check from Ali Velshi that I think every American needs to hear.
The collapse of democracy is a strange, almost surreal thing. It can be abstract and hard to recognize in the moment. At first, it just feels like politics. It's messy, it's noisy, it's frustrating, and sometimes a bit removed from one's day-to-day life. But then the guardrails that we've taken for granted begin to topple, one after another. A National Guard unit deployed to a city that never asked for it. Key parts of the nation's electoral process attacked as illegitimate. Rulings of federal judges shrugged off as optional. Neighbors disappeared into ICE vans. Critics and political opponents suddenly faced with criminal probes. The media behaving in ways designed not to trigger the ire of the ruling party. Each new abuse is justified as temporary, necessary, even an emergency. Until one day, it's not temporary at all. Until one day, the justifications stop altogether, because once power is absolute, it no longer feels the need to explain itself. At best, each assault may seem like an outlier until the day you wake up and realize the system itself has become unrecognizable. Well, that's where we are right now. It's not where we're headed, it's where we are. The tragedy of what's unfolding and the danger of what's ahead will be compounded if American citizens en masse, all of us, do not recognize this moment for what it is. Understandably, unless it touches you directly, it's easy to say sometimes to miss what's being taken away. We've been telling ourselves the courts will stop it. Congress will step in. Surely someone will draw the line. Yet one by one, those lines have already been crossed. Just look around. Last night, Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker had to publicly rebuke President Trump's reported plan to send military troops into Illinois.
And there's more from that segment, which we'll get back to, but I want to pause right there to add further context to what he's saying, because what he's describing is something that we're seeing in real time. As you all know, Trump sent troops to L.A., and then we got over that after the initial shock. He then federalized DC's police force and sent troops there, and we're all just going on with our daily lives. He floated the idea of declaring a national emergency to subvert Congress to keep the troops in DC longer than 30 days, or more specifically, to keep the police force in DC federalized longer than 30 days. And he's currently planning a military takeover of Chicago and is threatening to do the same in Baltimore. And at this point, it's just becoming a normal thing. And he even acknowledged that militarily occupying cities run by his political opponents is dictatorship. But listen to what he said in response to that criticism.
As you all know, Chicago's a killing field right now. And they don't acknowledge it. And they say, we don't need him. Freedom, freedom. He's a dictator. He's a dictator. A lot of people are saying maybe we like a dictator. I don't like a dictator. I'm not a dictator. I'm a man with great common sense, and I'm a smart person.
Yeah, totally not a dictator, and very smart. But maybe we need a dictatorship. That's crazy. But it's not just what he's doing. It's the threats to anyone that challenges his power. For those who don't know, there's been widespread 24/7 protests in Los Angeles for weeks now. That's been suppressed by mainstream media. And in order to avoid suppression in social media algorithms, TikTokers have been referring to the protests as the LA Music Festival of 2025, where they share footage of protesters defying curfews and protesting militarized police officers. And media outlets are probably reluctant to show this kind of footage because they know that there could be harsh penalties for making their leader look weak. So they capitulate in order to avoid lawsuits or settlements that could hurt their bottom line. And experts on media policy aren't just horrified by the onslaught of lawsuits Trump has filed to silence the press, but they're especially alarmed by the press's willingness to capitulate to the regime. So as Trump consolidates more and more power, he's simultaneously trying to intimidate his critics into silence. With the media, he threatens lawsuits, but when it comes to people in general in the streets resisting his regime, he's threatening violations of their civil liberties, police abuses, imprisonment with no due process or habeas corpus, and restricting their First Amendment rights. In fact, he just signed an executive order overriding a 1989 Supreme Court decision that protects flag desecration as free speech. And during the press conference where he signed this unconstitutional executive order, he admitted that he was overriding Supreme Court precedent. But of course, as you're going to see, that didn't stop him from doing it.
All over the country, they're burning flags. All over the world, they burn the American flag. And as you know, through a very sad court, I guess it was a 5-4 decision, they called it freedom of speech. But there's another reason, which is perhaps much more important. It's called death. Because what happens when you burn a flag is the area goes crazy. If you have hundreds of people, they go crazy. You could do other things. You can burn this piece of paper. But when you burn the American flag, it incites riots at levels that we've never seen before. People go crazy. In a way, both ways. There are some that are going crazy for doing it. There are others that are angry about them doing it. Do you want to discuss that?
Sure. So what the executive order does, sir, it charges your Department of Justice with investigating instances of flag burning, and then where there's evidence of criminal activity, where prosecution wouldn't fall afoul of the First Amendment, and instructs the Department of Justice to prosecute those who are engaged in these instances of flag burning.
And what the penalty is going to be, if you burn a flag, you get 1 year in jail. No early exits, no nothing. You get 1 year in jail. If you burn a flag, you get, and what it does is incite to riot. I hope they use that language, by the way. Did they?
Yeah, incitement is.
Incite to riot. And you burn a flag, you get 1 year in jail. You don't get 10 years, you don't get 1 month. You get 1 year in jail, and it goes on your record. And you will see flag burning stopping immediately, just like when I signed the Statute and Monument Act.
Now, typically, I tell you that the 5-4 decision that he's referring to from 1989, Texas v. Johnson, is binding precedent, and he can't just undo that with the stroke of a pen. But I mean, he kind of can, right? The Constitution is no longer in effect, and the law is what he says it is, essentially. And the Supreme Court helped to facilitate this new reality. They gave him a loophole to override the Constitution by getting rid of nationwide injunctions. And the courts were the only ones stopping him from abusing power, and he has since taken advantage of that new power that the Supreme Court created for him. He's currently trying to undo birthright citizenship, which is codified in the 14th Amendment, because, I mean, why wouldn't he? Nobody's there to stop him. The Supreme Court said that judges can't block him from breaking the law, and they also gave him near absolute immunity, so everything is on the table now. If he wants to defy the Constitution and punish people who burn the flag with a year in prison, there's nobody stopping him from doing that. They could say you can't do that because it's illegal, but who's going to actually stop him? Not Congress, not the Supreme Court. Lower courts can't now. Certainly not the police or the troops who are complying with his unlawful orders as we speak in D.C. and L.A. And the rationale that free speech is tantamount to incitement that he's using there, that is going to extend to other forms of protected speech too. Flag desecration obviously is just the beginning. It always starts this way with one small thing, and then when you give him an inch, he takes a mile. Again, the law is effectively what Trump says it is. He is a de facto dictator at this point who is ruling by decree. Like, executive orders are not supposed to be sweeping. They're not supposed to be a law. But I mean, he's using it that way because, again, nobody can fucking stop him. And he's hunting down any and everyone who threatens his absolute power. A former Trump insider purports to have evidence that Trump is currently planning federal raids on journalists. So that's going to be great for democracy. And after raiding John Bolton's home, who's now a Trump critic, he's threatening to investigate Chris Christie for criticizing him when he was on ABC. And when a journalist asked him whether or not these kinds of raids of political opponents will become more common, he dodged the question. So the answer is basically a yes.
Are more raids like that coming, sir? Are more raids like the one on John Bolton's house coming?
More raids? I don't know. You'd have to ask the Department of Justice. They raided my house, I can tell you that. They did a big raid on my house. They took away everything that wasn't pinned down, and they took away some of that too. No, they raided Mar-a-Lago. They started that.
Now, this goes without saying, but obviously I'm no fan of John Bolton or Chris Christie and probably won't be a fan of whoever else he plans to target. But obviously weaponizing the Justice Department to go after political opponents has a chilling effect on free speech. And that is exactly why they're doing it. If you criticize Donald Trump, well, he might investigate you and sue the network that you're on, which gives them an incentive to stop people from criticizing him in the first place. And making an example out of his most vocal critics is an easy way to scare everybody else into compliance. But they're not his only targets, because the regime again arrested Kilmar Abrigo Garcia after he was returned home from the concentration camp that he was sent to in El Salvador. And there are talks that he'll be sent to Uganda now, which is a country that he has no connection to. And at this point, I feel like this guy has a legitimate reason to apply for asylum in Canada for the fact that the regime is hell-bent on turning him into a political prisoner. But Canada would likely deny that case because their cuck Prime Minister Mark Carney, like other world leaders, has also bent the knee to Donald Trump. So in the event Trump demanded Kilmar Abrigo Garcia's extradition if they granted him asylum, Carney would likely comply with that request. But the reason why they're going after Kilmar Abrigo Garcia so hard is because he fell through the cracks. They thought that they could keep him in El Salvador, and they want to make sure that everything that they do is permanent and irreversible. So by making an example out of him, it shows you're never going to escape the clutches of this administration's power, right? And it's not just one individual here that we're talking about, obviously. We're talking about entire classes of people, immigrants, and also trans people, namely trans kids. And I say that because the DOJ is currently trying to get a Philadelphia hospital to hand over sensitive information about trans children, such as their names and social security numbers, which is an ominous sign that political prosecution for their parents may be imminent, although we don't know. But all of the things that Trump is doing are intended to send a message and create fear and uncertainty, so everyone in society who opposes him feels inclined to just acquiesce so as to avoid his wrath. This is what dictators do. This is how they consolidate power. Getting all of society to bend to your will is how you grow and maintain power, and that's exactly what Trump is doing right now. And Ali Velshi explains this in the next portion of his monologue.
This is not about public safety. It's about flexing power, teaching dissenters and political opponents a lesson, normalizing the use of troops against Americans. In the nation's capital, hundreds of federal troops now patrol the streets alongside ICE and DEA and FBI agents, ticketing residents for minor offenses like broken taillights. Federal troops policing petty crime on America's main street. Think about that. Crime may be statistically down, but intimidation is way up. The police state is here. And that's the whole point. D.C. restaurants and bars report business down by 1/3. What Trump is doing is designed to bleed blue cities dry economically. Meanwhile, red state governors are planning on sending hundreds more guard troops into the Capitol. Soldiers who, by the way, have no training in urban policing. Donald Trump is threatening to eliminate mail-in ballots and voting machines, the very infrastructure of elections, proudly parroting a line that Trump said Putin used with him that, quote, you can't have an honest election with mail-in voting, end quote. Can you imagine quoting Vladimir Putin about free and fair elections? This, by the way, all as Homeland Security announces plans to hold election security funds hostage unless states accept Trump's new rules. Secret voter databases, citizenship checks on poll workers, and untested systems that most states can't implement in time. What Republicans label election security is the classic playbook of the strongmen. Tilt the playing field toward yourself and lock yourself into power. Doesn't stop in Washington, D.C. Across the country, Republican-controlled legislatures are dismantling the last avenues of direct democracy, citizen ballot initiatives. In Missouri, voters raised the minimum wage. Lawmakers gutted it. In Arkansas and Florida, new laws make it harder for grassroots petitions even to reach the ballot. Across the country, roughly 40 bills to restrict civilian initiatives have passed at least one legislative chamber this year, according to a review by the Associated Press. Most of these measures, the AP notes, are coming from Republican lawmakers in states where citizen petitions have been used to put abortion rights, marijuana legalization, or other progressive initiatives on the ballot. The message is clear. Even if voters pass something that Republicans don't like, Republicans in power will just rewrite the rules. This is not democracy. That is something called competitive authoritarianism. Elections in name, one-party rule in practice.
That is exactly what this is, competitive authoritarianism. And if you don't know what that is, competitive authoritarianism, as defined by political scientist Stephen Levitsky in a 2002 issue of the Journal of Democracy, is a system where formal democratic institutions are widely viewed as the principal means of obtaining and exercising political authority, but incumbents violate those rules so often and to such an extent, however, that the regime fails to meet conventional minimum standards for democracy. And he emphasizes in this journal article that I'll link to down below that this is different than regimes with flawed democracies with ineffective governments, which we had before. Competitive authoritarianism refers specifically to power and how incumbents cling to power by twisting the rules to keep them in power. This is exactly what Republicans are doing now, and it's what happened to Hungary, Turkey, and Russia. It's how they went from democracy to competitive authoritarian regimes. You rewrite the rules to maintain power forever. Trump inadvertently admitted that he knows people think that he's a dictator, and the party as a whole isn't oblivious to the unpopularity of the things that they're doing, like the big bullshit bill, which is why they're currently using the power that they have to rewrite the rules to permanently keep themselves in power. So no matter how unpopular they become, they won't have to worry about losing elections. It's a systematic attack on our elections. It's death by 1,000 cuts. And this is how it always happens. If you look at dictatorships around the world, it's not like they just killed democracy in one fell swoop and they were like, okay, guys, we're going to be a dictatorship now. That's never how it happens. It's always a slow but steady decline. And that's exactly what Trump and the Republican Party is doing right now in front of our eyes. And it might be difficult to grapple with that reality because we've always known flawed democracy, but that is no longer the case. We are in a competitive authoritarian regime, and that is what Trump is making permanent currently. The Brennan Center for Justice warns about the plethora of unprecedented ways that Trump is interfering with our elections to make sure he never has to worry about leaving office or Republicans losing elections. They're attempting to rewrite election rules to burden voters and usurp control of election systems. They're targeting or threatening to target election officials and others who keep elections free and fair. They're supporting people who undermine election administrations and retreating from the federal government's role of protecting voters and the election process. And on top of that, the Supreme Court is likely going to give the Voting Rights Act its final death blow. Now, the article goes through concrete examples to prove how Trump and the Republican Party are doing this, but we all know the most famous one is Trump's pressure on Texas and other red states to gerrymander. And in Texas in particular, he said he wants 5 more seats. And after Texas approved their new maps, Trump touted it as a big win on Truth Social, saying that they're on their way to getting 5 more seats. But as you all know, Gavin Newsom came up with a response to even the playing field by gerrymandering California to give Democrats an additional 5 seats. But Trump responded to that by threatening to sue him, because it's okay for Republicans to explicitly gerrymander for partisan purposes, but not Democrats, because the goal is to keep Democrats out of power forever. And it's not like this is necessarily a new phenomenon for Republicans, because they've been doing this for a while now with voter ID laws and whatnot. Like, they saw demographic changes in the electorate as a threat to their electoral viability. So they started to rewrite the rules with voter ID and these purges of counties, and by restricting the number of voting stations in particular precincts if they don't favor Republicans. But now they're just like, fuck it. We should just go all gas, no brakes, because the cat's out of the bag. Trump's an authoritarian. We agree with him that we should just have power forever. And they are facilitating that reality where they basically fucking have power forever, regardless of how brazen they look. But it's important to understand that all of these changes, they simply cannot be undone when Trump is gone, because the Republican Party as an institution is now explicitly authoritarian. They went from being implicitly authoritarian to being explicitly authoritarian. They do not care about democracy. They are openly hostile towards democracy. And they're not going to suddenly democratize once Trump is out of power. Hence why so many political scientists are referring to our new regime as closed authoritarianism, because the party in power is literally rigging elections to ensure that elections can only result in one outcome: them in power. Doesn't matter who, just a Republican. So they're making sure elections are no longer free and fair. And even if they don't do enough to stop Democrats from winning elections organically, and they need to rig it more, a Democrat can't simply undo all of the damage that Trump is causing if, they win an election, like in 2028, for example, unless they exert authoritarian control greater than what we're seeing from Donald Trump now. And we all know that no Democrat has the spine to do that, even if it's necessary. And of course, that obviously isn't going to lead to the restoration of democracy. It's just going to be, a different party wielding authoritarian power. And if the real goal is to return power to the people, then you can't just operate in the same system just with different authoritarians every 4 to 8 years. That's not how democracy works. So when you take into account what Ali Velshi said in his really important monologue, along with the evidence that I presented you with in this video and the other videos that I've done about this, I think the obvious conclusion is that we are now up shit creek without a paddle. But I'm not trying to get you to go full doomer mode. I think that it's important that we be realistic about what we're dealing with, because if we're still in denial about what our system has become, we're never going to be able to change it. I mean, you can't come up with a cure for a disease until you've diagnosed it. You've got to know what to treat. So if you expect things to just return to normal with another election or two, unfortunately, that ship has sailed. And I know I'm preaching to the choir because most of my viewers already know this, but I think that other Americans who aren't as tuned in, they're the ones who have to understand that this is the new reality. By electing Donald Trump, that has transformed us into an authoritarian country, and you cannot just undo that with another election. We lack the power now to change things through elections.
Yo, what's going on? Man, I have had a hell of a day, a busy day. You know what I mean? I got a lot of work done. I'm pretty tired right now, but not in a bad way. Like when you done earned your sleepy. You feel me? So I'm feeling a little, a little exhausted because I've been working out, you know what I'm saying, as I do. Shut up. The dog in the background barking. I'm sorry. Well, I shouldn't have said shut up. Please be quiet, Eden. Her name's Eden. That wasn't nice of me to say shut up. You know what I'm saying? So but you already know we in the building. Thank you everybody for tuning in. Now, I got my glass of wine. You feel me? I always got some wine. Today I got some Cabernet. You feel me? Hold up, check this shit out, right? So I got this Cabernet right here, and then I got this piece of lemon custard right here from this restaurant that I got some shit at earlier. You feel me? Let me go ahead and take a bite of this lemon custard on camera and see what it's talking about. Oh. Oh my God. That is some fantastic ass lemon custard. I'm gonna definitely be chewing and munching on that shit while we watching some videos. Because of course, you know, we got some stuff to talk about. And you know, I was in California last week. I was there for about 6 days. I got a lot done. I spent the night at a haunted hotel. I think I may have told y'all. Yeah, I did tell you that last week because I got back on Wednesday. But things are going well. I'm going to be in New York City in a few weeks. And then a few weeks after that, I'm going to be in Spain. And then a few weeks after that, I'm going to be back out in LA. And I think I mentioned that I recently got a contract to do some political strategy work with an organization called the Shade Room. So let's go ahead and get started with today's show while I sip my wine and enjoy things with y'all. Okay, so first and foremost, man, Donald Trump is continuing his wreckage of everything, right? And Modi, the leader of India, apparently has rejected his phone calls 4 times because Donald Trump is just basically telling everybody to piss off and move out of the way. Do what I say. I'm going to fire everybody at the Fed. You know, if you don't drop the interest rates, I'm going to fire you, and you. Even though I don't really have the legal grounds to do so, that's still what we're going to do. So he's got all that going on, lawsuits. He's getting sued by people who are, you know, trying to say, no, you don't have the legal right to do this. Don't forget that all the Doge cuts were illegal. So, you know, keep that in mind. Democrats, as they continue to run, not just for midterms, but for after Trump's out of office, you know what I'm saying? Go ahead and charge him with that too, because he got away with all the most important felony indictments that he had, where, you know, like all the ones to do with him committing treason on live television and trying to get Georgia to like scuffle some votes and cheat for him. He would have lost on those too. So go ahead and add that to the shit that we got to charge this man with. But anyway, as he continues to escalate his trade war, Modi apparently has just flat out rejected his phone calls because what's the point? You know what I'm saying? What's the point in dealing with America? Especially when, you know, for one, we got Trump in office now and nobody really knows how this is going to go. We still got 3 years and some months left of his second term. I mean, this motherfucker is decrepit and falling apart, literally. Like he's rotting before our eyes. He got makeup everywhere. He been had makeup on his face, but now he got makeup on his hands to cover up whatever's going on. Bruises, I guess that would be either that or his skin is just peeling off, and you know the robot underneath is revealing itself like some Terminator shit. And he's going around talking about how he's the president and he can do whatever he wants. And so what's the point of dealing with this man? Steve Bannon celebrating a poll showing the majority of the GOP who want a third term for Donald Trump. Now, see, here's the thing. Like I was saying, Donald Trump, he got 3 years and some months left. For all we know, this motherfucker might die in that time. I mean, again, he's not doing well, not just physically, but mentally, spiritually, emotionally. The man is not well. You know what I mean? The man is not well. So who knows how this is going to go? Who's going to replace him? JD Vance? Who's going to, you know, let's say Trump just finishes out his term. We know it's going to be a disaster no matter what. So however the fuck shit going to be looking at the end of this man's term, when prices are sky high across the board and all our relationships are down the drain and people are losing healthcare and losing jobs in droves and, you know, things like that. Who knows what the landscape is really going to look like at that time. And I think it's pretty clear that, you know, we getting people like Zoran Mamdani in office. Well, you know, he has yet to officially win, but I think there's a good chance that he will. I'm not really seeing anybody who's really going to be able to galvanize and gather enough votes for what the sentiment is right now. but you know, people like Zorana showing what people are hungry for, and also the effectiveness of focusing on the issues. And right now, I just don't think a lot of the culture war focus is going to sell for 26 or 28, but especially not 28 for the presidential run. You know, because like conservative spaces, a lot of them, they really don't talk about policy. They gripe about celebrities and what Justin Bieber and his wife are doing and how difficult things are for young men who just want to have a harem of ladies at their feet. You know, it's so hard out here. You know, the male loneliness epidemic, stuff like that. But they don't really, you know, they may like talk about how rigged everything is, but then they don't talk really effectively about how to lower healthcare costs, how to make education more affordable. You know, again, they talk about like, I don't like the way that my personal life is going down. Like there was some special right? I think it was on CNN, but like this woman infiltrated like some MAGA circles, and she was talking about how some of these or at least one of the guys that she was dating, she was taking notes on it, and he took her to like this gathering, this political meeting, but all anybody was talking about there was like how much they hate their wives and how much their girlfriends get on their nerves. Like, my wife's a bitch, can't leave though because she gonna take everything I got. Like, amen, brother. You know what I'm saying? Like, my wife's a bitch too. I haven't liked her in 25 years, but what can I do? What can I do, brother? And then, you know, some guy coming in there like, well, I'm with my girlfriend and she wants to work and she makes more money than I do. And I don't really know how to address that. I don't really know what to do. Like, oh, get out while you can, brother. Get out while you can. You know, these are the types of discussions that the right has politically in these spaces at the end of the day. You know, my wife's a bitch. Amen, brother. My wife's a bitch too. So let's see what Steve Bannon has to say. Is apparently the majority, what is it? Yes, the majority. What is it? 53 to 47 support for Trump running for a third term. A 53 to 47 margin. The majority of Republicans are like, hey, shit, fuck it. You know what I mean? Like, why not? Why not have this 80-year-old moronic lunatic just stay in office forever? Like, fuck it. What could go wrong? You know, what could go wrong? I mean, what are you going to do with these people? What are you going to do except do your best? Now, let's see what Brother Steve Bannon has to say. Is apparently 53 to 47 is where Republicans are at. Now, this is probably going.
Dave Weigel, the great Dave Weigel at Semaphore, breaking a big story, the lead story over at Semaphore. Wait for it. Republican voters now 53-47 support President Trump running for a third term. I kid you not. Told you this day was coming. Of course. That's how we're connecting Natalie Allison's fractious coalition to what's happening now. Caroline.
I mean, like, what do these people really think that they're going to do with this? You know, like a Steve Bannon, for instance. You know, he doesn't seem to be. I mean, yeah, his ideology is ridiculous, very ignorant, not worth anybody's time at the end of the day, proven to be a failed approach to life and politics. And it just doesn't fit where the world is now. You know, like, this is a very mixed country, and a lot of the world has become that way. A lot of developed, more sophisticated modern nations all over the planet are that way, where, you know, there's just a melting pot of cultures and ethnicities like that. That's where we are now. You know, we live in a very digitized age where we can communicate with one another instantly, which has its pros and its cons. There are no gatekeepers the way that there used to be. I mean, you know, it's still rough out here, but you know, for instance, like this space, you know, and everybody who's involved with this space, you know, since there's no gatekeepers, you know, for the most part, if we just stay on it and keep on stay dedicated to this shit, then it'll keep growing, because we'll be able to continue to connect with people who are looking for like-minded individuals who, who can make a difference out here by getting legislation passed, by, spreading awareness to things, pushing initiatives, helping to get different things funded that need to be funded, and just building community with good people. Without the gatekeepers, a lot of stuff is really just up to you, gritting your teeth and living your life one day at a time. And, this conservative vision of taking that away from people is just, it's not happening. I mean, a lot of damage being done in the process of them trying not to, but what are you just going to kill everybody who's not white? I mean, what are you really going to do about this? Gay people are out and about. I remember the good old days when I didn't see gay people when I walked outside. Now, every time I go to the goddamn grocery store, I feel like I'm in San Francisco. They remember those good old days, but that's not happening. You feel me? Not only the people who have fought bravely to just be able to exist in public, people who have sacrificed much of themselves, allies abound to make that happen. And then also, the people who, hold on, what we got with RFK? Okay. And then, what was I talking about? Oh yeah. For younger generations who grew up being able to express their homosexuality or being transgender, the war against that, what you gonna tell people who their whole lives have loved their gay family members and their gay friends, their gay lovers, their trans brothers and sisters, whatever. And now all of a sudden, no, we're just going to stop doing this. It's a failed cause. It's a failed cause. So again, he's like, well, I told you this day was coming. Okay. And what? What you going to do? What y'all really going to do with this old, decrepit, stupid bastard who does nothing but destroy everything he touches? And again, like I said, Steve Bannon doesn't seem to be a stupid man in the sense of he has no real ability to understand things. So, these motherfuckers at the end of the day, they have to wake up and realize that they're on a sinking ship. You know what I'm saying? Because they're human beings at the end of the day, and delusion only runs so deep. People know what's up, man. You can delude yourself, but deep down, you know what's up. Now, and again, for a man like this who's spending his presidency doing stuff like this, Trump calls for NBC and ABC's licenses to be revoked. 97% bad stories about his administration. Well, motherfucker, do something decent, and then people won't hate you. Stop being, take a couple minutes to have some curiosity about anything, learn something, open your heart and your mind. Yeah, right. That's not happening. But this is who we got. You feel me? I mean, this dude, I want to take your licenses away. What's that going to do for you, man? I mean, we know it's the narcissism and the authoritarianism, but what is this really going to do for you? You think you're going to be able to fool people into not recognizing that everything's more expensive as the price of produce continues to rise and the price of dairy continues to rise, and all of this mayhem that you causing and all this bullshit that you putting all of us through? You think people just gonna be like, oh, well, the news outlets aren't saying bad things about Trump, so this ham sandwich I made didn't cost too much money. Get the fuck out of here, bro. This dude is a loser. But then again, you got organizations like, CBS, who give him $16 million as a bribe so they can get, that Paramount deal gone through for a case that they never would have lost. There's not Trump that was a bullshit ass case. But this is the world we living in. And what I implore all of you to do is to never forget the people who bent over backwards for this stupid bastard and all the evil, ridiculous, redundant, reductive bullshit that he is all about, and everything that his administration is doing. Don't forget these people. I mean, you don't gotta be vindictive your whole life, but man, nah, bro. Like, people already starting to like duck off into the bushes and pretend like they didn't support this bullshit. Like, oh, oh man, it's really surprising what Trump's doing. This is so surprising. I had no clue that this was a potential outcome. Like, shut the fuck up. That's why they just quiet now, because you can't argue this bullshit. Like, imagine, how, I mean, shit, these people been looking stupid for the last 10 years. But imagine how stupid, like, bro, in 10 to 20 years, we're going to be looking back at this time and it's going to be like, oh my, how in the world did this happen? What have we done? How did we do this? Right? And then we gonna remember all them people that was gung-ho about some goofy ass Donald Trump. Like, oh, I remember you thought you was on to something. Boy, did you. You thought, you thought you had shit figured out. You knew something no one else knew. And it's just all so fucking pathetic and ridiculous. I mean, like, damn, could this man at least be like younger with some military experience? Like, he's a buffoon. He's just a buffoon. President Donald Trump attacked both ABC and NBC for, quote, biased and untruthful coverage of his presidency. He called for both organizations to lose their licenses, as well as calling them a threat to democracy. He's so stupid. He's so stupid. It's a threat to democracy if you talk bad about Donald Trump. Like, I mean, like, he just says things. He has no idea what the fuck he's talking about. He has no clue what he's saying. He just says shit. He does things out of spite. He does things out of corruption and vindictiveness. But he also is just a bull in a china shop. He don't know what the fuck he doing. He don't know what he's saying. He don't know nothing about nothing. This is a threat to democracy. Like, shut up. Shut the fuck up. You stupid. Like, he's so goddamn stupid. And we still got 3 years and some months left of this. Jesus Christ, man. Like, God damn it. Shut the fuck up. Jesus. Let me sip my wine, calm down a little bit. But it's just so frustrating. Because it's like, like what? It's a threat to democracy? Like, oh my God. In Trump's second term as president, he has attacked and criticized. Well, we just talked about the CBS 16 million, and they gave that up to him. Oh, here we go. Here we go with a Trump tweet. Let's go. What we got? On Truth Social, Trump wrote, despite a very high popularity and according to many among the greatest 8 months in presidential history, ABC and NBC fake news, two of the worst and most biased networks in history, give me 97% bad stories. If that is the case, they are simply an arm of the Democrat Party and should, according to many, have their licenses revoked by the FCC. I would be totally in favor of that because they are so biased and untruthful, an actual threat to our democracy. I mean, like, bro, like, literally the... According to many, among the greatest 8 months in presidential history, like... He think like, oh, all I got to do is say this and it will be so. You know what I'm saying? Like, this dude. Oh my God. Can you imagine what it would be like to be this fucking stupid and be in the position that he's in? You know, like, think about like whenever you start a new job and you don't really know what you're doing, but you have the wherewithal and the skills and the experience and the wisdom to, you know, take it a day at a time and learn what you're doing. This dude just woke up one day after campaigning on some bullshit because he wanted to start a TV network. This motherfucker never wanted to be president. He never wanted any of this. He wanted a TV network so he could be the great what if. And then he just woke up trapped. This motherfucker woke up trapped in the presidency. Just R. Kelly was trapped in the closet, and this motherfucker Donald Trump is trapped in the presidency. He can't get out. There's nothing he can do, and he don't know what the fuck he doing. And so he just get online and he says, take away their licenses. This is a threat to democracy. He's so stupid. Okay, here we go. What we got? Trump also posted, why is it that ABC and NBC fake news, two of the absolute worst and most biased networks anywhere in the world, aren't paying millions of dollars a year in license fees? They should lose their licenses for their unfair coverage of Republicans and or conservatives. And or, motherfucker. Don't leave nobody out. Take away their license. Like, bro, what the fuck is going on? Hold on, what we got? What is this dude talking about? Hold on, we got a couple things with RFK Jr. But yeah, man, this is just, man, going off on Trump for a living can be funny as hell sometimes. And you know what? Like I said, it's been a productive day. I got a good workout in. You feel me? You already know I smoked me a J not too long before I hopped on stream with the family. And I got this glass of Cabernet and a slice of lemon custard. All right, what we got? We got some bad economic news. I don't know. I don't know if we need to go over that. Not yet, at least. All right, bet. Let's check out RFK Jr. because, you know, him and all his brilliance, he said, I can diagnose kids just by looking at their faces. So let's go ahead and let this brilliant man who has no business being in the position that he's in tell us all what's up. I'll pull this up real quick. Let me let this ad go off while I sip my wine. Can't you tell how comfortable I am in front of the camera now? You know what I'm saying? And like staying up to date with this shit is what I do at the end of the day. So, you know, eventually after years of doing this, it's easy to just hop on the camera and kick it with the family. Even, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm just sitting here sipping wine with y'all, talking shit about this fucking buffoon, you know, sharing the good energy. All right, let me go ahead and pull this up now. Oh, no, it's going to make me watch this ad. You know what? If I got to watch this ad. Oh, yes, Pinkabell. How could I forget? Pinky out. What? Thank you so much. Keeping me fly. That's why men need women. You feel me? Y'all keep us fresh. Y'all keep us from getting too full of ourselves. But let me go ahead and pull this up. If I got to watch this, y'all got to watch it too. Here we go.
A water bottle they definitely won't lose.
I'm gonna turn off these ad blockers eventually.
For whatever sport this is. All the latest.
Oh, Martha having wine too. Ooh, look at that.
And lunch boxes for a homemade meal that they'll barely touch. What? Yeah. So spend less on your little freeload.
So I came from a big family. I have 7 kids. I had 11 brothers and sisters. I had about 70 first cousins, and I never saw anybody with diabetes. I never knew anybody with a food allergy. I never knew anybody with autism.
Okay, think about what he just said. This is the Secretary of Health and Human Services, right? That's what he does. The head doctor of the country, who's not a doctor, who has no working experience as a medical professional whatsoever. And he is setting the tone for the direction that we take him. I mean, him and Donald Trump said, you know what, matter of fact, what we gonna do is we gonna ban COVID-19 vaccines because, yeah, you know, fuck them. Who cares? Like, what's even the point of that? How many people have taken the vaccine and all the boosters and all of that? And we're just fine. You know, we didn't turn into frogs. We didn't turn into turtles. We didn't shrink. You know, none of that shit happened. We all good. So like if you're going to take away COVID-19 vaccines, why stop there? Like, why just those? Because it's a hot button issue that's recent enough in history, and it's still on the forefront of what Republicans whine and bitch about. Except right now, ain't nobody like who does that really benefit? Like, who's really happy about that other than a very small subset of people? Oh boy, no COVID, it banned. Motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? Like, this the shit is banned. And then so again, now let's talk about what he just said. I come from a big family. I'm the 7th of 11, 11 brothers and sisters. I had 70 first cousins, and I never saw anybody with diabetes. I never saw anybody who was obese. I never saw anybody who had autism. Like, that is such a shallow way of assessing something like that. Like, he's not using metadata, he's not using historical context, and he's using such an anecdotal example. Like, well, when I grew up, I personally didn't know any of these people. Like, who gives a fuck, bro? Like, what the fuck does that mean? What does that mean? When you were a kid, there were billions of people in the world. Like, and when you were a kid, things that have led to obesity and increased, like dieting and access to healthy food, and how in poor neighborhoods people don't have access to that as much. You got fast food shits on every corner. You got organic, higher quality produce that costs more money. Even right now, the cost of the cost of produce is going up, so it's even more unaffordable and expensive than it normally is, right? So so what? Like, there's some type of hoax shit going on, so you gotta like cancel the vaccines. Like, the problems that America has requires investment, not just you firing people and canceling the funding for research that people count on to survive, so that we can continue to make breakthroughs in medicine and our approaches to healing our citizenry. I didn't personally know anybody. How autism was, even judged and counted and tested for when you were a kid. Like, what does this mean? This shit is this means nothing for what he's talking about.
When I was a kid, and I know what a healthy child is supposed to look like. I'm looking at kids as I walk through the airports today, as I walk down the street, and I see these kids that are just overburdened with mitochondrial challenges, with inflammation. You can tell from their faces, from their body movements, and from their lack of social connection. And I know that that's not how our children are supposed to look. And when my uncle was president, I was a 10-year-old boy. The rate of diabetes in this country, of juvenile diabetes, was close to zero. A typical pediatrician would see one case of juvenile diabetes during a 40 or 50-year career. Today, our most recent data show that 38% of our teens are diabetic or pre-diabetic. And so 1 out of every 3 kids who walks through his office door now is at risk or has diabetes. And with autism, the autism rates in this state now are 1 in 25.
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is.
I mean, RFK, essentially what he is like he's a medical enthusiast. That's what he is. He reads articles here and there. He's got a lot of money, so he's talked to people who study these things, and he has his own opinions on them and his own way of looking at things. But like, bro, like you playing with people's lives. When I was a kid, I don't know, like 70 people. Like, what are you saying right now? What is your solution to these things? What do you like? How are you talking about changing things systemically? Oh, let's ban COVID vaccines. Like, fuck off. These people are useless. Soaring power bills and largest U.S. grid pose risk for Republicans, and we know we got the midterms coming up. So all of these types of shits are gonna matter. We're gonna talk about the DNC and how they recently stepped on their own toes by voting down a resolution to stop arms deals to Israel. I believe last week we discussed or at some point on, like one of the shows that I've been on, we discussed how Democrats are losing in voter registration numbers, like outpaced by like 4.5 million or something like that. There's still time to address that, but they got to get on it now. And a lot of how they will address these things aren't just get out the vote efforts, but also, how they're addressing the issues, what their platform is going to be. Are y'all going to be the same old shit, or are you going to allow for what the public is yearning for to have a chance? All right, let's check this out. Surging utility bills in key battleground states are threatening to become a political liability for Republicans heading into upcoming elections. Nowhere is that more apparent than on the largest U.S. grid stretching from Virginia to Illinois, where the cost of securing wholesale power supplies has been at a record for 2 straight years. The region includes 2 states electing governors this November, as well as 4 that are facing competitive House and Senate races next year. And nearly all of the electricity there comes from natural gas, nuclear reactors, and coal. And so, again, that's going to be an issue in these battleground states. And something that can obviously that will reflect more on Trump and Republicans since they're in power than it would on Democrats. Home and businesses will pay $16.1 billion to ensure adequate supply for a year. So these are the costs right here, since 2015. And they're up significantly. Check this out. So 24, we got 2.2 billion. 23, roughly the same. 22, 3.9, and it has been higher, but for this year, way up, 14.7, and then next year, 16.1. And again, that's why I said, like, these are the types of things that you can't like fool people from. Like, people, you can't trick people into not noticing that their utility bills are more expensive, that groceries are more expensive, that just, and because of that, a lot of small businesses are going to start shutting down. That's already started to happen. And as those businesses shut down, lots and lots of people will lose their jobs. So what more really needs to be said about this? Donald Trump, a lot of his, even though he's a fucking failure, and even though we already had him as president before, and what a disaster that was, people figured that he was going to be able to deliver on the economy. But these are key metrics that we're looking at right here as an example of how, just another example of how that just is not the case. So there we go with that. Energy costs are a lot more expensive this year, particularly within key battleground states for the midterms. And it's set to go up even more next year. So what we got here, man, I got a whole bunch of stuff pulled up that's like, nope, you got to pay for this. You got to pay for this. What this say? Let me pull this up. What we got? Oh, yeah, we got Donald Trump saying he has the right to do anything that he wants, but I'm pretty sure y'all have already seen that. Let's move on to, we just went over an issue that the Republicans will be facing in the midterms. Now let's talk about an issue that the Democrats will be facing in the midterms. And it's stuff like this. DNC votes down overwhelming popular position calling for arms ban to Israel. And, this is the type of stuff that really demonstrates how this country operates, particularly at the highest levels of government and just power in general. This is an issue that the Democratic base, particularly Gen Z, did not respond well to in an election that we just had and something that we just went over. And they're continuing to say, no, we're not going to do anything about it. They did pass a resolution that called for a ceasefire, but they're not going to stop selling arms to Israel. But the issue with that is Netanyahu doesn't want a ceasefire. You know, he's batted down every opportunity to have one, and he's going to continue to do that. One, because his vision and the government of Israel's vision for themselves is to be expansionist and to continue to grow with zero regard whatsoever for the Palestinian people or the idea of Palestine as a sovereign state. You know, and tens of thousands of people have been slaughtered, murdered, including women and children. And, you know, that's not something that the base supports, particularly a group that y'all have been struggling with, which is the younger crowd. In the latest party turmoil over Israel's war on Gaza, Democratic National Committee members voted on Tuesday to kill a resolution calling on the U.S. to halt arms deals sales to Israel. The resolution had been met with resistance from DNC chair Ken Martin. Remember Ken Martin. Keep him in mind. We got to replace him. We got to get him up out of there. Despite polls showing overwhelming opposition to Israel's military actions in Gaza from Democratic voters, the weapons ban resolution was put forward by a first-time DNC member to represent the views of younger party members. Quote, while it's disappointing, well, you know, this is the person who put it forward. She says, while it's disappointing that DNC leadership wasn't able to recognize that this is an overwhelming popular position, a 90-10 issue within its base, it started a conversation. So what Ken Martin put in place of this, again, like I said, called for a ceasefire in Gaza as well as continued U.S. military support. But like I was saying before, you know, honestly, calling for a ceasefire without really, you know, punishing Israel in some type of way with sanctions or, you know, at least not selling them weapons anymore. You know, again, like I said, Netanyahu's not going to do a ceasefire because it's not in his goal plan, but it's also staying at war is Netanyahu's plan to stay out of prison. He's been found guilty of corruption charges, and he thinks that if he can just keep keep the country at war perpetually and and go on more fronts and not just with Gaza, but also, you know, with Iran and Jordan and all these other countries that he doesn't want to go to prison. So this is hollow. This doesn't mean anything. And so this is really going to be an issue for the Democratic Party. And I think that it's something that we have the opportunity to really take advantage of, though, for, you know, individuals like Zoran Mamdani who have shown that running on these issues are a winner, particularly in states where you don't have like a super, super deep, solid red voting base. You know, Zoran's talking about arresting Bibi Netanyahu if he comes to New York. You know, if you come to New York, you're getting arrested. And look at the position he's in. Look at how much support that he has, despite the fact that the Democratic Party establishment itself is attacking Mamdani, but even liberals are not really standing for that. Hold on, let me pull. I'm gonna pull this up. Pull up some stuff about agriculture. I had to open it up on a different website because this one was trying to get me to pay, and I ain't doing it. Basically, it was going over how the price of agricultural products is getting more expensive, but we don't really need to go over that. I'm going to finish out with some shit that Charlie Kirk said. I think this was like a story from a few days ago, really, but it's still worth talking about because, again, like I said earlier, you know, conservatives, especially in America, you know, these online spaces, these news resources, they don't focus on policy issues at all. You know, I gave that funny spew earlier, but that's why we're going to close out with that. But here is, hold up one sec. I gotta pull a rabbit out of a hat real quick. Hold on. Weed products, you feel me? Handing them to my lady. My lady, who is to the right of me right now, I'm handing her these products. You feel me? We got all the products. And that's what I got. Okay, you good? Yes. Okay. Thank you. Mm-hmm. I love you too. Okay. Now, back to the destruction. Back to the destruction of this motherfucker. Trump administration threatens California, New Mexico, Washington of $46 million in annual funding for the trucking industry. Again, like these people are destroying this country's ability to function out of like pettiness and spite. Like, okay, so blue states are protecting their undocumented migrants. They're not allowing you to break the law, to break people's rights, to treat people less than human. And so in response to that, you're going to cripple the trucking industry in those states. Again, like how authoritarianism can only operate by when people fuck up the country. Like even like Stalin, for instance, you know, like even though he can be you know, like historically is credited and will be credited for like modernizing Russia. But how many people died in order for that to happen? And he just would like, you know, because Russia has so many goddamn people, you know, millions and millions and millions of people perishing because his plans aren't working, because he's trying to, you know, socialize completely the farming system. And he got people farming and working jobs they don't really have any skills in and don't got no business doing, you know, just making a mess out of the way that things operate and function. And tens of millions of people, you know, starve to death. And he's like, oh, so what, whatever. That is authoritarianism, and it can't operate without shit like that. Now, that's not going to happen here. You know what I'm saying? Like to that degree, but still it's like, oh, okay. I have to flex my fuck you at every corner. At every step I take, I got to flex my fuck you. That's what authoritarianism is, basically. It's not rational. There's nothing really pragmatic about it. It just eats itself. It feasts on itself. You know, because it's just such an insecure ideology. It's not focused on improving the system. It's focused on power for itself. So do what I say, or else I'm going to destroy the economy, which will hurt the country at large. This is what we're dealing with. This is the type of shit that we're dealing with. You know, authoritarianism, racism, all of these ills of human nature are just self-destructive. The destruction of a nation is what we're dealing with. That's what this is at the end of the day. All right, hold up. I got a few more things pulled up. But like I said, we're gonna close out with Charlie Kirk. I'm having a good time with y'all. It's been a good show today, especially at the beginning. I was cracking up while I sip on my Cabernet and take bites out of my lemon custard, rather. It's not lemon cake, it's lemon custard. Okay, so apparently RFK has some type of a theory about or an explanation for school shootings. Now, the answer for school shootings obviously is that there's too many goddamn guns in the country. But, you know, Americans love shooting people, and Americans love the idea of being able to shoot people just in case. You know, might got to shoot a motherfucker today. You never know. That's America. So it's always something else. You know, blame everything else except access to the weapons and how we let pretty much anybody buy them. All right, what is RFK? Because I actually don't know. I have not read this yet. I wanted to check this out with y'all together with y'all. Okay, so he says, there is no time in the past when people would walk into a church or a classroom and start shooting people. And it's not really happening in other countries. Well, again, because other countries don't, the people don't have guns. So it's really not more complicated than that. I mean, yeah, we have all types of issues like capitalism and people being broke and people being, in a sense, kind of existing in a state of despair and not really knowing where they're going to go or what they're going to do, or feeling a sense of a lack of purpose, lacking social connectivity that we need to thrive and function as human beings. All of that exists. However, if everyone didn't have guns, then we would not be able to shoot people. It's really not more complicated than that. It's the goddamn guns. Okay, so so this is what he said. He said, and we need to take a look at all the potential culprits that might be contributing to that. The one potential culprit that Kennedy did not mention, however, was guns. Well, there we go. We already said that, But so what does he have to say? Asked by Brian Kilmeade if he would examine some of the drugs used by transgender people, given the Minneapolis shooter had been identified as transgender, Kennedy replied, quote, "We're launching studies on the potential contribution to some of the SSRI drugs and some of the other psychiatric drugs that might be contributing to violence. Many of them have black box warnings that warn of suicidal ideation and homicidal ideation, so we can't exclude the culprit." Okay, where's the weird shit? It said he had a bonkers theory. Okay, what is this? Get to it. I'm trying to hear the weird shit. Okay, it says SSRIs and antidepressants are okay. This isn't him. I should have read this before, y'all. My bad. I didn't get to this one, but it's okay. Motherfuckers ain't perfect. We're going through this together. Okay, what does he have to say? I don't see it. Is this one of those articles that like acts like there's something in it? Like, ha ha ha, we just wanted you so we can make some ad dollars. Fuck you. We're not talking about anything. What pumping kids full of hormones in an attempt to defy science and nature actually does to them. Oh, so basically like the hormones in the chicken and the beef that we eat is what causes people to run up inside schools and shoot children. I guess that's what he's getting at. We should drink raw milk and then we won't, run up in churches and slaughter masses of praying and worshiping individuals. It's the milk. It's the pasteurization of the milk. That's what it is. It's not the guns. It's not the guns. It's never the guns. It's the milk. It's the milk. It's the hormones. That's what it is. Okay, well, there we go. We have his brilliant theory. No, that's not it. That's not it, my brother. That is not what's going on. All right. Now, let me take a sip of my wine. Hold up. Let me see where we at. Yeah, I mean, again, like this man is the head of medicine in the United States. Oh my. Hold on, let me pull this up. Charlie Kirk. That's what we're going to close out with today. We're going to close. Oh, Latino Mifune. Yes, indeed. A glass of Cabernet has been consumed while I talk politics with the family. Now, let's go ahead and close out with Charlie Kirk, because if you didn't know, the most important news of the century, that Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift are engaged to be married. And apparently Charlie Kirk had a lot to say about it. Something about submitting to your husband. Let's see, because I haven't heard this yet. After the advertisement, of course. Oh, shit, the video. See, I got to turn off the ad blockers, but, I just haven't gotten around to it. I don't know. I had them turned off. I don't know who turned them back on. It wasn't me. Don't look at me. Yes, indeed. There we go. I finished the glass of Cabernet, and I'm going to fuck around and finish this piece of custard. All right, here we go. Charlie Kirk.
Taylor Swift. But maybe one of the reasons why Taylor Swift has been so just kind of annoyingly liberal over the last couple of years is that she's not yet married and she doesn't have children. And I hope that America's biggest pop star marrying the pharmaceutical spokesperson ends up conservatizing them. Taylor Swift might de-radicalize herself. She might come back down to reality. I want them to have lots of children. It teaches you something about yourself. Deep down, I think Taylor.
This is some weird shit. I want them to have lots of children. How many kids? I don't know. How many kids does Charlie Kirk have? I'm about to look this up because I don't know these things about Charlie Kirk. So let me check this out. Do y'all know? Chat, let me know. Help a brother out. How many kids does Charlie Kirk have? How many kids does Charlie Kirk have? Two. Does he have? Are those? How many is that? 2 kids? Okay, I think he might. Okay, I guess I see a picture of him holding 2 children. What has having children taught to Charlie Kirk? I mean, he's still an asshole. He's still a bitch. He's still a loser. He's still a dweeb. He's still a beta male. He's still a pushover. He's still he's still all of these things. Like, you're a total bitch and a total dick sucker for Donald Trump. I mean, nothing about you is alpha and macho as you pretend like it is. Like, you're this model of a man when you look like a fucking walking. He looks like a fucking blow pop. He looked like a big walking blow pop because he's skinny and he got a big round bowling ball ass head. Like, look at this dude, bro. Like, look at his head. And that fucking thunderous Eddie that he has. What a thunderous Eddie. Okay, let's let him get back to that. But I had to pause it there because that was just a creepy ass comment. I hope they have lots of children. I hope it conservatizes them. Like, shut up.
Swift actually
fucking nerd, you fucking loser.
Was raised as a conservative that has gotten kind of caught up in this metropolitan liberal stuff, and she doesn't quite have an attachment to the conservative backbone that she was raised in, but this might reattach her in the best possible way. And I'm not saying this sarcastically. I've seen this happen time and time again. When people start to get married and have children, it starts to change your politics. It starts to clarify your worldview. And for Taylor Swift, who obviously is very popular and
so when you have kids, that's when you realize that niggas shouldn't be flying airplanes. That's when you realize that. As soon as you got kids, that's when you realize that I don't know if I should. I'm gonna get off the plane, right? Because there's a black person or a brown person or a woman flying it. I don't know. I don't think they're qualified for this. When you have children, you start really disliking gay people because that's what it does. It's what it awakens in your soul. It gives you the clarity that you need. You feel me? Like, it makes you hate trans people having a child. That's what it does. I mean, like, there's really not much to say about this because of how disingenuous of a person he is. Like, he knows the shit he's saying is stupid.
Incredibly supported. Taylor Swift might go from a cat lady to a JD Vance supporter. And I think we should celebrate that. I think that Taylor Swift having 2 or 3 children, she should have more children than she has houses. That is my challenge, Taylor Swift. And I'm not being sarcastic. I think that if she ends up having children, she'll stop this kind of liberal endorsing Joe Biden nonsense. And we want Taylor Swift.
Like, he doesn't believe what he's saying. He's just saying shit. Like, this is stupid.
On Team America. We want you to leave the island of the wokies. And we would welcome you with open arms. One of the reasons why so many people on the right have been just skeptical or at least a little bit negative on Taylor Swift is up until this point, that's not a great role model for young women to wait all the way until you're 35 and just put your career first. We just talked about this with Katie Miller. However, there's a great chance to change that. It's a great chance for Taylor Swift now to get married, and have a ton of children. You can certainly afford it, Taylor. Pfizer pays well, baby. I mean, Pfizer pays the bills. That is quite a ring, Mr. Kelsey. I'm impressed. This is something that I hope will make Taylor Swift more conservative. Engage in reality more and get outside of the abstract clouds. Reject feminism. Submit to your husband, Taylor. You're not in charge. And most importantly, I can't wait to go to a Taylor.
Do you know how many women would say no to this man? That's like the thing that like really just cracks me up about these people. It's like, you know, y'all act like you just have a buffet of women at your feet, and you don't. Like most women are not naturally attracted to you, and even with all the fame and notoriety that you have, I mean, perhaps that makes you even more repulsive. Like if you were just a regular guy looking like a walking blow pop the way that you do, it's okay, because there's a lot of motherfuckers who look like walking blow pops out here. But you're a racist, homophobic, misogynist walking blow pop. And so that makes your blow popness stick out more than it otherwise would. You feel me? Like normally people will be able to look past that because, you know, everybody a little funny looking in some ways. You know, we all got our quirks. We all got our shit. You feel me? But like you're able to look past that because you bask in the humanity of others. But Charlie Kirk is just a disingenuous little bitch. And so, you know, he doesn't get the panties soaked. He doesn't get them wet. You feel me? He's not him. He's not that guy. You know, and it's okay, but it's like he acts as if he is, and it's like, bro, don't nobody want to be you. Like young men don't aspire to be like you. You feel me? Like you know, many more young men aspire to be like Travis Kelce than to be a little political fucking dork like you. He's so lame. Like, look at this dude. Like, submit to your husband. You're not in charge. Like, what do you mean you're not in charge? Like, bro, you know how many women ain't listening to your ass? And just in general, like what you're not in charge. Like, shut up. Like, shut the fuck up. But yes, man. I had a great time with y'all, man. I always have a good time streaming with y'all. And we talked about some important things. We laughed. We had a good conversation. I had a great trip last week, productive trip. And I am about to eat some food and relax. I'm going to pass it on to Brother Ben. And I will see y'all next week. Thank you so much for tuning in. Continue to support this space. Tell a friend to tell a friend. And let's continue to unite and come together to make a difference.
The Benjamin Dixon Show is only possible with listener support. Go to patreon.com/BPD Show and support the Benjamin Dixon Show.
We are living in a moment where the threat of fascism is real and rising, embodied by MAGA and Donald Trump. whose movement endangers every step of progress made in this country for all people, but especially for Black Americans. But as we focus on the dangers from the right, there is a more insidious and more subtle threat inside of the so-called resistance. Black leaders and Democrats entrusted to defend our interests are increasingly complicit in protecting the status quo, even if that means aligning with MAGA interests or blocking genuine progress from within their own ranks. I need to say that again. Even if that means aligning with MAGA's interests or blocking genuine progress from within their own ranks. This is happening right now in New York City, where establishment Democrats, including powerful Black politicians, have lined up alongside Republicans to oppose the Democratic nominee, Zohran Mamdani, in favor of Eric Adams. This kind of bipartisan sabotage isn't just about party rivalry. It's about power, resources, and who gets left behind. Now, we can't ignore the generational divide either. Older Black Americans and voters often cling to the party establishment out of habit or history or survival. But Black millennials and Gen Z have seen through the illusion because for them, affordable college, stable jobs, and secure housing are vanishing dreams. History is clear. Collaboration with empire, no matter the intention, no matter the cause, never ends well for the oppressed. So today we're examining not just the dangers outside, but the betrayals from within, and how the fear of socialism and comfort within the Democratic Party have turned survival into complicity, costing us real, tangible progress. Welcome, ladies, gentlemen, and gender nonconforming individuals to another episode of The Benjamin Dixon Show. I am, of course, your host, Benjamin Dixon. Joining me today is Margaret Kimberly, executive editor and senior columnist at the Black Agenda Report, a fearless critic of U.S. empire and the Black political establishment, and the author of the essential book, Prejudicial: Black America and the Presidents, which exposes the often untold truth about every president's relationship with Black America. Margaret, thank you so much for joining. Would you tell us about your journey in terms of your background, your training, your education, your ancestral roots, whatever angle you want to speak of it from? But I am interested in how your journey led you to the Black Agenda Report as well.
Okay. Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be with you. My parents were born in Ohio. Their parents immigrated in the first wave of the Great Migration in the 1920s from Alabama and Arkansas. We moved around a lot. My father did a lot of different things, but we settled in New York, New Rochelle, New York, a suburb just north of New York City. Politically, I think my parents were typical of Black people. They were, as a lot of Black people in the 50s, they were Republicans, lest we forget the Democrats were the party of the segregated South. But of course, they made that switch in the mid 60s. I remember I was a kid, I'm 65. I remember being a kid during the Vietnam War. My parents were adamant that the war was wrong. They always voted for Democrats. I think typical of most Black people on the left-leaning side of the Democratic Party, of course, strong supporters of the movement. My father worked at, there were a lot of new agencies during the War on Poverty, Great Society programs. He was at one point the head of the Human Rights Commission in the state of Minnesota. So those are, that was my political foundation. And I thought I was a leftist until I encountered Glenn Ford, may he rest in peace, the man who was the driving force behind blackagendareport.com. He and Bruce Dixon were the other co-founders. They both passed, sadly. And they were socialists, both of them. They were both members of the Black Panther Party in their youth. And so it was a learning experience, a growing experience for me to be exposed to people who were socialists, not just, Democrats who preferred the most liberal person. And that was an eye-opening experience for me. And I encourage everyone to encounter and have experiences with people whose political outlooks are maybe very different from your own. It's a way of learning so many things. I thought, as I said, I thought I was leftist, and I found out I wasn't. I was just a liberal. Like most people, had a Eurocentric, US-centric education. Didn't know enough about the global South, about the history of colonialism. And so when I look back at the things I first wrote and what I write now, it's a world of difference, being introduced to radical politics and the Black radical tradition of this country. So I think that sums up my life and my journey to date.
No, it's actually really insightful. I'm glad to hear that arc, because I think a lot of Black folks are terrified of that transition from the comfort of liberalism to the realities of something other than liberalism and capitalism. I was a leftist. I would be curious to see your division on how you parse between being a leftist and a socialist. Obviously, one's an economic paradigm, but I think a lot of leftists would think that they were socialists as well, because I thought being a leftist and embracing socialism, they became kind of synonymous to me, as democracy and capitalism are kind of conflated. But I would be curious to hear more about your division there. But I think you kind of just already went directly to something that's really important, the journey of awakening your understanding of our position as Black people in the belly of the beast, in the empire, completely cut off from not only our history, but the realities of what the empire is doing globally. Then the source of that drive, racial capitalism. Cedric, his name escapes me, the theorist behind that, racial capitalism. But then the counterbalance to it, at least the best that we have right now, would be something along the lines of socialism, and in context of how many Black folks today would fight against the idea of socialism, which to me is kind of really kind of ridiculous when you're on this side of the journey, but then being on that side of the journey too, I can't speak so much with bravado, because I was there at one time as well. Would you just speak to that?
Yeah, Robinson, is it Cedric Robinson?
Cedric Robinson, yes, ma'am.
Okay,
God bless.
great.
That's the yes.
Yes. So the term, it's so funny in this country, the terms left and right, as politics have moved further and further and further to the right. Socialists are leftists, but socialists are, I define it as being anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist. And socialists traditionally believe the people should be in charge of the means of production. I'm thinking about China, which is socialist, has a socialist government, but they also have private ownership. They're large corporations. Some of the biggest corporations, biggest banks in the world are in China. But what happens there is the government tells them what to do. Not like here, where capital tells the government what to do, to the point where we don't even have our own government anymore. Democracy was always a tenuous thing. And now this new, what's Trump, big, beautiful bill, whatever. They're one of the components of that bill is it makes it illegal for states to regulate artificial intelligence at all. So, Congress in the past has said the government cannot help people pay for their prescriptions, because that was always a plan. Maybe the government can pay for pharmaceuticals. That's illegal. And that's because of control of capital. So I would say, so it's difficult. People, just being a Democrat does not put you on the left, because the Democratic Party goes further and further to the right. Here in New York, where I am, we're having this very contentious mayoral election. The winner of the Democratic primary, Zoran Mamdani, is he's DSA, Democratic Socialist. And he's put forward some very modest proposals, and people have lost it. He's communist. He's Trump says he's a communist. He's going to take all the money out of the city if he wins. He should lose his citizenship. We've had elected officials saying he can't win. He was the big money people, and they've been very obvious about it. We're behind Andrew Cuomo, former governor, who resigned in scandal a few years ago, but he had rich friends, and they put him forward in the Democratic primary, although he's also still on the ballot as an independent. The current mayor, Eric Adams, is on the ballot as an independent, so Zoran Mamdani will be running against both of them. There's a billionaire, Bill Ackman, very public. He's on Twitter saying that he's going to back Adams. He's not going to back Cuomo, and saying he wants to stop Mamdani. And Mamdani has said, for example, buses should be free. Well, buses were free during the pandemic. Rudy Giuliani, nobody mentions this anymore because he wanted to cement support on Staten Island, made the Staten Island ferry free. Everybody forgets about that now. So Mamdani says, well, maybe because there are food deserts in New York City, as there are in many urban areas. And he has said, well, maybe the city can run some supermarkets. People said, oh, my God, it's Stalinism. Do you want your supermarket to run like the Department of Motor Vehicles, which actually is funny because in New York, DMV has improved quite a lot and it runs very well. But that's an example of also why people are afraid of, if you ask people about proposals, like I'm thinking of Bernie Sanders. That's something more people are familiar with. When he first ran against Hillary Clinton in that primary, in 2016, he talked about Medicare for all. Goes by many names, but it's basically having a single-payer healthcare system. It doesn't put us at the whims of private corporations, so we can live. Now, that's something most people want. But there were people who were afraid of the word socialist, which Bernie really is not. And then there were people, especially Black people, who were told, he can't win. It doesn't matter if he's talking about things you want. He was talking about public universities being free. Who needs that more than Black people, who, if we decide to go to college, are drowning in debt for the rest of our lives? But we were told he's not going to win, or white people aren't going to vote for him. So people hear about issues that are supported by leftists, and they want those things. But if they've either been demonized about the word socialism, or they're afraid of what it means, or they're afraid that people can't get into office. So it's funny. People often talk about Republicans voting against their interests, but Democrats end up doing the same thing.
Especially Black Democrats.
Yes.
Which is kind of funny to me. This is just forgive me for centering myself for the split second, but it's so funny when folks are like, Dixon, you're a Democratic shill. And, I'm blocked by so many Black Democrats because of the technique that they use, especially when it comes to getting even a modicum of progress. Like you said, with Bernie Sanders, it wasn't radical socialism at all. In fact, it wasn't even further to the left than Europe. Most developed nations in Europe. They're doing the same thing now with Zoran Mamdani in New York. They're lining up behind the establishment that is promising them to not only keep the status quo, but to bring back the worst of the status quo, like Eric Adams is doing in New York City with stop and frisk and becoming the blackface of the police force of the empire. And then you have clowns like Jim Clyburn, who gallivants around the country, fancies himself as a Negro kingmaker of white folks. And he constantly appears just in time to sabotage the progress that we could have. And yet and still, there seems to be so many Black folks who follow behind that nonsense. And I get it, it's their own survival instinct. It's their own comfort level, because many of them are beyond survival. Some of them are at nice, comfortable levels. And then we see throughout history, people get power. And when they get power, they get compromised. It's not only just politics, it's in the Black church, it's everywhere we're surrounded. What I'm finding, though, is there's a generational divide, which is one of the key reasons why I wanted to speak to you on this issue, because there seems to be a divide with our elders who are saying no to socialism. That's scary, that we don't want that. God bless America, using talking points and framing of MAGA, whether they know it or not. And then the younger generation who's like, hey, we've had it. We can't even afford to live anymore. But then I see and hear your voice. And I'm reminded of Glenn Ford and Bruce Dixon. As much as God bless them, back in 2008, when they would not give Barack Obama a chance, I was still a good liberal and I was still a good Democrat. They used to irritate the devil out of me. And then come to find out and realize in retrospect, they were right all along, which tells me that it's not just a generation. It's not so much a generational divide, because there's plenty of seasoned and elder Black folks who get it. But speak to that entire arc that I just gave you, including James Clyburn, but also the presence of elders who get it, and they get it in the very clear, not even academic, but almost at a visceral level. And I imagine it has to tie back to the experiences of the civil rights era or further. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, let's start talking about James Clyburn. It's very funny to me. It seems that he believed his own hype about him. We were told he was this kingmaker. Democrats made a big deal about South Carolina being a pivotal state in primaries, and he being he was the whip, I believe, of the House. He was a leader of Democrats in the House, and his endorsement was key. Now, in South Carolina, other southern states, most Democrats are Black. So they set this up, making South Carolina key, but also using it to shut down any discussion of the issues that the Democratic Party oligarchs, the rich people, who's, lest we forget, the Democrats raise $1 billion every presidential election year. First of all, making sure you get somebody they want. So Bernie Sanders or somebody else will come along and say what people want to hear, but they make sure that in the case of Black people, it was so cynical, telling Black people, white people aren't going to vote for him. He can't win. So vote against your own interests. But so Clyburn believed the hype about him being this kingmaker. I mean, a kingmaker would be someone independent, would not be a leader in the Democratic Party. Also, there was, I don't know if it's still true, but there was a time Clyburn got more money from Big Pharma than any other member of Congress. 435, right? 435 people. He got more money from Big Pharma than anybody. What does that tell you? Of course, he's not for. And then I remember he said, well, Bernie didn't even ask for my endorsement, which Bernie should have done. However, was the guy who gets more money from Big Pharma going to endorse the guy known for Medicare for All? No, that wasn't going to happen. So Clyburn, I don't know if he really believed himself as this kingmaker, but to your point, here in New York, suddenly he came in that last week and endorsed Andrew Cuomo. Now, Cuomo got most of the Black vote, which also speaks to the generational divide and this decision-making of fear. I believe he did, first of all, it's name recognition. His father was governor, he was governor, and there's just this inertia. Yeah, I've heard of him. Mamdani, I never heard of him. So a lot of Black neighborhoods, Cuomo won. He won decisively over Mamdani, but younger people felt differently and voted for him. And I think it's a couple of things. Young people are having starkly different life experiences than their parents and grandparents. Their parents could go to college for very little money. New York City had a free university system up until the 70s, and public colleges were so cheap as to be almost free. So if you're in your 50s or 60s, you could get an education without being in debt peonage for your whole life. You knew you would get a job, a full-time job with benefits. And if you played your cards right, you could buy a house. You could have all of those creature comforts that we associate with having a quote unquote middle class life in the US. Young people have none of that. They can't afford college. If they get through it and they're in debt up to their necks, even if they just get a bachelor's degree, do they get jobs? No. We have this gig economy, part-time work, low-wage work. And now we have AI taking jobs altogether. So can they get like when I was young, getting out of college in the 80s, you could get your first job, get a little apartment, maybe have a roommate, and little by little you could move up in the world. They don't have any hope of doing any of those things. Buy a house. The median price of a house in Brooklyn, New York is now $900,000. And so we have seen a replacement, Black people leaving, white people coming in. And so we see this, everybody's like a rat in a maze. So I'll leave New York and go to North Carolina or Georgia or Florida. Maybe I can buy a house there. But there's gentrification there too. Maybe there are jobs in this or that place, but AI is taking the jobs. So by definition, just to survive, young people are willing to go outside of the political box. In general, I would say Black people are risk averse and vote out of fear. So you would vote for Cuomo instead of this guy that even if you like what he says, you're not sure he can win. In presidential politics, even with Obama, I don't know if you remember, there were a lot of questions about him until he won the Iowa caucuses. And it was clear that white people would vote for him, which meant he could win. And then Black people did a collective 180 and all got behind him, but didn't get behind him until they were convinced he would be able to win. But that's the politics of fear. And then, of course, we have to think about how much elections really matter. So what happens if a Democrat gets in? Now, with Trump, can seem to be a harder argument to make because he's moved so far to the right, and ICE is snatching people up and all kinds of things. But people are fearful and afraid to make any change, afraid of things they don't know much about. Americans are very, very propagandized. We don't know what socialism is. We don't know the history of this country. The corporate media I call it state controlled, because all they do is repeat. If you read the New York Times or Washington Post on foreign policy, it's like reading a State Department press release. They don't tell you anything new. And while I just reminded myself of something, and I know I'm digressing a bit. The New York Times was so eager to smear Zoran Mamdani, they a right wing. Actually, the man's a white supremacist. His name is Jordan Lasker. He went by this name of Crimeau. And they had this story that Mamdani, when he applied to Columbia as a high school student, Columbia University, where he was not admitted, he checked off the box African American in addition to Asian. Now, he was born in Uganda, a country where there were many South Asian people. So technically that's African American, but African American usually means us. And I think it's a legitimate debate. I would say he should not have done it. But then we find out that this person the New York Times gave anonymity to is a white supremacist. Black people have lower IQ, have smaller brains, the whole 9 yards. And they tried to backtrack. And actually, it's very funny. So this issue that one could debate has now been forgotten because people are saying, wait a minute, you didn't do a Google search on this guy? You were so eager to smear him, you didn't check, or you knew but thought you could get away with it anyway. But that's an example of corporate media and how they work they represent the ruling class. And so people don't have the information they want. In general, you've got to look for yourself. You can't depend on the educational system. You can't depend on the media in order to find out the things you need to know, to find out, well, what does socialism mean? What are socialist countries like? What is the U.S. doing around the world? What are we doing domestically? What are they doing domestically? I should put it that way. So I think I rambled and digressed a little bit, but I hope I was answering your question.
No, what I've come to realize and learn is that digression is kind of like improvisation in jazz. It's where the most important insights and structures of conversations lead to, because you led me right to where we kind of need to be. And it brings to my remembrance. This is the importance of remembrance. Elon Musk and MAGA had a field day last year calling him an African American. They were rubbing it in our faces. I never forget. Ron DeSantis in down in the state of Florida was rubbing it in Black America's faces, saying, "Oh, he's African American, our favorite African American." Now, again, I agree with you. I think Zoran should have thought a little better of that, but he is from Africa. And he was naturalized as an American. I don't like that game personally, but if MAGA was really concerned about that, then why did they just play that game with us, except to, of course, trigger the collective Black consciousness here in the United States of America? And now they've inverted that and said, oh, no, that's something wrong there. He shouldn't have done that. Right. That's the game that they play. But that brings us like full circle to the entire conversation. Right. It's the need for Black folks to see ourselves through an international lens. Because if we don't see ourselves through an international lens, and this is honestly one of the things I picked up reading Black Agenda Report over the years and listening to the broadcast, if we don't see ourselves through that lens, then we end up only having the education given to us by the empire that we are still exiled in, right? Mm-hmm. We only have the understanding and the knowledge that they share with us. And now we've seen this arc of Blackness, this arc of Black liberation. And I would even go as far as saying this arc of Black liberation theology, where we've come to a generation where we're not only fighting against white supremacy, but we're fighting against this mutated version of Blackness, where you have on the one side, you have the James Clyburns, who has a form of Blackness, but denies the power thereof. But you have also now you have the entirety of Black MAGA, but you also have now Black, and it used to be prosperity gospel, but it's something totally different now. It's like the bastard child of prosperity gospel, where they don't even preach the gospel anymore. They just preach capitalism in the pulpit. And then you even have the antithesis of Black liberation theology. You have these Black preachers out here now who are swearing that Jesus wasn't Black, and that becomes their platform to preach from. It's like we're dealing with this manifestation of the very worst of Blackness, which is Blackness married to empire. But you can't be married to empire unless you're honestly willing to subvert and sabotage Blackness.
We'll be back with more of the Benjamin Dixon Show right after this.
Hey everybody, this is Pastor Ben, and we need your support. Go to patreon.com/the BPD show and become a patron right now. We have so many exciting things that are coming up, and I guarantee you, it's going to blow your mind. All of the stuff that we are getting ready to roll out is going to blow your mind. I'll almost say, or your money back. That's right. What we're getting ready to do, not only through this channel, but through every single thing else that we've been working on, and so many different partnerships we've been working on, is going to change the game. But we need your support. Patreon.com/the BPD show. Go over there right now and become a patron. Also, you can send us a PayPal, paypal.me/HeyPastorBen. PayPal.me/HeyPastorBen. You can try CashApp, $HeyPastorBen. CashApp, $HeyPastorBen. I say try because CashApp trips sometimes. However you want to support. Patreon.com/the BPD show. PayPal.me/HeyPastorBen. $HeyPastorBen on Cash App. However you want to support, we absolutely need your support right now. Let's get back to it. In 1926, Carter G. Woodson gave us Black History Week. Now, almost 100 years later, many of us are still stuck in the month of February. But our legacy, it doesn't just fit into 28 days. The Black Heritage Day app is here to change all of that. It brings Black history to your fingertips every single day of the year. Based on years of research by Dr. Carl Mack, our historian, our griot, just 3 minutes a day, that's all it takes to read, learn, and listen to an oral narrative of your history.
Indeed, the Southern states went to war over the rights for each of the 11 Confederate states to own our ancestors.
To connect with your roots, to teach your children the truth they won't get in school.
In total, he is credited with 28 other inventions. But as a Black inventor, he struggled to gain.
Learn why New Year's Day was once considered the most dreaded day of the year.
Parents were separated from their children, siblings separated, and spouses separated from one another. And today, America has the nerve to lecture us about the status of the Black family.
Understand the political journey of Black America from the Republican Party to the Democratic Party.
It marked the beginning of Blacks' departure from the Republican Party to the Democratic Party. And here's why we switched.
Dive into culture and triumph like Sidney Poitier's blockbuster film success. And so much more. From heartbreak to triumph. From January 1st to December 31st. This app is more than a download. It's a movement. It's a community of Black families raising their kids on truth and on legacy. Download the Black Heritage Day app for free in the Google Play Store or on the Apple App Store. This isn't just an app. It is a daily celebration of who we are.
Welcome back to the Benjamin Dixon Show.
It's like we're dealing with this manifestation of the very worst of Blackness, which is Blackness married to empire. But you can't be married to empire unless you're honestly willing to subvert and sabotage Blackness. What are your thoughts?
Well, you're absolutely right. And I'm seeing something else happening now. This idea that Black people should not be active at all. Let other people step up. These memes that, Black people are dancing even though World War III is about to start, which is, I don't know why people think that's a flex, but anyway, so they do. After Kamala Harris lost, it's like it's somebody else's turn. We shouldn't be on the front lines. I think it's interesting because a lot of people saying this were never on any line, the front line or the second or the third, and now want to act like they were. But
better preach, Black woman.
But this idea that that Black people can play no role politically, that because due to our disappointments and the failures of the system on our behalf, we're out. That's it. That's all we can do. As if climate change won't hit us, as if, Trump and Netanyahu's in Washington or coming to Washington. He and Trump are trying to restart a war with Iran. That's not going to impact us. Really, it won't. So all of these, so that's the newest thing I find, frankly, very disturbing. But yes, we need to know our history, and our history and it didn't start with Trump, changing websites and taking Black people's pictures out. This has been going on for a long time. There was a counter-revolution to the liberation movement, and for more than 50 years, and that was done in a variety of ways. You create a buffer class of people like me who had the chance to go to colleges you might not otherwise have gone to, giving opportunity to some, but moving to the right, further and further to the right all the time. So that Bill Clinton, what did Bill Clinton do? Bill Clinton, his crime bill put thousands of Black people in jail across the country. Bill Clinton is responsible for the loss of our media consolidation. It used to be you couldn't own a TV station and a newspaper in the same city. Well, if that were true, Rupert Murdoch couldn't own Fox and the New York Post, but he does. That's because of Bill Clinton. Remember, there were so many black radio stations. Well, now I think there's 6 or 7 corporations that control everything, almost everything we see and read and hear in media. And those were attacks on us. These were the liberation movement was successful. It changed the way we saw ourselves. It changed the way everybody in the country saw themselves. There would be no Medicare or Medicaid if not for the civil rights movement. Nobody would have had any of those things. And this is terrifying to the oligarchy. And they have made sure that there's no talk of any of that ever again. So we've been dealing with this counter-revolution, which distorted our own memories. We're talking about gentrification. Remember Washington, D.C. was Chocolate City? Well, now it's Cafe Au Lait City. And we have black so-called leadership. We have a black mayor here in New York City, but all he talks about is how he used to be a cop. He brought back Bloomberg stop and frisk. His police department, they used to at least fire cops who killed people. Adams does not discipline. There's a civilian complaint review board. It doesn't do very much, but they would recommend that a cop be fired for misconduct. Adams doesn't even do that. So that's where we are, of so-called black leadership who owe their positions to rich white people. And the people we mentioned, who have passed away, and those memories and experiences are gone with them. And you have to make, as I said, a concerted effort on your own to learn history outside of the box, to learn about the rest of the world. So I think it's important for people to know this did not happen accidentally. This is very deliberate. And we have to make sure that we know that. So there were a handful of black people in Congress in the early 70s, the first members of the Congressional Black Caucus. I think there were 10 of them. Now there are more than 40. But so what? What do they do? What do they do for us? They owe their positions to rich white people, and if any of them step out of line, they get rid of Cori Bush, Jamal Bowman. They spent millions of dollars on primaries to get them out, just to make sure, in case anybody had any big ideas about being really progressive, that they got over themselves and they got their minds right, and just to make sure that nobody thought about actually proposing any kind of meaningful change.
What you are saying is somewhat triggering to me, right? Because of the intentionality of every step and the fact that black folks, we have not been able to see at scale. There have always been prophetic voices. And I when I say prophetic, I don't mean in the pulpit. I mean in the streets. I mean in media and in the pulpit. But there have always been voices who've seen it, but not allowed to get the masses of black folks to see it, which part of the question is about Black Agenda Report and you all carrying on that legacy and extending that legacy and your readership and your reach. But then I have to go in a little bit further here, because I wonder if this Black Misleadership class, trademark Black Agenda Report, right? At least that's where I first heard it and only heard it. I wonder if they realize how this plays out throughout history for collaborators with empire. It never plays out well for them in the end, whether it be the Sanhedrin Council in the Roman Empire in Jesus's day, whether it be the African tribes who collaborated with colonizers and enslavers who ended up getting enslaved themselves because they thought that they could work out a deal with white folks, but at the end of the day, it never did work out well for them. Whether it be any version of that, there's always a class of people who think that they can get over by collaborating with empire instead of fighting and resisting empire. And then I want to ask black folks also, you mentioned Netanyahu, if they don't realize the trajectory that we're on right now, man, there's white folks in this country who would love
salivate at the chance to do to us what Zionists are doing to Gaza, and how they think it's a safe path, maybe for them because they think that they'll die soon enough and don't have to live with it, but for their children and their grandchildren, their Black grandchildren who have to live in a world that they created by collaborating with empire. That's the depth and breadth of it. I'll let you take it from there.
Well, it depends. There are people who are cynical and they just don't care. They don't care what comes after them. There are people who are in denial, who convince themselves it's going to be different for them. Or they say, well, I'm going to get mine while I can, and maybe I can help the next generation. So there are all kinds of ways people excuse being part of this class that is used to hurt all of us. So I'm sure if you talk to 100 different Black misleaders, you might get 100 different answers. But the most important thing is for the rest of us to know that many of these people are our enemies. The Black face in a high place is not only not necessarily our friend, but many times they are our enemies. And it's important, whatever they think of themselves and what they're doing, it's important for us not to be fooled about where things are headed. And I just want to say, too, this is all very frightening. This is a very frightening moment. People worry about where they can live, how they can live. When I see homeless people on the street, and by the way, I don't know about where you are, but here in New York, people living on the street are almost all Black, almost all of them. And people living very precarious lives, this fear, is that going to be me? We have and that's not I'm going to digress a tiny bit. One of my siblings was a social worker in a psychiatric hospital. And when she started her job, she said they had almost 900 beds. When she retired 20 years later, they had 300 beds. So why is anybody surprised that there are mentally ill homeless people on the streets and in jails? That's called austerity. That was Andrew Cuomo, by the way, who was in charge of that. But that's all over the country. The government doing less and less, acquiescing to the demands of this ruling class. And so there's less for people to be secure in. And it's making people personally self-destructive. I'm seeing behaviors, and I always say it's capitalism. Capitalism is ruining people's lives, ruining our psychological health, our physical health, and that's where we are right now. And the misleaders have assisted this. They have played their role. We had a congressman in New York was chair of foreign relations. Oh my God, from Queens. Why am I can see his face. I'm telling you, it's a senior moment. Gregory Meeks.
Okay, yeah.
Gregory Meeks is the ranking Democrat on the House Foreign Relations Committee. Giving money to Ukraine, defending Israel, all of them. Everybody and Zionists here in New York, if you want to run for a city council seat in a neighborhood with no Jewish people, you had better say you're going to support Israel. If not, you'll find yourself, suddenly someone will appear with a lot of money running against you. And it's important for us to say that. And do people care? Do they not care? I don't know. It doesn't, in the end, it doesn't matter because we see the end result. Police departments here in the United States send cops to Israel to be trained so they can treat people here the way people in Gaza are treated. Billions of dollars, our money, while we're told no for everything we need. No. Can we have more money for schools? Nope. Can we have more money for hospitals? Nope. They just took this big, beautiful bill, cuts Medicaid. So rural hospitals in southern states where most Black people live are going to close because of these people. And the misleaders, Hakeem Jeffries is a waste of humanity. I'll just say it. Cory Booker with his long 25, talking for 25 hours. For what? Who needed him to talk for 25 hours? He didn't even use that time to oppose any legislation. Hakeem Jeffries is he can't even pretend. I mean, it's horrible that he can't speak. He and other Democrats have said they won't endorse Mamdani. He won the Democratic primary. You should endorse him. But the oligarchs said no, and so he won't. And they don't propose any. When you think about if the Democrats were really an opposition party, wouldn't you, just off the top of my head, wouldn't you send people out all over to the red states and say, you're going to lose your rural hospital. You're going to lose your Medicaid. Nope. Because they just want to get back in. They want a few different slogans, and they're hoping they don't have to really do anything or fight, and they can get back into power, which may not even work for them, even though that's worked in the past. So Hakeem Jeffries, how is he any better than Trump if he doesn't fight Trump? I mean, not even rhetorically. I mean, nothing. So that's where we are with these misleaders. These people are dangerous to us. They are our enemies, and they should be seen that way. And I think it's important for people, even if you're not sure what action to take, I think it's important to know where you stand and where these people stand. And it's not with you.
Absolutely. Let's talk about the Black Agenda Report. How many years strong are you all there since its founding, and how many years have you been there? Tell us about your readership and the reach and the broader community, because it's been, again, I first found out about it back just before Barack Obama started running for president, to be honest with you, but I know that they were there longer than that.
2006 we started. First we were with a site called Black Commentator. Starting in like 2002 or 2003, we decided to break out on our own, Glenn, Bruce, and myself, in 2006. So the first issue of blackagendareport.com was in October of 2006. And I remember Glenn had an article called "Let the Black Caucus Be Black." And he was talking about Nancy Pelosi controlling Charlie Rangel and John Conyers, who had been these progressive stalwarts for years, but she stopped them at every turn. And I think that's a great example of our work, revealing analysis from a Black left perspective. That's what we say, domestically, internationally. We've had, of course, changes over the years. There always are. We have a good team of regular contributors. We reprint from other publications, and we're planning on doing some new stuff in the next few months to expand our reach, which is national and international. I'm always surprised, maybe I shouldn't be, that people all over the world make reference to Black Agenda Report, invite us to speak, to travel. And I think it's because we have that perspective of real leftism, being anti-capitalist, being anti-imperialist, and always tying that to Black people. I always say of Glenn Ford, he was the Blackest person I knew. He was a red diaper baby, grew up as a socialist, but also grew up in the segregated South, was in the military in the Vietnam era, a Black Panther. So all of those experiences, he put Black people first in everything he wrote and talked about. How will this impact us? And everything impacts us. So these people who, there's nothing for us to do, we're just going to stand back. That's not, you can try that if you want, but that's just being in denial, which is not a river in Egypt. So that is our work at blackagendareport.com. We publish articles every Wednesday, and I have interviews, Black Agenda Radio, every Friday, which can be heard on Pacifica stations like WBAI in New York, WPFW in Washington.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So you've been there from day one, square one.
Yeah.
Oh, that is so awesome. Listen, I have so many things that we can dig into and talk about, but I do want to honor in your time.
I'll come back.
Oh no, absolutely. And listen, I'm gonna do a shameless plug here. I'm getting ready to drop an article on why Christians, Bible-based Christians, cannot be capitalists. And I'm exegeting that thing from top to bottom. It is just but I don't have a place to put it. I don't know if that fits over there at Black Agenda Report, but if it doesn't, I have some other stuff I would love to share with you all.
Okay, sure. And speaking of shameless plugs, I'm
Absolutely
not as good as I should be at promoting myself. I wrote a book, Prejudential: Black America and the Presidents in 2020. I'll just hold it up so you can see it. Prejudential: Black America and the Presidents. I go through from George Washington to the first Trump administration, talking about, in a way, what we've been talking about all this time, the foundations of this country, how presidents, slaveholders, segregationists have impacted our lives to this day. It's published by Steerforth Press, but you can get it from all the sites, Barnes & Noble, Amazon, get it from your local bookstore. And I think folks would...
Muted? All right. Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Nick. Hope you guys are having a good Thursday. That's all I was saying. We made it a Friday almost. It's so close. I need Nick's help to make it to Friday, to be honest with you guys. Now I'm low. Let's see. Mic settings. All right, how is that? Is that better? We have sound. No, now is it too high? Try plugging it in. You think Ben was loud? Ben's always louder than I think Ben I think he adjusts his mic manually. I actually don't mess with it. I let StreamYard do it, but I did try to fix my camera this time. I put it back on autofocus, but we're going to see about that. We're going to see about that. I live in the woods, guys. I live way out in the middle of nowhere where my fucking internet connection is not as awesome as it should be. Let's just put it that way. I got home from work. I ain't pretty, but I ain't ever really pretty, to be honest with you. So it's okay. It's okay. All right. Well, what are we talking about today? Something that I've been talking about a lot. And then I was like, we just need to do a show. We just need to do a show on this. And that is MAGA hypocrisy. I talk about a lot how often we see the weird flipping and flopping of MAGA based off of what Donald Trump says, right? And they've drawn a couple lines in the sand. I have to give them that. There was a couple times, like when Trump said he was going to give amnesty to immigrants for 5 seconds when he was talking about the leisure industry and farm workers, and they quickly they put a stop to that. So I'll give them that. A few of them seem pretty disillusioned with the idea that there's no Epstein list, that it was all a hoax. Not a lot of them. 54% of them said they don't have any problem voting for Trump if Trump does end up being in those files and being a trafficker. So they do have some lines, but those lines are blurry because, I was telling my viewers the other night, I got on and I wanted to see. I wanted to go around and look at some conservative voices and kind of see what Republicans are doing nowadays. How are they feeling about America, about their president, about the person that they voted for. And I wasn't looking for MAGA. I wasn't looking for cult members, because we all know how they feel. We know that they'll do whatever. 54% of them don't care if he's a trafficker. I wanted to find conservative voices, and I found a couple conservative voices, a couple like down-home country guys, and a couple veterans. And what I saw from those guys kind of like verified for me that what I believed was pretty spot on, and that was, how did MAGA go from being great replacement anti-Semites to just absolutely being willing to send guns to them, to defend them, to defend Netanyahu? That's been one of my biggest ones, and we've talked about this before, that I had it explained to me that a lot of Christians support Israel, not because they support Israel, but because it's part of the prophecies to bring back Jesus, to end the world, the apocalypse, the rapture, whatever you want to call it. And so, that kind of made sense, but it still didn't speak to me, because I was like, how many of these, content creators, how many of these cafeteria Christians, how many of them are really actually aware of these prophecies and stuff? I get that certain people are, but how many of these people are? And in watching these videos of these Republicans, conservatives, one of them was, Heavy Duty Country. You guys should actually watch some of his newer videos. I know that's going to sound crazy to you, but you should go watch some of his videos so you can see this struggle that some of these conservatives are having. And I'm once again saying conservatives, not MAGA Republicans, with supporting Donald Trump. Now, they don't go as far as to say that Donald Trump is a bad president or anything he's doing is wrong, but you can watch them have this inner conflict specifically over support for Israel. I mean, I literally heard Heavy Duty Country say the words, "Why are we sending money to Israel when we don't have health care for everybody in America?" And I was like, holy shit. This used to be where we were at over a decade ago, where it was like you didn't get along with the other side, but on occasion you were like, that's not a bad point. And it was weird to see. But hypocrisy, not gonna lie, it's alive, it's a well. It's all over the place. So let's jump right into it. We've got a couple articles to go over, and then we got some videos that we want to watch as well. And we're going to talk about all of these things. So let's get this. I almost added Nick to the screen. We're doing good. We're doing good. All right, here we go. All right. There we go. That okay there. All right. So speaking of hypocrisy, one of the videos that I watched was of a Marine. And this ex-Marine, he had a Ted Nugent for president bumper sticker on his toolbox, and he had guns hanging all over the walls. And he was talking about the occupation. He was saying it's weird to be seeing military taps in the streets of America. This doesn't make sense. What is happening? And he started going off on this storage unit tower that had been built. A tower of these storage trailers that had been built, and how it could be used as high ground to keep the populace from being able to escape from the city he's in. And I was like, all right, okay, there we go. Because a lot of the MAGA Republicans have been people forever. When Obama was president, it was, what was it? What did they call the Operation Cobalt or something like that? Where they thought Obama was going to put the military into cities to quell unrest so he could run for a third term. And we're seeing that with Donald Trump literally putting federal agents, officers, National Guard, soldiers into these different cities. You've heard Pritzker now say if they send these agents into his cities, into Chicago, that they will be arrested. Good job, Pritzker. Good job, Pritzker. One of the things that Donald Trump is doing right now is he's obviously creating situations that, in his opinion, he can sell to necessitate putting these National Guard members into these cities. And one of them that's, I mean, at this point, it's just like all of us know the pickleballs incident. He got beat up by a 15-year-old girl. We all know that now. Those kids aren't going to do any time. Of course they're not, because they didn't do anything. Pickleball's mouthed off. Pickleball's got a fucking busted lip. If you don't believe me, go watch my video on Angry Ginger live clips. I've got a video over there called Fake as Fuck, because it was fake as fuck. Okay? But they're manufacturing these Reichstag fires, right? And this is one that was recently that they did. Trump seizes control of train station after Vance and Miller's PR stunt humiliation. President Donald Trump's administration is taking control of Washington, D.C.'s Union Station after 3 of his top officials were loudly heckled during a botched PR stunt at the transit hub. When they say botched PR stunt, what they literally mean is that these guys went there thinking they were going to walk through D.C. D.C. Union. They're going to be like seen as being, you know, pretty tough dudes, doing a little bit of a set for Trump's administration. And people were like, y'all are pussies. That's pretty much what happened. Y'all a bunch of pussies is what they yelled at him. This is all fake. He knows that this is going to happen. They're just using it as reasons to do these things. They're limit testing. They want to see how far they can push these things. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, a former contestant in road rules. Yep. A former contestant in road rules. Announced Wednesday that his department would reclaim management of the nation's second busiest rail terminal as part of the administration's sweeping efforts to tighten control over the capital. I think Visora likes to call it Night City from Cyberpunk 2077. That's where we're going. We're going towards Night City in Washington. Duffy was at Union Station to launch a new fleet of high-speed Acela trains for Amtrak's Northeast Corridor route between D.C., Baltimore, Philadelphia, New York, and Boston. Trains which were first ordered under President Barack Obama in 2016 and which will benefit from infrastructure investments made as part of President Joe Biden's Bipartisan Infrastructure Act. In other words, he's there to celebrate something that Democratic presidents had accomplished. The controversial federal takeover of D.C. has included deploying National Guard soldiers to patrol the streets, assisting the police in tackling crime, and picking up trash. There's nothing that these people are not hypocritical about. Waste, corruption, and fraud. Remember? Do you guys remember? It was only like 3 months ago. Waste, corruption, and fraud. I believe this fucking falls under waste, and I'm not talking about the trash that they were picking up off the ground. I mean paying military soldiers to walk around and pick up trash off the streets. The whole point of tariffs and all this shit was to bring back jobs to America. Immigrants are taking your jobs. We got to deport these people. We got them get the fuck out of here so that way you guys have jobs. And you know who took your jobs? Soldiers, the military, the army took your jobs. I bet you didn't see that one coming. What's happening, 5 Alarm? It's insane. The amount of hypocrisy is just like absolutely through the fucking roof. It's insane. Okay. Instead of being a point of pride, Washington's Union Station has fallen into disrepair, Duffy said in a statement reported by the Washington Post. By reclaiming station management, we will help make this city safe and beautiful at a fraction of the cost. Once again, waste. What? Why? We're supposed to be helping people. This was supposed to be about helping MAGA. It wasn't supposed to be, we're about to have, remember when Tucker Carlson went to Moscow? You guys remember that shit? And he was like, look at these train stations that were literally built by communism. Are we about to do communism? Is that how far this hypocrisy goes? Is this how far the hypocrisy goes? Is that we have literally gotten to a point now where Trump might do communism. Oh my God. The move came a week after Vice President J.D. Vance, White House Deputy Chief of Staff Pee Wee German, and Defense Secretary Whiskey Pete were booed and jeered with chants of Free DC as they attempted a photo op with National Guard troops stationed at Union Station, complete with boxes of cheeseburger. Waste, fraud, corruption! The officials were also greeted with the shouts of "fucking Nazi" and "get the fuck out of my city." One heckler even called Vance a couch fucker. We live in such a strange time. A reference to a baseless meme claiming the vice president wrote about having sex on the couch in his hillbilly elegy memoir, which became a meme during the 2024 election. As I said during that time, guys, you can't prove he didn't fuck that couch, okay? You can't prove he didn't fuck that couch. I also want to point out, that is the place they say is just in disrepair, guys. It's falling apart. It looks horrible. It's absolute garbage. That is the place that they're claiming that we need to go into and we need to fix up. During the chaotic visit, Vance was asked by the press why troops were being stationed in the rail station instead of areas of the city with higher crime rates. Good fucking question. It's because they're scared to put them in the places with higher crime rates, and because they really don't want to police the places with higher crime rates. They want to keep poor people, the working class, and minorities stuffed down into those places with higher crime rates, so that way they don't have to smell them. In response, Vance suggested Union Square, one of the country's biggest rail hubs, was full of vagrants, drug addicts, and the chronically homeless and the mentally ill. He just means the working class. He just means us. That's how they describe us. Which makes visitors to the capital feel unsafe, which is actually not a problem right now because ain't nobody visiting. So tourism's way down. That's not even a concern anymore. He said he had brought his children there a couple of years ago and claimed they were being screamed at by violent vagrants. These poor fucking soldiers, man. These poor soldiers. The station had been badly hit in 2020 by the collapse of travel, but had been recovering since. It is second only to New York Penn Station for passenger use, along with 70,000 a day using it. It is small by international standards, as everything in America, when we talk about infrastructure, is small by international standards. Our fucking entire infrastructure is fucking minuscule compared to other countries. The nonprofit Union Station Redevelopment Corp manages Union Station. The Trump administration's plans for a full takeover of Union Station are expected to be completed in September, according to Reuters. The Department of Transportation now plans upgrades to lighting, elevators, and the roof as part of its takeover. However, the nonprofit was already working on an expansion and an upgrade using money from the Biden administration's spending plans. The ownership and management of the station was handed to the nonprofit in 1983 after the building underwent a major restoration. Since then, it has been responsible for its upkeep, while it's now policed solely by Amtrak Police, already under the command of Duffy. A year ago, while Joe Biden was still president, the Department of Justice published an article on declining crime and homelessness at the station. You don't say, but fucking they don't care. They're just going to say it's fake news. But this year, MAGA supporter Scott Jennings witnessed a fatal shooting inside the terminal and posted about it on X, while the Washington Post reported that Duffy's wife, Fox News weekend anchor Rachel Duffy, passed through the station not long after the killing. In other words, he wasn't fucking there, and she wasn't fucking either. The White House and Department of Transportation have been contacted. Waste, fraud, and corruption. You remember that shit? It wasn't that fucking long ago. That these people have the shortest term memories of all time. It wasn't that long ago that we were supposed to be cutting waste. And now we have soldiers picking up trash on the streets. It was not long ago that people were claiming that Barack Obama was going to be a 3-term president that was going to use the military by moving them into cities to quell the populace. And that's happening now. What Groove Dragon said. Right there. Right. Good job, Groove Dragon. My boy 5 Alarm calling it out. Good job, 5 Alarm. But do we really think that's where it ends? Do we really think that's where the hypocrisy ends, guys? Come on. Come on, guys. Do you guys think the hypocrisy ends there? No. No. There's a lot of hypocrisy to cover in this show, guys. There's enough to fill my 2 hours and probably Visora's as well. If you guys didn't see, I went on Visora's show the other day. I was over on Visora's show on Tuesday. Visora Official over there on Twitch. Go check that out. It was a great show. I had a great time over there with Visora. We had a very enjoyable conversation. What we have here, do you guys remember? Do you guys remember? Cognitive decline, guys. Dementia. Joe Biden's too old. Why are they letting this old guy that can't walk? Why are they trying to elect him as president? And then what did they do? They elected the oldest president that has ever been elected before. They elected a man that looks like he is dying of grayscale. They elected a man that 100%, in many nurses' opinions, is suffering from congestive heart failure. They hired a man that climbed on top of the White House and yelled at reporters from the top of the fucking White House. The fucking hypocrisy. This article. The president appeared to confuse multiple officials, invented a governor, and warned of invasive fish in a chaotic Oval Office appearance. Guys, you can, like, I know, look, I loved Biden, just so you guys know. I was a supporter of Biden. I thought his domestic policy was amazing. His foreign policy needed some work. Just a little work. But I said from the very beginning of doing YouTube content creation, okay? I said the left does itself no favors by saying that Joe Biden is not old. I said it from the very beginning. I am one of the few people that gets to sit up here on this YouTube stage and say to you guys, I said he was old. But you know what I also said? I said his administration, and this is before Palestine, Israel, his administration had gotten a lot of shit done. The Infrastructure Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, avoiding a recession, forgiving college debt, the PACT Act, which is incredibly underestimated, the Chips and Science Act, bipartisan gun legislation. There was a lot that his administration got done. And I said, as old as Joe Biden may be, every single liberal should say, you're right, he's fucking old. But show me what any other president has done that matches up to what this old motherfucker has done. And you know what they replaced him with? They replaced him with a older, oranger, dumber, more unbalanced, weirder clown shit show. That's what they replaced him with. So let's watch this video. Let's go ahead and watch this video, guys. You guys tell me. You guys tell me what you guys think about this.
I'm a Christian type of model.
Oh, that's not what? That's no, don't do that. Why did we do that for? Speaking of old men, guys. Speaking of old men. Oh, I gotta push my buttons. Oh, hold on. Hold on. You got a Nicholas? Nick, I need you.
How bad it is. Everybody standing there knows. We know. You don't have to be doing any studies. They should be saying, please come in. Pritzker should be saying that. You know, I did a favor for Christy.
Bro, he went 3 different places in the first 14 seconds.
Pritzker should be saying that. You know, I did a favor for Christy, for Christy Whitman.
Christy Whitman, guys. Anybody know a Christy Whitman? Christy Whitman. Christy Whitman, can you come to the front? Your parents are looking for you. Christy Whitman. Anybody seen Christy Whitman?
Whitmer. A good.
Ah, strike two. Strike two. It's not Christy Whitmer.
Favor, I think, with the fish, the carp, the China carp. Did you ever hear of it? China carp. And
China carp, guys. Christy Whitman and the China carp. That's going to be the name of my next band. My next band's going to be Christy Whitman and the China carp.
It's taken over your Great Lakes. You know about that, right? And
oh, guys. What is this reality that we are currently living in, guys? Christy Whitman and the China carp. Like, what the fuck are you supposed to say to some of this stuff, guys? Christy Whitman, your POTUS had locked himself in the car. Oh, shit. Oh. I'm having flashbacks of Kmart, okay? Like, somebody needs to go come get their grandpa. Somebody needs to come get their grandpa, guys. Christy Whitman and the China carp, guys. Don't steal that, okay? Don't steal that. But do you think we're done? Do you guys really think we're done? No, we're just getting started. I told you, I have 2 hours worth of this shit. This is all recent news, too. By the way, this is all recent news. This isn't like I'm having to, like, pull up, like, fucking clips from, like, 2 years ago or even, like, fucking 2 months ago, guys. This is like I'm pulling up news stories from, like, the last 7 days. That is how insane shit is right now. It's out of control. So one of the things that I've covered probably 1,000,000 times on my show is Trump merch. Like, I mean, did not Donald Trump just send out a grift email on him going to heaven? Donald Trump literally just sent out an email saying he needs money for his campaign to help him get into heaven. Your grandmama is sitting at home right now, like going through her wallet, and you know it's full of $20 bills because that's big money to grandma, all right? Just deciding how much money that she can give to Donald Trump to help him get into heaven. The grift on the right is fucking insane. There is no president in the history of presidents that has as much merchandise as Donald Trump. That is not even a fucking question. I will put $1,000 right now on it that you cannot prove to me that there is another president with more merchandise than Donald Trump. And you know what they're mad about right now? Can you guess what they're mad about right now, guys? They're mad about Gavin Newsom having merchandise. That's what these people are pissed off about. Not understanding that the reason that Gavin Newsom has merchandise is to directly mock the fact that Donald Trump has merchandise. So let's watch this video first, and then we'll read some of the article. Good Lord. I did it again. Pushing the buttons. Ooh, pushing the buttons. Should just make
radical.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. This is Will Cain on Fox News. If you don't watch Fox News, like I don't watch Fox News, I don't know who the fuck this guy is, but it's Will Cain.
Radical. He seems to have found ground, legs, with the left by mocking President Trump.
First of all, that tone of voice is like, I'm just telling you right now, you can find this man on Grindr. All right? Like, that. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, for sure, do you, boo-boo. Like, get out there and, you know, as many fucking handies you want to give out, how many of carrots you would like stuffed in your butt, that's all good for me. I'm not against any of that. Just let it out, brother. I can tell why you're bitter and angry. You're having to hide who you are. Come on, bro.
Like a ChatGPT personality, he's just
This guy is talking about ChatGPT personalities.
borrowing now from President Trump, copying his style with X posts. Now he's even going for his own MAGA style merch. The shop includes items like Newsom was right about everything hat.
True. True.
Or he has a Newsom 2026 mug.
He can't even run in 2026. Oh my God, that is fucking amazing on so many levels.
He even has a Bible priced at $100 that he tweets out, already sold out.
Like, these dipshits don't even get that that's just the fucking Bible. And he's obviously joking that it's sold out. Like, these are the people that are like, man, like, you just can't do comedy anymore.
Out. His personality, just a shadow. Shadows on the wall. A Xerox copy of others. But that works on the left.
This guy doesn't understand. He doesn't understand. The whole point is to mock Trump by acting like Trump.
Now to some of the top stories of the
just the hypocrisy. I don't know at what point. Okay, let me just say this. Here, this is what I'll say. At what point do MAGA people realize that they are the butt of every Fox News joke? Because at no point does this guy believe that it's weird that Gavin Newsom has merchandise. He knows what the fuck Gavin Newsom is doing. He knows that Gavin Newsom is mocking Donald Trump. He knows that he can tell Trump supporters that Gavin Newsom is being a weirdo and that Gavin Newsom is just trying to copy Donald Trump's thing to get in there and win over the stupid left. Like that, he knows that he can tell them that and that they'll eat that shit up. How long, guys? How long? Until Trump supporters finally wake up one day and go, you know, I think these people they're taking advantage of us. I think they're duping us. I think they've been grifting off us. Margaret, do you think Fox News is using us? I think they might think we're stupid. That's weird. I can't pay my rent. Groceries are still expensive. Margaret, didn't Trump say that groceries going to get cheaper? The grocery bill down, Margaret. I can't get shit off T-Mobile anymore. There's no mail coming in the country, Margaret. What happened? Why is everything so expensive? But speaking of duped, guys. And this is the last article we'll go over, and then we're going to watch some videos. Oh, God. This is the best one. I saved the best one for last. Okay, guys? I saved the best one for last. Speaking of being duped. You know, I was just saying something today to somebody where I was saying, you know, every time that you find out that somebody that you liked as a celebrity, right, isn't a Trump supporter, you're like, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Woo! All right, I can still like that person. You know, you find out like Kevin Sorbo's a Trump supporter, and you're like, oh, that's cool. That's fine. I mean, Rob Schneider, to be honest with you guys, I was a little sad. We lost Deuce Bigelow. Okay, we lost Deuce Bigelow. I was mildly sad. I hadn't watched a Rob Schneider movie in 30 years, but I was a little bit sad. Rob Schneider, Jamie Kennedy from the Kennedy Experience or Experiment or whatever the fuck it was from like 40 years ago. Wasn't sad. I was like, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, all right. That definitely not too concerned. Ted Nugent, didn't give two shits about Ted Nugent. I know a couple of you guys used to like his music. I felt bad for you guys. All right? There is definitely some people that I was sad about, but a lot of them I didn't give two shits about. Recently, it came to my attention that the woo guy. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong one, right? Was Stained the woo guy? Was Stained down with the sickness? No, it's Disturbed. That's the other guy. That's annoying as fuck. What's his name? I forgot, but Tom Morello owned that motherfucker. Aaron Lewis of Stained recently said, Bruce Springsteen duped us all, guys. He duped us all. Bruce Springsteen's Born in the USA not only has one of the most iconic album covers of all time, but the 1984 LP was instrumental in turning the New Jersey native into a global superstar. By incorporating pop elements into his distinctive heartland rock, Springsteen reached new audiences with now classic songs like Dancing in the Dark, I'm on Fire, Glory Days, and the album's title track, Born in the USA. However, according to Stained's, I like that they actually called, guys, they actually called Stained Stand. No one knows shit about Stained anymore. They're literally like, what was that band's name? Stand? According to Stan's Aaron Lewis, Born in the USA is a total fraud and one of the most anti-American songs ever. Lewis, who performs as a solo country artist because he knows where the grift is good, when not fronting his new metal outfit, has become an outspoken conservative in recent decades. He has a history of making controversial remarks and doing pro-Donald Trump stunts that rub people the wrong way. Can you say, I lack relevance and I will do anything at all to be relevant? On a recent appearance on the Tucker Carlson show, you don't say, Lewis blasted the boss, saying that Springsteen's continued behavior is a disgusting display of not appreciating what was handed to him in this country as being an American, the success that he has had. The fact that he has duped us all with one of the most anti-American songs that ever, and it was called Born in the USA, as some sort of celebration of how great it is to be born in the USA. I'm angry at myself for not seeing it for so long and actually giving him, in my mind, the credit of being a representation of blue-collar America. That's the only way that you can say that. You have to say that with the appropriate amount of Trump outrage. Okay, dip. Let me just explain something to you. There's a lot of people on multiple sites that didn't know that Born in the USA wasn't a song about being ultimately just proud to be American because you're a nationalist piece of shit. All right? And that was the point. The point of the song was to be about a person coming back from Vietnam and being disillusioned after not being taken care of by the very government that sent him to fight a illegitimate war. It was about the working class not being taken care of. Are you fucking kidding me? Not being a representation of blue-collar America? How fucking out of touch are you? Blue-collar Americans are so disenfranchised right now that they voted for a fucking billionaire because they were desperate for the love of any politician. That's how we got in this fucking problem. You're a Trump supporter. You should fucking know this. That song didn't get worse when I realized that it wasn't about being a proud nationalist just because I was born here, but that it was a scathing criticism of the American system and how it has used the working class to get rich off of our backs. I loved him more for that because it is a representation of how we feel. It is a representation of what it's like to be used up and thrown away in American society. Aaron Lewis is a 2-bit garbage ass musician talking about a fucking legend. Do you think they call him the boss for no reason, dog? He is your boss. If Bruce Springsteen came out today and shit out a half-ass song, it would sell more copies than anything you have ever sold in your entire fucking career. This beef is like Machine Gun Kelly versus Eminem. He doesn't even deserve a response from Bruce Springsteen. This fucking guy couldn't carry Bruce Springsteen's fucking jockstrap, okay? This fucking asshole sniffing, boothole licking douchebag that has a "Don't Tread on Me" fucking tattoo on his neck where his daddy kink Donald Trump stomps on a daily fucking basis needs to keep his fucking mouth closed. Because he doesn't know shit about being working class. He doesn't know anything about good music. And the last thing anybody should ever be doing is listening to his fucking opinion. And I'm just going to point out one more really funny thing here. This fucking dipshit is wearing a Johnny Cash shirt. Do you know what Johnny Cash would think of your stupid fucking opinion, Aaron Lewis of Stand? Do you know what Johnny Cash would think about your fucking opinion? Because something tells me if Aaron Lewis of Stand looks up some of Johnny Cash's opinions on these topics, he's going to be sad all over again. Because Johnny Cash was cut from the same cloth as Bruce Springsteen. I don't know why I can't say Bruce Springsteen tonight. It's been a long day. From this point on, guys, he was going to be known as Aaron Lewis of Stand. Born in the USA details a small-town man who returns home after serving in the Vietnam War only to find unemployment and no government association from the VA's office. It's a grim portrayal of the working class, but its anthemic chorus has often confused many who don't look deeper into the song. And that's intentional. You know, one of the songs I like to talk to people about is there's a song by, what is that guy's name? Mike Posner. And I forget what the name of the song is, but it's the chorus is, "This is what a sad song sounds like." And it's the song itself is very happy. It's very poppy. Mike Posner makes a lot of very poppy music, right? The song itself is, this is what a sad song sounds like, and it's meant to give you the feeling of like, this is conflictual. The message in the song does not match the tone of music, and many of us understand that much of music is like that. That many songs get their message across by becoming popular by sounding very happy when they have very sad lyrics. And that is what Born in the USA is. It was meant to conflict. And people like fucking Aaron Lewis of Stand, okay? Look, he's so fucking dumb that there's literally Springsteen loyal fans t-shirts on this article. It's fucking amazing. We'll never understand because he's a shitty musician. He's fucking garbage, and he'll never understand what real music is. I'm just going to say he's the woo guy. I'm just going to fucking continue to think he's the guy from Disturbed. Lewis also claims Springsteen has forgotten where he came from and has lost touch with the struggle by continuing to support the Democratic Party. Because nothing says that you're in touch with the middle class's structure or struggle like fucking tariffing the middle class. Nothing says that you're in touch with the poor in America by getting rid of the de minimis rule, which was literally actually something that benefited the poor and middle class in America. Since its release in 1984, Born in the USA has gone triple platinum in the United States, reaching number 9 on the Billboard Hot 100 and Rolling Stone considering one of the 500 greatest songs of all time. Can you guess what Aaron Lewis will never hear in his life? That any of his songs was in the top 500 greatest songs of all time. His music is garbage. He is garbage. His opinions are garbage. And I hope he gets Ebola in his dick. Stain's most recent album was 2023's Confession of the Fallen, which reached number 64 on the album charts. Lewis' last solo album, 2024, The Hill, peaked at number 175. The hypocrisy of these people is through the fucking roof. Aaron Lewis of Stand doesn't know jack shit about what the working class is going through. And I can tell you that I know that because Aaron Lewis is a Donald Trump fucking fanboy. He's a bootlicker. He has his tongue so far up Donald Trump's asshole that he can tickle his tonsils. Aaron Lewis has no fucking idea what he's talking about. And the fact that he thinks Bruce Springsteen is out of touch tells me that Aaron Lewis, just like every other Trump MAGA Republican out there, doesn't live in reality. These people are the biggest hypocrites that have ever existed. I like the Postal Service album a lot. I remember Ibiza. Yeah. All right, Mike Posner. Good job. I know like 4 Posner songs, guys. He once mentioned Sage Francis. Did you guys? I don't know if any of you guys are underground hip hop fans. I'm a big underground hip hop fan. I love me some Sage Francis. I've talked to Sage Francis a couple times on Facebook. That's right. As an old man with my sparkling water. Ooh, it's fizzy. I've talked to Sage Francis on the internets. We're practically friends, guys. Mike Posner mentioned him in a song once, and I asked Sage Francis about that, and Sage Francis actually told me that he had done some music with Posner, but Posner did not include it on his album, which he found to be kind of weird. And that made that conversation real awkward, actually. I told him that Mike Posner had obviously missed out because Sage Francis is the fucking goat, okay? Anyways, to continue, because we've got a lot. We got a lot to cover here, guys. How long? We're 40 minutes in. We still got time. We're going to get to it all. All right. So a lot of my normal viewers over on my channel know I like to live react to videos. This video I did look at a little bit of it before I went on to make sure that it was exactly what I was talking about. But I have not watched the full thing. So we're gonna watch it together. This guy's a content creator about the same size as my channel. I'm 25K, he's 27K, so he's a little bit bigger than mine. I like to, I love watching Kyle Kalinske and all these big guys, but more than anything, I like to support channels that are, moderate size and smaller, just like the way that this space does this thing. I also have been doing that on my channel for the entirety of my channel. I've always shouted out other people, and I've always encouraged people to go and subscribe to other channels. I've always felt like that's the one thing I can do, is really help out by shouting out these channels. So if you guys like this video, if you like Black Boot Official and this video, I'm going to link it right now in the chat. And we're going to watch the video together. And then we're going to decide whether or not you guys like it or not. And if you do like this man's work, please go and give him a subscribe. Hit the like button. Drop a comment. Tell him the Angry Ginger and ThisSpace.tv sent you to say hi. And yeah, support small creators. So this is a video called MAGA Are Traitors at Levels No One Has Ever Seen Before, from Black Boot Official.
Trump supporters, listen, fake-ass patriots, Team Taco, look, I've been watching y'all for quite some time, all right? I ain't gonna lie. I've been...
Did you take one look at this guy's face and you know he has been, okay? Because I have as well. I've been watching Trump supporters for 2 years, and I can see it in his eyes. I can feel the same pain. I can tell he has been through it's like going through Vietnam, guys. I deserve a Purple Heart, guys, just like Donald Trump, all right?
Watching y'all like a National Geographic. You know, I've been doing it for a few years. I mean, watching you from afar, you know, zooming into your little termite mounds and stuff like that, watching what you're doing, watching your behavior and stuff, studying on you. And I have noticed something that's quite alarming, and I want to bring it to your attention. I don't know if you've picked up on it, notice what's going on, but things that used to be real important.
Dude, I love the level of sarcasm. This is so right. This only took me, this is about as far as I watched. It took me about 42 seconds to decide I could watch this shit on stream.
To you. I mean, real important to you. Ain't important to you no more. It's like you're letting yourself go. You know, you're just letting it go. And you know what they say, whenever things that used to be real important to you, you've just forgotten about, ain't important to you no more. It's a sign of depression is what that is. That's serious depression is what you found yourselves in right
Cope.
there. You know, it's like that Second Amendment. That y'all used to be all fired up about you have to have that Second Amendment to protect yourself from a tyrannical government, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, y'all were so fired up. I mean, you'd go out there and buy up about $200 or $300 worth of ammo just to go out to the range and just blast through all of it, just fantasizing, you know, about defending this country from a tyrannical government, you know?
Literally, here's your chance. I would actually, and you know, maybe I'm wrong about this. This might be a little bit of a reach, but I would suggest that Trump supporters have bought less ammunition during a more likely tyrannical government takeover than they ever did under Biden or Obama. Now, a lot of you guys are out there right now saying to yourselves, you're like, this guy's an idiot. There's no way Trump supporters have stopped buying ammunition. Hear me out. I am saying if we judge the number of bullets purchased during Biden or Obama's presidency compared to the Trump administration, I'm willing to bet they bought less bullets during a time that they're more likely to need them.
You do that all the time. And now then, look at what you did. Now then, you installed a tyrannical government, and you ain't fired up about protecting us from that tyrannical government y'all put in there, you know? And I'm talking tyrannical up at
a level that nobody's ever seen before.
Exactly, just like that. And y'all ain't doing nothing about it. You know, you're actually out there cheering it on like a bunch of damn lemmings, you know, just following that dude right off a cliff there as he's tyrannicaling up our government right there in front of your faces. That's the one thing that you were so seriously fired up about. And now then you're sitting there just ignoring it like it ain't really happening, just ignoring it like
at a level that nobody's ever seen before.
You guys know what this reminds me of? Look, I grew up in the ghetto, all right? So I've seen a lot of fights. Been in a couple, seen a lot of fights, right? So this reminds me of the dude that like is getting clowned. And he's like, I wish you would. I wish you would. Shit, I wish you would. Say it again. Say something about my mama. And they're like, yeah, your mama's fat. What? Say another thing. Say another thing. Say another. Okay, your mama's a bitch. Well, you're so lucky right now. These hands, these are registered. These are registered. I'd mess you up, but I can't go to prison. I'm on parole. My parole officer is actually checking in on me like Thursday, or I'd totally kick your ass, man. That's what it reminds me of right now with MAGA. MAGA is like a group of people that like fucking like Austrian. They're like, NRA, brother, gotta have guns, Second Amendment, well-maintained militia. You gotta have the well-maintained militia, because if you don't have the well-maintained militia, you can get tyrannical government takeover. And then like the tyrannical government showed up and they're like, I got to check in with my parole officer on Thursday. I can't fight tyrannical governments right now. Margaret! When's my parole officer going to be here? Oh, yeah, no, I can't do that this week. Can we do it next week? I think after I pass my piss test, I'm going to use my cousin's. he's going to pee in a bottle for me after I pass that. I think I can get back to defying tyrannical governments in like about 3.5 years. About 3.5 years, I should be good for it.
What you're doing, and it makes me concerned about you. Like I said, I think you might be depressed. I mean, look at what the guy's doing there. That big orange bloated syphilis stuff, Adderall riddled idiot that y'all installed there to dictator up on us, you know,
Dictator
to give us that tyrannicals. He's got the militaries, the National Guard units up there in the Washington D.C.s, and they ain't doing nothing. They say they're cracking down on the crimes and stuff. The crime was already at historic lows is what it was headed for there, you know. It's that way all over the country. And those blue cities that you hate on all the time, the crime's going down. It has been. Like Baltimore, 50-year low in crime there in the Baltimores and stuff. And he's threatening on that right there. But he's got those National Guards up there in the Washington, D.C.s, and they're out there doing nothing. I mean, they gave them guns, y'all. Gave them guns. And those pistols that they're carrying around, been known to just discharge by themselves. Them dudes are going to wind up blowing their toes off, you know, out there because Krasnov, Donald F. and Trump just wants them out there walking around in the streets. And look, it's embarrassing to the military that he's got them walking around the White House picking up garbage, y'all. He's turned the National Guards.
Remember, guys, we're super, super concerned about waste, fraud, and corruption. We're super, super concerned about the immigrants taking our jobs. So, to combat waste in our government, you guys thought he was talking about like money and shit like that. No, Trump meant like litter. He meant waste, garbage. That's why the soldiers are now picking it up out the streets. That was his whole point, was to send out the soldiers to take care of all the garbage on the streets. And as far as your jobs go, you see, your job was to pick up the garbage, and now the soldiers are taking your gerbs. At least they're not bombing Palestine.
Into garbage men, you know, and that's embarrassing for the military. That's embarrassing
at a level that nobody's ever seen before.
Right. See, and the thing is that's not what they're cut out to do. You know, they've been trained up to be military. You know, be fighters, not garbage picker uppers. I mean, if anybody's gonna be picking up the garbage up there, it should be you. It really should, because y'all were the ones that were wearing garbage bags, hiding in garbage cans and stuff. Because your orange Jesus rode around in a garbage truck. He played garbage man for a night, and then y'all started riding around or hiding in garbage cans.
I forgot about garbage Trump. God, I forgot all about garbage Trump. It's hard, guys. It's tough to remember. It's tough to remember all the weird shit that Donald Trump has done. I don't have enough spare memory for all the weird shit that Donald Trump does.
Wearing garbage bags and stuff, you know, and that looked real stupid when y'all did it. I mean, it was stupid like
at a level that nobody's ever seen before.
Exactly, you know, and so y'all did that, and that's not the only embarrassing thing y'all did during this time period. Do y'all remember whenever y'all were wearing maxi pads on your ears because he did?
I do remember that.
Said that he
I
got
do
shot
remember
in the
that.
ear, you know, and that whole thing about him getting shot in the ear, it looks so staged. I mean, staged like.
Speaking of staged, why aren't these guys like? Why didn't they all do something for pickleballs? Like, I don't understand why they didn't hook pickleballs up. Like, why didn't they just like help pickleballs out by, I don't know, like sprinkling blood all over themselves and shit like that? Like, they could have all went shirtless with like blood on their chest and their shirt over their shoulder while their racist friend takes pictures of them. Like, that would have been a good homage, right? Like, I mean, I kind of feel like Pickleball's, after getting beat up by a 15-year-old girl, like, he needed support. And he didn't get no support, dude. Like, I feel bad for him. Not really. I actually hope he gets Ebola in his dick.
At a level that nobody's ever seen before.
Right, you know. And so he never did release a medical report on that and everything. And then he went out golfing the next day. His ear was fine. It was, you could see it. It was all completely intact. Wasn't even
Having the
bleeding,
best
a scar or
ears.
scratch or nothing on it. And then he started wearing a maxi pad on his ear after that. And then he went to the Republican National Convention, accidentally wore the maxi pad on the wrong ear one night, you know. So, I mean, it all looked fake. It looked fake at
a level that nobody's ever seen before.
That's right, you know. And anyway, so the whole thing is
Liz Allen just said over on my channel, who is the hippie Trey Crowder? It is here. I think I'll put it in this chat too for you guys. Gotta make sure everybody goes over there. Go and subscribe. You've seen enough. Subscribe to Black Boot Official, guys. Subscribe, like, drop a comment. It says that the Angry Ginger and ThisSpace.tv sent you. And go tell this dude his shit is amazing.
letting him dictate us all up. And he's got the military up there in the streets and stuff, treating them, making them be garbage men and all that. They're going to wind up shooting themselves in the foot and stuff like that. And it's lowering the morale. I mean, those people aren't even being paid up there in Washington, D.C. Them poor National Guard have been taken away from their families to go walk around the streets of Washington, D.C., pick up garbage.
Dude, and watching the soldiers, like the soldiers are all standing in a circle, like literally like kicking the ground. They're like, anyway, so there's fucking nothing to do here. And that's what happened. I guarantee you, I can tell you what the fucking what happened. An officer walked past and saw those fucking soldiers standing around in a circle, kicking at the ground, and they're like, all right, go get a fucking trash bag. You guys are picking up garbage. If you got time to lean, you got time to clean, bro.
And shoot themselves in the toes. They're not even being paid right now. They ain't getting paid. They're having to
Losing
sleep on
toes
cots,
for no
stuff
money?
like that. The morale of the military is extremely low right now. The morale is just low as...
Perry just said, nobody is surprised that heavily military-occupied zones result in low levels of crime, but nobody wants to live in a heavily militarized community. 100 fucking %.
I mean, it's very low. It's
at a level that nobody's ever seen before.
Right, yeah, that's how low it is. And then on top of that, he's talking about deploying them all over the country. And like I said, that ain't what they signed up to do. They ain't out there to go, harass the American people. These people are patriots, is what they are. The military, they're patriots. That's what they are. And he's making them do unpatriotic things. I mean,
1000%.
Unpatriotic things like...
At a level that nobody's ever seen before.
Damn right, yeah. See, and that's what he's doing to them, and it's an embarrassment to our country. And y'all call yourselves patriots. That's what you do. You call yourselves patriots, and look at all the unpatriotic stuff that you're supporting all the time. I mean, like I said, you got us all dictatored up right now.
Because they are the biggest hypocrites that have ever existed. They are weird and they are hypocritical. And this is just like fucking reality bending to even talk to one of these people. It's out of this fucking world how weird these people are. I was actually just thinking about something today. People that I've known that during, after Trump's first term, and they were all losing their fucking mind during Biden's term, and I did my best to be able to still maintain relationships. And with some of them, I could talk to them about sports. That was my my middle ground, right? I was like, as long as I stay away from anything fucking resembling intelligence, I can fucking talk to these people, right? And so I'd talk about sports with them. And it was the weirdest thing because these guys no longer could talk about sports. I remember talking to one of them about the Super Bowl. And this guy is 49ers fan, right? So I'm not a 49ers fan. I'm an Eagles fan, but I'm surrounded by 49ers fans. So I support the 49ers for my friends. Niners are playing the Chiefs. And I'm like, all right, this guy's going to want to go off on some weird Trumpian shit. He's a 49er fan. I'm going to distract him with the fact his team's going to the Super Bowl. And so, he kind of starts going off on shit, and I go, hey, you always got the Super Bowl coming up this weekend. And he's like, yeah, I'm playing against Big Pharma. And I'm like, who, what? He's like, Travis Kelce, big Pharma supporter. He taking money for Big Pharma to get the jab. And let me just say this. The moment you say the words the jab, I'm out. I'm done with this conversation, all right? But unfortunately, I was at my job, so I stuck around. Travis Kelce getting paid to take the jab. Now, I couldn't help but point out, it seems weird that Travis Kelce is dating a literal fucking billionaire. He makes millions of dollars on his own. Quite possibly, unbiased look, one of the greatest tight ends that have ever played the game. And yet he needs Big Pharma money. I said that. I go, hey man, isn't that weird? Isn't he dating Taylor Swift? And he's like, oh, don't get me started on that bullshit. And I was like, noted, I won't. But anyways, your team's in the fucking Super Bowl. Oh, I don't think I'll be able to enjoy it. And that's how you know these people are done. Because let me tell you something. I'm not fucking happy with what's going on right now. I don't like the direction of this country. I don't like that the President of the United States is a fucking dictator. And I'm doing everything that I can possibly do right now to do something about it. I do recognize that there will be more to be done if necessary. But you know what I'm going to watch next Thursday? You know what I'm going to sit down and I'm going to do? Because it still brings me happiness. I'm going to watch my Eagles beat the dog shit out of the Cowboys. And look, Saquon Barkley broke my fucking heart, okay? First of all, he agreed to be on the Madden cover. Brother, no. Why would you do that? And then he just decided to double the fuck down and go play golf with Donald Trump, a man that everything he touched fails. We got cursed. Like, there is a good chance that Saquon Barkley loses both of his knees in a car accident like 2 hours before the game. Okay, I'm saying that. I don't want it to happen. I want to see we have a chance at a dynasty, and you decided to just like fucking just put all the money in. You were like, fuck it, let's just see if we could, let's go touch a ancient historical cursed object as well. Let's lick it like that fucking NBA player did during COVID that then got fucking COVID and then gave it to the entire locker room. Saquon. Anyways, but I'm still going to enjoy the game unless the Cowboys win. And then I'm going to be upset about the game for the right fucking reasons. I'm not going to be upset at the game because Donald Trump's the president and fucking Big Pharma got some fucking vaccines or some shit. I'm going to be upset because they lost to the fucking Cowboys. Appropriate reasons. I don't even know why I went off on this. I'm sorry, guys. Start talking about football. If you guys don't know, as soon as I get a chance, I'm not doing politics anymore. I'm doing sports.
And you're cheering it on whenever you were supposed to be defending us from a tyrannical government. That don't make no damn sense, does it? I mean, it is senseless.
At a level that nobody's ever seen before.
Exactly, yeah. And the thing is if it was Barack Obama or Joe Biden that had taken the military to really go out there and fight the crime, out there where the crime's really happening, out there in your white rural areas, that's where all the crime's really happening. I mean, it's happening out there
at a level that nobody's ever seen before.
Yeah, and see, that's where it should be fought at. See, because y'all got all the meth labs and stuff like that, and, raping of little girls and stuff, teenage pregnancies, and you've got it all. The cops out there making deals with backroom judges and all the stuff they're doing. They're making sure that the product that's on the street is the product that the cops are putting on the street for you and stuff. All that corruption and crime and that you got going out there, and murder and violent crime in white rural areas. I mean, it is
at a level that nobody's ever seen before.
Yeah, see? And the thing is y'all don't want to do nothing about that, but you point your finger over there at the blue cities and then want him to tyrannical all up on us and everything. Or whenever y'all are the ones out there in your white rural areas that's doing all the criming. Yeah, that's called throwing stones from glass houses is what you're doing. I mean, that is a hypocrisy. I mean, hypocrisy. It's a
Say the word, my man. Say the word, my man. This man is preaching the fucking gospel. Mountain bike. Do I want Saquon to get Ebola in his dick? No. I mean, I'm mad at him. I'm not that mad at him. Mountain bike.
Hypocrisy
at a level that nobody's ever seen before.
Yeah, exactly what it is. So anyway, I was just wondering, I mean, y'all really did have this fantasy about protecting us from a tyrannical government. Now then you don't care about it no more because y'all put the tyrannical government in. And then at the same time, y'all were worried about all the gas prices and the food prices. Have you looked at the food prices lately? I mean, the food prices are
at a level that nobody's ever seen before.
And they're about to get worse. I don't know if you guys know what's going on with the cattle industry, but currently Brazil, the number one exporter in the world of cattle, and the number two biggest cattle breeder in the world behind the United States of America. The United States of America is the number one breeder of cattle in America, in the world. And we are having a lot of problems because climate change has caused a lot of drought, which means there's a lot less pasture. The price of feed is through the roof. Beef has been going up consecutively for the past 5 or 6 years because of thinner herds. Trump just literally said, we're going to start sending some of our cattle to, I think it was New Zealand or Australia, which makes no fucking sense because we can't deal with the consumption levels here in America, and that's why prices are going up. But just so you guys know, Mexico, who usually helps to supplement some of that, is now buying their cattle from Brazil, which means that the cattle that's going to be coming across to America is going to cost that much more, which means that beef prices are going to go up. Produce prices went up 39% in July, which is a fucking insane number. Tomatoes are going to be going up in price because Mexico is being tariffed 17 or 19% on tomatoes now. Guys, this doesn't get better. There is no reason. Trump and his fucking cronies have no reason to make this get better. And it's not going to. It's just going to get worse. Oh, thank you, 5 Alarm Fire over there on my channel for the $10 for promoting Black Boot Official. Thank you for doing the good work. The good work, 5 Alarm. Thank you.
Right, in the highway, in the high direction, not in the low direction. They
At a
are
level that nobody's ever seen before.
right in the wrong direction. That the thing that y'all was mad about the Joe Bidens and stuff, and now then you're not even mad anymore. You said that paying higher prices is the patriotic thing to do. That's
They did say that. Oh my God, they did say that shit. Holy fuck me running. Sometimes I forget about some of the hypocrisy. Oh God.
what you've been saying now, and that right there is more of the hypocrisy. That's hypocrisy
At a level that nobody's ever seen before.
Yeah, see, that's that kind of hypocrisy right there, because it's like whenever the Democrats are in there, we're gonna hate on it and say all this negative stuff about it, but whenever we get our guy in there, everything's all right. It's all right. It's patriotic to pay the higher prices because our guy's in there. Hey, that's stupid is what that is. I mean, that's stupid.
At a level that nobody's ever seen before.
Damn right. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? So I'm worried about y'all because what it seems to me is you don't stand for anything at all. You really don't. You're like, all you stand for is chaos and corruption. I mean,
making the liberals cry. We've talked about this so many times. I was just talking to Visora about this on her channel on Tuesday. Was like, they don't have foundational beliefs. They just believe whatever Donald Trump tells them to believe. And that's what's made it such a fucking weird, like, hard to understand, mind-boggling world, is that most of us can deal with absurdity. Most of us can deal with a group of people that we disagree with. Most of us can, like, understand that, like, other people aren't going to have the same opinions of how to get certain things done as we do. What we have a hard time dealing with is watching people literally just decide that the shit that they believed for fucking months leading up to this election, that their fucking candidate that they voted for, that became the president of the United States, has now changed and decided they believe something completely different. Like, that they don't even fucking question it, that they just flip the fuck over. Like no, they were never against it. Like, they were never against it. It's fucking hard to watch. And I know that there's a couple of them out there going, well, actually, we did kind of stand up against him when he said that he wasn't going to release the Epstein files. Did you? Did you? Are you sure about that? Because we still haven't seen the Epstein files. In fact, Donald Trump is claiming they're a fucking hoax. So did you? Did you really draw a line in the sand and say to yourself, you know what? If he doesn't release the Epstein files, man, I'm not going to support him, because you seem to still be supporting the motherfucker, and he still hasn't released the fucking files. So fucking miss me. Miss me, MAGA, with the whole fucking, we do have lines, and we have been holding that line. No, you fucking haven't. You support a fucking pedo. 100%. You support him. And just like you guys have said for so long, you love him because he's just like you.
let me explain some corruption to you there. Krasnov, Donald F. and Trump there, why is he in the White House?
Krasnov.
Back in January, he started buying all these bonds and stuff.
Yep.
Into the financial
over $100 million.
$100 million, over
Yep.
$100 million worth. That right there, violating the emoluments clause of the Constitution. That's an impeachable offense right there. I mean, that's impeachable
At a level that nobody's ever seen before.
Right. Yeah. See, and because the reason why he's wanting the Fed to lower the interest rates, and that's why he fired that woman there, the governor of the Fed.
Yep.
Fired her
Lisa Cook.
because he's wanting to fire his way down through the Federal Reserve to force them to lower them interest rates. That way he can make billions of dollars off of his $100 million investment there.
Yep.
By lowering interest rates,
Yep.
making his pocketbook
Learn the stock
grow.
market.
That's
Learn
that
the
right there is
stock
called
market,
corruption
guys.
at the highest level. What that is, that is corruption
At a level that nobody's ever seen before.
That's right. And on top of that, y'all put him in there, a convicted felon. I mean, 34 felonies. I mean, that is felonies.
At a level that nobody's ever seen before.
I grew up in the ghetto, and I knew a lot of dudes that didn't have 34 felonies, by the way. Currently no felonies over here. Perry says he released the files. Files with a PH. Oh, dude, somebody make a shirt. Oh, I'm going to make a shirt. I'll make the shirt. How many of you guys would buy a shirt with Donald Trump's mugshot on it that says release the files with a PH? How many of you guys would... I could try to make it... I don't set prices. Well, I set prices, but I can't set them lower than whatever the fucking website... Whatever it costs for them to make it. But I would make that shit like literally cost. I would put it at cost. How many people... Perry, would you buy a shirt that says release the files with a PH and with Donald Trump's mugshot? Or should I use a different Donald Trump face? So I know some people don't like having Donald Trump's actual face like all up on their chest, except for, you know, Trump supporters. They love having whatever body part that Donald Trump would like to put on their chest directly on their chest.
Right. I mean, I'll bet you there ain't even people out there in the streets of Washington, D.C. with that many felonies. The
Yeah,
most
there's
felonies
Edge said it,
probably
yeah.
walking around as a free person in Washington, D.C., Donald F. and Trump.
Yep.
He's the freest person with that many felonies in the whole place. That's Donald F. and Trump. Y'all put him in there, and now he's all tyrannical and dictatoring up on us, you know. So anyway, I don't know what he did to y'all to make y'all all cult up like you are and everything, and wear them stupid
Cult
red hats
up?
on your head and everything. Because I'm telling you right now, hey, them red hats make y'all look stupid
At a level that nobody's ever seen before.
Yes, exactly. So anyway, y'all need to start looking at yourselves and making better decisions for you, because the decisions you've been making, effing our country over. It's effing our country over.
At a level that nobody's ever seen before.
That's right. So anyway, I just wanted to point out all the hypocrisies and all the stupid things y'all are doing, okay? You need to straighten up while we still have a country. Because, I mean, he's trying to take away from us. We no more democracy
wrong.
for us. You know, we're not going to have a choice going forward if he keeps doing what he's doing. And y'all ain't going to like that at all, because, hey, guess what? He will eventually turn on you too and then go take all of our guns away from us. That's the next step. That's what...
Bro's already said it. In his first term, he talked about it. Like, dude, it's insane. Like, the fucking list is so long. How long have we been here? We've been here a little over an hour and 10 minutes. And I've been doing nothing but watching videos of the hypocrisy, talking about articles about the hypocrisy. Like, I'm filling a full 2-hour show with just a small fucking glimpse of the amount of hypocrisy that is inherent in this fucking cult. Like, what does it take? Like, how many liberals do you need to cry? How many R words do you get to say? Is it going to take us allowing MAGA to say the N word? Is that, like, if we go to trade negotiations, guys, we finally get to the table, right? We're sitting across from MAGA. We're like, all right, look, man, you guys won. Fucking country's in the dumpster. Shit's getting burnt down. We're literally crying now. Okay? A little bit right here, all right? You guys got what you wanted. Can you stop holding the country hostage? What are your final terms? Does MAGA lean in and they go, we want to say the N-word? Brenda, tell them we want to say the N-word. Also, we want mayonnaise on everything. Is that what it is? Is that where it goes, dude? They're like, we won't be able to use the N-word as much as we would like. That's the final place. And mayonnaise on everything. At least there's an option, all right? I want to be able to put mayonnaise on it if I like it, okay? It's a goddamn tragedy that I can't get mayonnaise on my taco. Fucking, is this America? Is this not America? You guys put fucking sour cream on it. It's the same thing. Sorry.
All of this is leading up to, you
hard
militarize
R.
the country,
Yeah,
and then guess what you
want
do?
hard R. Yes.
You go take
Yes.
people's guns away. Yeah, that's what you do.
At a level that nobody's ever seen before.
Yes, see, that's what's going to happen, straight from the horse's mouth. So, anyway, I just wanted to let you know, Team Taco, y'all are effing up. I think a lot of you are figuring it out, though, because, hey, there is a bunch of y'all jumping off the Trump train.
At a level that nobody's ever seen before.
Yep, right. See, and the ones that are left are only there because you're a bunch of hateful, racist sons of bitches.
Right there, my friend.
The ones that are left, it's starting to get real clear, crystal clear to us now. The ones that are left on the Trump train right now, we know exactly what you are.
Yep.
All right? Inmate Trump.
Pretty damn good. So I'm going to share dude's channel one more time. Make sure that any of you that weren't in here watching at the time get it. Make sure you go subscribe to this guy. Make sure you subscribe. I'm full on support here, guys. I'm full on supporting Black Boot Official. Let me make sure that I put this in my chat as well. There you go. TJ, the stream is being glitchy and deleting your posts. I don't know. I'll have to check it out. It's on the other. Sorry, it's on the other computer, so I'm not near it. Not near it, DJ. Okay. We're not done. Curse, we're not done. I just, feel like at this point, the amount of hypocrisy that has been shown just in the last hour and 10 minutes should be enough that most people with a fully functioning brain would be like, this is kind of bad. This isn't good. I think we might be in trouble. But it seems like it has not been. It seems like no matter how much hypocrisy you point out to this cult, they just dig in further and further and further and further. During the Civil War, this is actually a bit of an analogy here. During the Civil War, the Union had more troops than the South, than the Confederacy. And Ulysses S. Grant, just in case you guys didn't know, the S in Ulysses S. Grant actually did not exist. It was a paperwork mistake, and he just ran with it. But Ulysses S. Grant, also known as U.S. Grant, the general for the Union at the end of the war, was given a task by Abraham Lincoln, and that was to defeat the Confederacy. And Abraham Lincoln understood that if Grant couldn't defeat the Confederacy before the next election, that Lincoln would not win. That he would end up actually losing his election, and therefore losing the Civil War, because the person who would win, I can't remember who was running against him at the time, but the person who would win, I believe he was one of the former generals, would quit the war because Americans were done. They were tired. So a lot of criticisms of U.S. Grant was that he willfully threw American soldiers into the meat grinder and let them die when they didn't need to. But a lot of people didn't know what they didn't understand. And recently, there's actually been a bit of rehabilitation of U.S. Grant's reputation over the past 20 years. And just so you know, that all of those stories about Grant actually came from a group of Southern reporters that, after they lost the war, made it their job to make sure that Grant's legacy was destroyed. I can't remember what the name of those reporters were, but I'll remember it at one point. So the analogy I'm going to draw for you here is, I say that these guys keep digging themselves deeper and deeper into these trenches, is that Robert E. Lee, his tactics were to create defensive positions and entrench themselves. And every time that they got pushed back by Grant, Grant would send tons of soldiers to overwhelm their lines, to overwhelm their trenches. They'd pull back, and they would cut in new trenches. And he would do that over and over again because he knew not that he would win the war by killing Union soldiers, but he knew that he could win the war by waiting out Americans and letting them get exhausted and apathetic and nihilistic with what was going on in the country. And eventually, and this is how fucked up people can be, eventually they go, yeah, it'd be pretty cool if the slaves could be freed, but, we are kind of just tired of war. So let's just stop. Let's get back together. And I think that these people continue to dig trench after trench and retreat and dig trench after trench in the hopes that you will get apathetic, that you will get exhausted, and you will eventually look at the people on your side of this war and say, hey guys, I know that we're like fighting for democracy and stuff, but is it worth it? Like, should we fight the dictator or do we just give in because I'm tired? That's what I think they want. I think they legit want you exhausted and tired and apathetic, and I think they want you to give up, and I think that they're going to keep digging in further and further, despite how much hypocrisy, despite how much they're wrong, despite the fact that their leader is a fucking verified criminal. I think they're just going to keep fighting that war. And they're going to hope that they outlast us. They ain't going to outlast me. Okay. So, we've got a little bit more here. We've got, because the hypocrisy isn't over. It's not over, guys. And by the way, don't forget, you're going to have people on the left, just like Abraham Lincoln had people on the left looking at you and going, guys, I think we should just give up. I think we should, Trump isn't that bad. You're going to have people on the left to do that. Yeah, I already have the Hakeem Jeffries, the Cory Bookers, the people that Benjamin Dixon was talking about in the interview before my show. You've already got Democrats looking over at the Bernie Sanders, the AOCs, the Mom Donnies, and saying things like, oh, man, like we should just kind of, just wait this one out. It'll be fine. Because just like those people during the Civil War, these Democrats that we're talking about, they're getting their money, their pockets stuffed with money too, and they benefit from this shit. Just like some of those Democrats in the North during the Civil War that wanted the Civil War to be over and those slaves to go back to those plantations were also, well, I guess they were Republicans back then, but you guys know what I'm saying. You guys know what I'm saying. All right. So we're gonna now we got a fun one here, guys. Well, do we? Is any of it actually fun? It's all fun. It's all fun. We got a little Kyle. I've been playing Kyle a lot on this show. I play quite a bit. I enjoy Kyle Kalinski's views. I do enjoy myself some Kyle Kalinski. We've got Kyle Kalinski. TikToker tells MAGA the dark truth they never knew. Kind of goes along with the theme of hypocrisy. I wanted to check this one out with you guys. So let's watch a little bit of Kyle Kalinski, and we'll comment on it, and we'll give a little bit of breakdown on it, and we'll piss some people off by pausing the video as much as I want.
I don't know if you guys have seen this, but Cracker Barrel ended up changing their logo, but then changing it back. And the reason they changed it back is because they got rid of the barrel and they got rid of the cracker. And people didn't like.
Speaking of hypocrisy, they literally name the last time some liberals actually stopped something through cancel culture. Name it, because these fuckers literally got Cracker Barrel to change their new logo back into the ugly ass old logo that it was. They did it by crying. They claim the liberals cry too much, and they literally got this done through crying.
That the right absolutely went haywire over this, and they would not shut the fuck up about it. And so eventually, after 2 days of anger, Cracker Barrel came out and said, okay, all right, we won't change it. You guys win. Now, they hate Cracker Barrel because they have in their mind this notion that Cracker Barrel done gone woke, bro. They gone woke.
Which I still don't understand. Can anybody explain to me? Like, I remember, okay, so here, this one, it made more sense. When the right started claiming that the left was freaking out about Sydney Sweeney's jeans commercial, I was like, I actually could see that. I could see people on the left freaking out over that. I'm like, that's why I'm not going to get baited. Here's my thing, guys. I'm not getting fucking baited. That shit, I took one look at, I didn't actually watch the Sydney Sweeney commercial, and I will not watch the Sydney Sweeney commercial. Fuck you guys. I'm going home. I was like, that's bait. That's literally what the right is trying to do. And then they're like, and it turns out she was a Republican. I was like, nope. Sydney Sweeney got some big ass titties. She also looks like she might have an extra chromosome. Just saying. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Also, nothing wrong with we just had last night. We were talking about no tax on titties. Okay, no tax. I'm going to run for president, and I am going to run on a topic: no tax on tits. I think that we bring the women on board for that, because what woman doesn't get on board with no tax on this? Obviously wasn't my idea either. This is a subscriber's idea, but I'm stealing it, and it's been stolen. Too late. It's mine. Welcome to America. The women are obviously going to get on board, okay? Because even women that are like, that's fucking misogynistic, are going to be like, but I don't want to pay taxes. Boom. Fucking we've got the women's vote, okay? A lot of men are going to also get on board with that because men love some titties. Look, not just heterosexual men love titties. Gay men also like a good set of titties. Seen it happen. Watched a gay dude go, those are actually pretty nice titties. Just saying. No tax on tits. Angry Ginger, 2028.
And of course, that's not true. Like, the reason they changed it.
I forgot the reason I was saying that. I got distracted by the titties. Titty talk really takes me off in a different direction. I was saying, I understood that, like, I was like, oh yeah, no, they probably got a couple lefties with that. They probably baited a couple people out. And I did see some videos of some stereotypical blue-haired liberals going, I didn't like that. And I was like, God damn it, guys. Fuck. You gotta stay away from the bait. Don't touch that shit. That shit's like totally, it smells like bait. But what I didn't see was Cracker Barrel. I don't understand the Cracker Barrel controversy. Was the orange guy actually... Oh, wait. I just figured it out. I was going to say, is the orange guy actually a white guy? But they definitely equate orange people with white people. Holy shit. Is that what it is? There was an orange man on the Cracker Barrel logo, and the person that these people love is an orange man? Is that what's going on? Am I making 2 + 2 make 5, guys? Is that what I'm doing right now? Am I working MAGA math right now? MAGA magic math. That's what it is, isn't it? They got upset, not that a white man was removed from the Cracker Barrel, but that an orange man. Okay, never mind. I figured it out. All right. Next.
It had nothing to do with wokeness. It's completely and utterly made up. And look, to be fair, I also didn't like the change of it. But the reason I didn't like it is because I just don't like this movement towards minimalism,
okay?
where everything's got to be overly simple. When back in the day, logos or sports teams logos, they were really cool. Like, some of them could be very intricate and like very artsy and very complicated, and it's just nice. It was different, right? So I also didn't like the logo change, but for different reasons compared to the conservative.
Damn it, Kyle! Kyle's woke. The woke mob joined. The woke mob joined the conservatives. Is that how we got it back?
Does the conservatives somehow are trying to blame liberals and lefties and wokeness and trans people and whatever the fuck, you know how they are. Well, anyway, there's this TikTok that I want to show you.
Did they blame trans people? They blame trans people for everything, dude. I've never seen a smaller group of people get blamed for so much. Like, I'm a ginger. We are the actual smallest minority in the world. Look it up, guys. This is statistic. All right, trans people. Okay, we win. All right. I'm sorry to take that from you. For all my trans brethren out there, my allies, my LGBT people. I'm sorry, but I'm going to take that from you guys because, to be honest, gingers are the smallest minority in the entire world. All right. And if you tell me anything different, I'm going to call it fake news. But I have never seen a group of people, not even the gingers, get blamed for so much. And we get blamed for a lot. We get blamed for fucking plenty in this fucking world. And yet somehow trans people get blamed for more shit than we do. That's crazy.
Here, because this TikToker, and I don't know his name, post in the comments if you know this person's name, because shout out to them. I really like this. This person lays out in no uncertain terms how, hey, Republicans, you think you're against just woke people and the left and the LGBTQ community and whatever, but the thing that you're pissed off about, all of these logos that are, changing it and they're becoming worse, you should actually be pissed off at capitalism, because that's who's to blame. Watch this, and then we'll break it down.
So this, by the way, is all because of Wall Street. This is all because of the stock market, because of investors, private equity, and the demand to get more value to shareholders.
100%. I have made this argument, and the funny thing is I make this argument to left-wing people and right-wing people, because the demographic that gets mad about the changes to these restaurants, it's old people. It's people my age. We're the ones. We're the people that get mad about this shit. We're like, back in my day, when you walked in a Pizza Hut, there were video games, and the video games were cool, and, it had a red top on it, and that's how you knew it was Pizza Hut. I can barely even fucking tell it's Pizza Hut anymore. And then you go in there, and they got some new age weird fucking games, bunch of fucking claw machines, no more fucking Bad Diz, no more Battletoads, no Simpsons. Can't even play a fucking game anymore. These games are all weird now. That's what it is. Like, this crosses political spectrums.
This has nothing to do with wokeness or DEI, you stupid sleeping babies. Okay? I'm going to explain this to you.
So before he continues, let me just say, for people who are listening to this podcast style and you're not
it.
seeing what's on the screen, you have an older McDonald's and what it looked like versus a newer one. You have an older Pizza Hut versus a newer one. You have an older Cracker Barrel versus the one.
Oh, Mitchell, you have the rarest of the rare. That's a ginger Pokemon. Mitchell says he has a son that's a blue-eyed ginger. Blue-eyed gingers, that's a very, very rare Pokemon.
With the new logo that they just scrapped. You have the old Taco Bell versus the new Taco Bell. And basically across the board, the old logos and the old style of the buildings and stuff was just superior to the new ones. The new ones, it's all just like boxy, modern type buildings. And
you see Kyle Kalinske. He's probably a little bit younger than me, but he's in the same age group as me as far as like generational goes. I can guarantee you, me and Kyle are on. We're like, well, McDonald's is supposed to have a clown sitting on a bench up front that you can sit next to and take pictures with, because that was my McDonald's. It's Taco Bell with their square buildings and their neon. Well, actually, neon colors were actually part of the Taco Bells we went into.
More simple logos. So he's going to explain it. Here we go.
The way McDonald's is structured is McDonald's owns the land underneath this building.
Yep.
They own the land.
Yep.
They're the biggest landholders in the United States when it comes to commercial properties. The franchisees then rent the building on top of them. And you know what happens? Sometimes McDonald's go out of business. And when McDonald's goes out of business, they want to put a different business in there and they want to sell the land underneath it. Well, guess what? When you have a building that can only be a McDonald's or can only be a Pizza Hut or can only be a Cracker Barrel or only be a Taco Bell, guess what? It's harder to sell those businesses. So every business has slowly been turning into a gray or beige box, because you know what happens when you put a vape store inside of an old Pizza Hut? We all call it, the vape store inside of the old Pizza Hut. Now, in the future, they'll just pull the Pizza Hut sign off and you'll go, I think that might have used to be a Starbucks. I don't remember. I don't know. But all the buildings used to look like this. It's also easier to do upkeep on it. They all have the same dumb awning with these weird little latches attached to them. They don't have to have the special McDonald's only custom ordered roof or the special Pizza Hut red shingle or making sure that they have to do this.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. My ginger brother. Thank you for telling the truth. Okay, my friend? It's always the same. I don't know why I have to continue to fucking explain this to people. It's always about capitalism. Everything is about capitalism. If they did something, I try to explain this to people on the left. I try to explain it all the time. I'm like, DEI is capitalism. And you're like, no, it's not. No, it's fucking diversity, equity, and inclusion. I'm like, no. You want to know why DEI is capitalism? Because I shouldn't be the person that determines what you should sell to gay dudes at Target. It's not going to work out. I'm like, I don't know, throw out some Eagles merchandise. Like, that's pretty good. You guys got any of them hats with fucking where you can put beers on the side and fucking a straw in your mouth where you can suck the beer out of it? Gay dudes love that shit. Just so you guys know, I've seen a couple gay dudes with it. Like, you don't put me in charge of the gay display. You hire a gay dude. You don't, when you're talking about immigration policies, you don't fucking ask a fucking ginger that was born in fucking, in California. You ask an immigrant because it makes sense, right? Like, you want representation of people's cultures and outlooks because that's how you make the most fucking money. They're not rebranding this shit because they think it looks better. They're rebranding it because it's going to make them more fucking money because they know even though you're going to cry like a little bitch over the fact that it's now a big square box and it looks all futuristic and shit, you're still going to drive there and get your fucking 20 chicken McNuggets. You're still going to get your large fucking fries and your Coca-Cola. Look, you've already been told this shit will fucking kill you. You have been told over and over by commercials, by doctors, by warnings on the menu that this shit is going to kill you, and you still show up there. The fact that they changed the building to a box isn't going to stop it. It's for money.
Special lighting underneath Cracker Barrel or whatever was going on with Taco Bell back in the day, they're all buying from the same company. They're all using the same parts. That brings down their cost. They're not building play places anymore. It's not because of wokeness. It's not because, gay people, no. It's because insurance for a play place costs more than just having a fucking McDonald's. Because the purpose of all these buildings is to just pay off the property taxes while the land underneath it gets more and more expensive. So eventually you can sell it to somebody.
Capitalism.
Yes.
Capitalism. Race to the bottom type stuff is what we're seeing here.
The purpose of all these buildings is
it's why American architecture is fucking terrible. It's why Donald Trump's buildings are fucking terrible. Like, when you go to other countries, like, that's one of those things that I 100% agree with, is if you look at other countries' architecture, because they have so much history, such rich history, they have beautiful buildings. They have fucking great architecture and amazing history. America has been capitalistic since fucking day one. That's why everything in this country is fucking boring. It's why the only history we have to kind of like fucking dig a hole and put it down like under like an inch and a half of soil before we look at it. You're like, that actually, I remember it is actually pretty good. I can't see it right now, but when I think about our history, I do remember that some of it was pretty dope. Because the majority of our fucking history is just us fucking trying to make as much money as we possibly fucking can. All of us. And now most of us are just trying to pay rent and fucking utilities. That got sad. It's the answer to everything in fucking America is it's capitalism.
Just pay off the property taxes while the land underneath it gets more and more expensive. So eventually you can sell it to somebody. Like in the case of Cracker Barrel, maybe the fact that they have land that's connected to the edge of every single highway exit by mid-tier cities all across the United States, maybe that'll be a good play for somebody who wants to put up electric vehicle supercharge stations. Oh, look how they're all conveniently right here off the highway, and we have robots that can serve everybody $12 hot dogs. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here. But none of this has to do with wokeness, DEI, LGBT, black people, immigrants. None of that shit was caused by this. This was completely caused by...
the moment he said fucking black people, Mega was like, huh? Somebody say black people? Where? Brenda! Hide your purse! And mayonnaise!
Excel spreadsheets and people going, if we do less, we can cash out with more. And that's the American dream. To do fuck all and to cash out with a lot more money. Okay?
And it actually goes even darker than that. So, for example, a lot of these new logos, which are like overly simplistic and kind of small, like if you look at just McDonald's with just the golden arches, right? A lot of times companies are moving towards that way of doing things so that you can fit the logo on an app. So you can say, oh yeah, that's this when you look at the app.
Yeah.
And so you've had this movement away from art, from,
I would even say it's a bit of brainwashing. I don't know if Kyle's going to get to that. I probably stopped him too soon. I would say it's a bit of brainwashing as well. It's because they want you to just look at it and take it all in really simply and quickly, and that helps you to make your decision. I work in the grocery industry and have been in the grocery industry for over 20 years. There's a thing called decision exhaustion. So, like, if you walk into a store that has too much variety, you'll often be overwhelmed by the amount of variety. Store I worked at when I first started working there had 3 full blocks of tea, right? And if you know the tea I'm talking about, they're little boxes. They're not very big. And so in those 3 blocks of tea, 4-foot sections, probably 7 to 8 up. So 32 shelves, 4 blocks. So you're talking like over 100 shelves or whatever, 80 shelves ish. Maybe it's 3 blocks. Yeah, 3 blocks. So like 96 shelves of tea, and then you have probably 6 or 7 across. You're talking about an obscene amount of variety. Some of them were double road and stuff, but you had an obscene amount of variety. And one of the first things I did was I ran numbers on those shelves, and I started taking product out. And of course, anytime I'm removing products from my store, my managers, the owners get very they have some anxiety. They get very nervous, because obviously if I pull something from the store, somebody might be upset if they come in, they don't have it. But my point is that when you walk up to that shelf and you look at all those teas, oftentimes studies have shown people will actually not purchase anything at all. They'll walk up, they'll look at all that variety, they'll think about it, and they'll go, I don't know what I want. Anyways, I'll come back to it later. And they leave. Same thing with like YouTube and all these other things. You ever Netflix? Netflix is actually a great example of it. You ever got on Netflix and just scrolled forever? Never find something that you want to watch? That's variety exhaustion. That's choice exhaustion. Because like you literally will watch or look through all of Netflix or all of Amazon, and eventually you'll just turn off the app and go do something else. I actually think it's partially brainwashing as well. I think that they have the brand recognition that's necessary. So they just put the golden archers. And so when you see it in the app, like what he's saying, or when you see it on the building, or when you see it on a commercial, you don't think. You look at it and you go, that's what I want. A lot of people don't understand that there's a portion of their brain that narrates the reasons that they like things. When you look at something and it's your favorite color, right? You don't look at something and say, I like that because it's my favorite color. You say, I like that. And then your brain says, because it's your favorite color. But you've decided that you like it before you ever get any type of narration from that portion of your brain. They've actually proven this in studies where they split your brain. People have had their brain split, and during like studies on seizures, grand mal seizures, where one side of your brain narrates and the other side, you can see a picture with one side of your brain, and the other side of your brain attempts to narrate, but because your brain's split, it lies. And it comes up with reason. So you saw a rake, and your brain says, I saw a church. And you totally believe that you saw a church, even though one side of your brain clearly saw a rake. So when you look at something like a McDonald's and you immediately equate memories of enjoying the food, you don't actually make a decision over moments. You look at it, you see it, and you decide almost immediately that you want it, if you're brainwashed enough by that product. So in my opinion, actually, I would say the more minimal a symbol becomes, the easier it is to identify, and the quicker your brain makes that decision. That's just my opinion.
Maybe a complicated or interesting logo, a different logo, or a style of building that's a little more intricate, a little more nuanced, it stands out a little more. Because yeah, it's harder to sell that property if it's just it's only that's the McDonald's type roof shape, or the Pizza Hut type
Once
roof
again,
shape.
that's
So
what I'm
all
saying.
of this is
brand
effectively
recognition.
about
Brand
profit maximization, right? And what is profit maximization? Where does it come from? That's capitalism. That's the point of capitalism. And it does feel like we are now in a different stage of capitalism, the late stage of capitalism, because
It is
they are
the
not
late stage of
trying anymore, right? I mean, what percentage of the economy is just scams? Because I got news for
So
you.
much.
What, the biggest companies right now are what? The AI tech companies?
Yep.
That bubble's going to burst mighty soon, y'all. That bubble's going to burst mighty soon, and it's going to be ugly.
Yep.
You have that. You have crypto, NFTs, all this.
And to just like just to expand on that a little bit, when he says that AI is going to collapse, if you don't understand what he means by that, and maybe he doesn't mean this, but I will I'll put words in his mouth. When you say the AI bubble is going to collapse, what it means is a lot of this stuff isn't as simple to use as it's being sold as, right? Like this is being sold as an every person tool. I created an app on the Replit app, the Replit website. Replit is a website that you go to and it has an AI coder and you can have it create apps for you, right? So the way it's sold to people is like anybody can create an app. You have an idea for an app, you can create an app, right? And that like really appeals to people, right? But the only reason that I've been successful, I'm creating a labor tracking app, a labor analyzer, right? The only reason that I can create this app is because I actually had created the app in an Excel form. I have a bunch of Excel sheets that run certain formulas that are a huge pain in the ass to keep up on, right? And if somebody fucks up any of the formulas, I can't find them. Just like with code, if somebody fucks up code, it's really hard to find where it got fucked up, right? So when I go to work with Replit and I tell it, hey, I want to create this labor analyzer, it goes, okay. And it gives me this really like clean, cool looking face. And I go, oh, okay, you know, like, cool. You got the buttons I want. You've got all the ideas. So it starts out really fast and you feel really good. And then I go, okay, I want bulk employees. I'm going to load up a report with time clock times, clocks in, clock outs, and you're going to auto update based off of ID and name who these people are. Oh, okay. So it does that. Oh, cool, cool, cool. Okay. So now I'm going to upload reports daily that have net sales totals, and you're going to take that net sales and you're going to take those labor hours and you're going to, find my labor percentage. Oh, okay, cool. Almost immediately it starts making mistakes. Okay, hold on. Now I have this Excel spreadsheet open that says during the month of January that we accrued $37,000 in labor, and you're showing me $275,000 in labor. And the app goes, you're right. I messed that up. And it goes and it fixes what it did wrong. But it literally took me 5-6 different iterations of going, it's still wrong. Here, I'm going to show you the information. So what he means when he says that this is all going to collapse is that people think all of this AI shit is going to be just like so simple, anybody can use it. And it's not. You still have to have experience in these industries. You still have to train the AI just like you would train a person. It's once again going to be a tool that is only really useful to people that already have the skills and abilities to use them, or people that have a certain set of skills as far as like teaching goes. When people realize, oh, this is, I can't just fucking be super lazy and this thing's not just going to create whatever fantasy I want out of it, it's going to be used for the most basic shit. It's going to be used for AI girlfriends. It's going to be used for Google searches, which already is being used in that manner. And when that happens, when people stop investing in this, you're going to have the same thing you always have. 3 big companies that come out of this looking good, and everything else is going to collapse. I just want to expand on that because I don't think a lot of people know that about why when people say AI is going to collapse in the stock market, that's what it's oversaturated. There's too many AI companies. There's no way they're all going to exist in the next decade.
Shit. What percentage of the American economy is just scams? It's just a con job. One person conning another, and that person thinks they're conning somebody else, right? It's what it is. That's what it is. And so, yeah, this is not good. It is not good. But what the right needs to understand is they think, and I've noticed this with sports logos too, right? This older sports logos were cooler. They were better. They were like in the NBA, the movement towards
Kyle, his old man is showing. Kyle's old man is showing. I'm telling you, this is me right here. Back in my day, they really knew how to make a good logo. All right? These new logos, these kids with their new logos, terrible, I tell you. Boy, they don't know how to make them. I was saying this about movies the other day, old people. I'm just going to go off on a rant right here, okay? Old people, we all think our movies were better than yours. I used to, look at older people and question why they always watch like westerns or old like crime detective dramas, Columbo and shit. I'm like, why are you watching all those like weird old movies? There's so many good movies. Why are you watching Clint Eastwood? And why are you watching fucking, you know, Columbo and stuff? Like, there's so many good movies that you could be watching that are new right now. Like, old people, they just like to watch the shit that they like because it makes them feel good. It's comfort, right? Like the known versus the unknown. And I said, I was talking to somebody the other day. I was like, and I kind of fell into my old man. I was like, you know, back in my day, the movies were good. You know, the movies were really good. Like, you know, it was like every summer there was blockbuster after blockbuster after blockbuster movie. So many good movies, man. You know, they just don't make them like they used to. Just movies aren't as good as they were. And then I caught myself doing that. I caught myself being an old man. And I was like, you know, I'm probably wrong about that. I like that. Because you look at history and you think to yourself, like, yes, if you look back 30 years, you can pull up like 20 good movies for sure. But it wasn't back to back. There wasn't like fucking nonstop, just like every week there was a good movie. But in your memory, that's what it seems like. It's like, oh man, I was always entertained by we had all the best actors, man. I think that's what Kyle's doing right here. It's rose-colored glasses. You know, I'm going to be honest with you. I can't hate on the kids, man. Like, you know, I don't get the skibbity toilet. I do understand that Ohio is mid, for sure, 100%. But, you know, when I was growing up saying dude was not okay, like saying that shit is dope wasn't okay. Like, now the kids say other shit, and you just gotta to understand, like, that's their generation, man. It's not that it's worse than your generation. It's just different.
Minimalism when it comes to logos and jerseys. I hate it. I hate it. Think like the old Raptors jersey was dope as fuck. Think in NHL, the Panthers jersey, although I don't know if they've changed that since then. And NHL might be a different story. I don't know. But in the NBA, it's a movement towards minimalism. It fucking sucks. It sucks. And, you know, even the idea of, like, changing the jersey every year, coming out with 4 or 5 different jerseys every year. What's that for?
Bro, Kyle is being so old man right now. There's a bunch of other jerseys. Back in my day, you had 2 jerseys. You had a white jersey and you had a colored jersey. Oh, shit. Sorry, Kyle. I can't help myself. It's total old man stuff. The Bengals are orange and black. They're coming out. They got white pants and white shirts and white helmets. Back in my day, it was orange and black. There's no Bengals with white. Have you ever seen a white Bengal? I'm sorry, Kyle. I feel bad. I'm sorry.
Profit. It's for profit because now
Yeah, he's right, though.
somebody might
He's
want to buy
right.
the
He's
newer
right.
version of the
He's
Miami
right.
Heat jersey or whatever the fuck.
Yes.
It all comes down to capitalism. It all comes down to profit, and it fucking ruins everything. It ruins everything. Nothing's fucking sacred. Nothing is sacred. And everything's on the table.
Not wrong.
You know what I'm saying? So it is I like this video. This video really explains to the right how,
I like this video
you know,
too,
you think
Kyle.
you're mad at fucking wokeness. You think you're mad at DEI. You think everything's shit because of liberals and leftists. And it's like, you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. This endless chase for profit has now turned everything into a dull, boxy, beige, gray storefront, right? And they all fucking look the same.
Not wrong
And,
about
you know,
that.
it's like hell. Nothing's interesting. Nothing's spiced up. Nothing is unique. It's all the same bullshit. They just want to feed you your slop and take their fucking money, right? And maximize that profit by any means necessary. And if that means firing all their fucking workers and bringing in machines, they're going to fire all their workers and bring in fucking machines.
Yep.
Right? If that means, you know, that means having a workforce that's now poor and miserable and you know, can't pay the bills, we don't give a fuck. That's what we're going to do. This is the kind of system that we've created. And that's the problem. The problem is capitalism, nothing else. Hey, y'all, do me a favor.
So, I mean, like I said, this whole show has been about MAGA hypocrisy, right? And even though Kyle went on an old man rant, and his old man rant was right, it is capitalism. My main point being that these guys got they created fake outrage about the Sydney Sweeney commercials. They said the left is so mad. And yeah, a couple people on the left were mad about the Sydney Sweeney commercial. And it is what it is. Like I said, that's bait. If you're on the left, stay away from the obvious bait. Stop going on interviews with these fucking people and telling them how you saw a commercial that made you so angry. It's just bait, man. It's just bait. Stay away from that shit. But the hypocrisy of crying about the liberals allegedly or potentially having had a meltdown over the Sydney Sweeney shit, and then to turn around and cry so fucking hard that Cracker Barrel's like, you know, the only people that do come to our restaurants are fucking white conservatives, so we probably should change it back. To get them to do that is the height of hypocrisy. And just like what Kyle just said, they didn't change it back because they were like, oh, we hurt MAGA's feelings. They didn't change it back because of that. They changed it back because that's capitalism. Because they said, oh shit, the only people that come to our fucking restaurants are these people. And now they're saying they're not going to come back. We should change the logo back. It's capitalism. Target's learning a really hard lesson about capitalism right now. Target decided, you know what we're going to do? We're going to embrace DEI. We're going to have gay pride months. We're going to stand up for what we believe is morally correct. And a lot of people fell for it. A lot of people were like, Target's actually pretty dope. I almost worked for Target for a while. I almost worked for Target. I declined an opportunity. One of the reasons I was interested in Target was I was like, they're corporate, but at least it's the type of capitalism that supports DEI. I was like, that's not a bad, it's not bad financially, economically. It's a great idea. DEI makes a lot of fucking money. But also, I could morally be okay with it. And that's one of the reasons I was like, I looked into it. And I decided I didn't want to. And that was actually the best move I probably ever made in my life. But what I was going to say is, they went hardcore on DEI. Oh, we support the black communities. We support LGBT people. We're going to have gay pride months. It's going to be great. And then Donald Trump became the president of the United States of America. And Target showed their true colors. And Target made probably the biggest mistake out of any fucking corporation. So fucking big. Because they pissed off the right by doing the DEI thing, by being so all in on gay pride. But right before Trump became the president, and maybe Target read the writing on the wall and knew it was going to happen, maybe they're just a bunch of pussies. But after people talked about tucking swimsuits and gay books for kids, Target decided they're going to move their gay pride merchandise to the back of the store. They decided they're going to hide it. They decided that in some stores, they just take it out altogether. And many LGBT people saw that and went, that's fucking weird. That's not what you'd expect from an ally. I don't expect my allies to go, oh, that hurt my profit, so now I'm not going to defend LGBT people. And then, after alienating the right, they thought they could bring them back by putting the gay pride merchandise back in the back. And then Trump became president. And when Trump became president, they decided, you know what, guys? DEI was not a good idea. We're not going to do that anymore. And now the left is like, I won't fucking shop in your store. African Americans in this country were like, you know what? Turns out we don't need to buy shit at Target. And Target is having a very, very fucking hard time. Because people People have morals. Corporations, not so much. And the only reason that they were doing any of the shit that they were doing was for capitalism. And I think a lot of us already fucking know that. Look, Budweiser pays $1 bajillion in donations to the Conservative Party every single year. They sent Dylan Mulvaney a rainbow can because they thought there's no conservatives paying attention to transgenders. Little do they know that there's a lot of conservatives out there jerking off to transgenders. All right? They didn't know that. But they found that out when a bunch of people that claim that they don't like transgender people were like, holy fuck, they gave her a can. and then Budweiser was like, I thought you guys weren't fucking watching transgender stuff. I thought we were gonna get away with this. I thought we were gonna make money off of the LGBT community and no one would know the better. How the fuck you guys know about Dylan Mulvaney? You guys aren't supposed to fucking know. Kid Rock's out there shooting up fucking cans and shit. Nothing is more white trash than fucking shooting up cases of Budweiser. Like that is the height of white trash. Anyways, like I said, hypocrisy was the theme of the show. We talked about it for 2 fucking hours, and we could probably talk about it for 2 more. We could talk about it for 2 weeks, 2 months, 2 years, 20 years, 2 decades, whatever. They're the most hypocritical people that have ever existed on this planet, and they're just getting worse. They're digging trenches. They think they can outlast us, and I can tell you this right fucking now. They have no idea. I'll be here a long fucking time. All right, guys. Visora is next. Stick around for Visora's show. And like I said, if you didn't check it out, me and Visora, I went on Visora's show a couple days ago. You can come and hear some more of my terrible ass opinions and some more of Visora's great opinions. And you guys can check that over on Visora's Twitch channel. I believe it is Visora Official. I hope you guys have a good night. Have a good rest of your week. And my next show will be Saturday over on my channel. And next Thursday, I will not be here for my show, but I will either get some content, a good interview from Leah Rothstein, hopefully, or perhaps somebody will fill in and take over my spot for next week. But next week, I will be watching the Eagles beat the dog shit out of the Dallas Cowboys. All right, guys. I love you guys. I appreciate you guys. And stick around for Visora next.
Hello everybody. Good morning or good evening to the Americans. How are you all doing today? By the way, Angry Ginger, fantastic show as always. Your opinions are not bad, but mine are pretty good, I will say. So, we got a lot of wild things to cover this stream. I was going to focus most of it on one subject this time around, just because of what happened yesterday and the fact that no one understands what actually happened. But we have also had quite a lot of news. Sure, hold on, I'll turn the volume up. My bad. Let me know if this is better or if this is too loud. If it's too loud, I'll turn it back down. But there was quite a lot of insane news that happened just yesterday, in fact, outside of the shooting. So, we got a couple other things that we got to look at as well. Just to start off with, keeping with the same theme that I usually go with in surveillance capitalism, we've had our first case, at least a big news reported case, of someone being arrested wrongfully because of facial recognition software being used. So, just to start off,
The police are relying more and more on facial recognition technology, but it's also leading to some wrongful arrests. Well, national technology reporter Ange Lavoie-Pierre is across all the details and joins us now. Ange, you've taken a look at this one particular case where that has played out. So what sort of ways is this sort of technology being used in policing at the moment?
Yeah, so in the first place, it's probably good to know how police are using this tech and how it works, how it helps them. Basically, when we talk about facial recognition technology, what we mean is the matching of one image against a database of other images. So you can see how that would be helpful for police, right? Like working out who a suspect is, narrowing down a field, if they've got an image of someone, even finding missing persons. It's pretty useful tech for them. The issue, of course, is that it can make mistakes, and it can be also.
So the thing that everyone said was going to happen happened. Basically, yeah, it seems to be the case a lot lately. And by lately, I mean all the time.
Used to kind of profile unfairly, make assumptions about them based on their characteristics, and we don't hear about it so much here in Australia, although police do use facial recognition technology here in Australia. But in the US, where it's
Oh, we'll hear about it more in Australia too, don't you worry. In fact, I think we're ahead of you guys a little bit, considering the fact that we already have cameras everywhere. We have speed cameras, red light cameras, we have phone cameras that are essentially, they sit in the same place a red light camera would do, but they will take a photo of you if they see you on your phone while you're driving. And so all of that's being inundated with AI right now anyway. So AI is bad at the one task it's supposed to do. I'm shocked, well, not that shocked. Well, it's actually not depraved ambiance. So the reason that this is an issue is not because AI is bad, shockingly. Very rare case of that. The reason for this is because AI that is used for surveillance and facial recognition is trained on a specific type of person, a very specific type of person. And when the person that the AI is looking for does not look like their training data, it struggles to keep up. It's actually one of the positive sides of this, in that most police departments are incredibly racist, and so train based off of people of color, and specifically migrants. Now that's still really bad, but that does mean that at least a large chunk of the population is not safe, but just less at risk. So, I mean, there's that. I mean, again, it's not necessarily positive, but silver lining.
much more widely used.
Every Tesla is potentially mobile surveillance? No. Every Tesla is mobile surveillance, not potentially. Same with things like Waymos. That's actually why you saw the Waymos get lit on fire during the LA protests.
We're hearing about cases where it's gone wrong and led to some pretty terrible miscarriages of justice and some wrongful arrests.
And where did, as you say, where did it all go wrong in this case?
Yes. So in February, this was the case of a man
I think just the use of the technology enough, really, that's where it went
who
wrong.
a woman had reported being flashed by a delivery guy in her apartment building in New York, right? And so police have this grainy footage of a man, and they run it against the database. And they pull up, a handful of matches, and a couple of months later, based on, the victim essentially picking the wrong person, they arrest the wrong guy. He's now been cleared. It took until July for him to be cleared, even though he had a clear alibi.
None of this should surprise you, because this is the same kind of technology that was initially built up in Palestine. I mean, this is the same kind of tech that Palantir has been using for ages. I mean, this is Lavender. This is what was the other one? Wasn't David Sling? That's their air defense. They have 3 different AIs that they use to profile Palestinians and make a list of who to kill. And we know for a fact that Lavender, at the very least, had a 10% margin of error. Now, Like, I guarantee you it's more than that, but they don't care.
Why, but really based on this, facial recognition technology had sent police off on this incorrect path, and then they hadn't kind of checked it properly. They'd combined it with, other partial bits of information, come to the wrong conclusion.
All right, that's enough of that. It's uninteresting. So, slightly good news, though, before we really jump into the bad news. And by good news, I mean more just positive. I found this to be incredibly funny and also surprisingly based. Indonesian police are pissed because people keep flying the One Piece flag. I don't know where this came from. I'm curious to find out. I've waited to show this on stream to find out. But I like it. I mean, good for them.
Justru ini kan teguran ya untuk pemerintah.
Starting off strong, a symbol of warning to the government.
Agar pemerintah pada akhirnya benar-benar melihat gitu keresahan. Oh, masyarakat teriak loh dengan adanya segini, kan slogan yang dengan benar-benar kompak gitu, dari bendera, dari menyambut 17 Agustus.
The new Jolly Roger, yeah. And see, I do give you good news, depraved ambiance. I love it too.
Terus masyarakat membuat mural seperti ini, ya, pada akhirnya berharap untuk pemerintah membenahi permasalahan yang memang janggal, masih banyak yang kurang, apapun lah banyak itu.
If the government is not fixing the problems that have long existed in your society, one way to get them to, jump and start getting on that is lighting a fire under their ass. And pirate flags popping up all over your cities and your countries is, this is in Indonesia, is a great way to scare the fuck out of the politicians into acting and doing things. Now, it might backfire, and the things that they do when they act might be against piracy, but that's a whole other story. You gotta risk it to get the biscuit. The One Piece solidarity is solidarity. Hey, what's up, the letter hack? I mean, yeah, look, government has been criticized over its economic policies, expansion of the military's role in the government, as well as concerns about corruption, democratic decline, and more. Honestly, this sounds pretty familiar to me. Maybe Americans should start flying the One Piece flag. Called in a speech for Indonesians to fly the national flag at home, at schools and offices and public spaces, wherever you are in celebration. And people then went and flew that instead. So, wonderful. 10 out of 10.
Seharusnya mereka.
Now, we'll leave it there, just because we got some serious shit to cover. So, first and foremost, the Russians bombed a UK building. The Russian ambassador to the UK is said to be summoned by their foreign office. Sky News understands. It follows the overnight attacks on Kyiv that saw at least 15 people killed and the British Council office damaged. Also, the EU Council office was damaged as well. So, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. It's also wild that not only have the Russians in the last week bombed an American business in Ukraine, flew a drone into Poland, flew a drone into Estonia, flew a drone into Lithuania, as well as, did this. Is Kier gonna grow some balls for this? Probably not, but Germany has, don't worry. So, I mean, they're calling in the ambassador. Whoopsie. Shouldn't have shut that. We have the video of the actual strike, and we can take a look at it. So this is the overnight attack, including several Iskander-M's missiles, Kinzhals, and 50 people were injured in this. Pretty bad. Russia's only ramped up since the peace talks started. The peace talks. Are you gonna play? God, hold on, let me refresh this. There we go. God, I hate Twitter. I really, really, really hate Twitter. Ah, there you go. It's buffering, but it loaded. Try that one more time. Now, they used like 8 or 9 ballistic missiles in that attack. God damn it, why do I keep Control Wing? But this is what it looked like in the aftermath. The British Council just utterly wrecked. Like, how does this not start a war? Russia bombed the UK embassy. Like, they screwed up out. Well, I mean, I'm sure this is the embassy, it's the council, but like, it's insane that we're just gonna pretend like this is fine. I mean, we're not, but the worst we're gonna get is words out of this. Now, granted, like, we should have done something about this well before this point. I mean, if it takes, you know, like the British Council building in Ukraine getting bombed for, I don't know, them to get pissed off enough to do something about it, that alone is fucked up. But, I mean, how are we even taking seriously the idea of peace negotiations? Because clearly the Russians are not. Because they do this every day. Like, every day. Hundreds of drones. At least. Dozens of missiles. Here is what the building looks like from the top down. It's pretty wrecked, y'all. Like, it's not exactly, I mean, a bomb hit it, you know? It's a ballistic missile. It's kind of what happens. But, was the embassy. It was the embassy. In the past? I didn't know that. Cool. Well, what this resulted in was the German Chancellor, Friedrich Merz, stating that there will be no meeting between Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky and the Russian President Vladimir Putin following last night's missile and drone attack against Kyiv, which resulted in at least 21 deaths and over 100 injuries. Got worse, as well as damage to the British Council office and the European Union mission. I mean, shocking nobody. The fact that, like, we even thought that that was a possibility is insane. Putin is not willing to meet with Zelensky to begin with, let alone, like... You guys understand how insane it is that for peace talks for a war that Russia started, the reason that they stalled was security guarantees, where Russia was demanding that they guarantee Ukraine's security. By saying, yeah, no NATO troops. We'll let NATO know if we can't stop ourselves from invading, and you know, if Beijing can't stop us either, and then we can pull NATO in. Like, who's talking to these people and taking this seriously? If I start a war against your country, and then in the peace deal I demand that I'm the one guaranteeing that another war won't start, like, come on, it's a spit in the face. To be fair, mostly valid target. Isn't that where they housed MI6 advisors? Officially not, though. Funcore. Like, unofficially, I'm sure they did, but officially not. And, like, it's not a fair target because they're not at war with the UK or the EU or NATO. They're at war with Ukraine. And, I mean, like, broadly, I would consider that an act of war. Now, am I surprised? No. Do I think that we should send European troops into Ukraine? Yes. I think that if we just held, like, the border between Ukraine and the rest of Europe, the Ukrainians could take out Moscow. But it is what it is. Now on to some other news, just moving quickly because we got a lot today. There was an air show in Poland that resulted in an F-16 crashing, and this is insane. I've never seen anything like this before. It looked really bad. Wait, no, I'm anti-war, I take it back. I'm anti-war too, but not in this case. This case, I'm pro-war. You can't negotiate with people that don't want to negotiate. And the Russians are specifically doing human safaris, killing civilians intentionally with no other, like, desire other than just, like, suffering of others. They take joy from it. And it's not even just the Ukrainians that they do this to. In fact, they do this to their own soldiers. Here, let me play the next clip for this while I pull up something to show you. That's insane. Alright, look, fair warning, this one's gonna be just a little bit, you know, graphic. It's not like graphic, but it's not necessarily fun to watch. So, this is how Russians treat their own soldiers. This is the motivation that the Russians give to their own.
Я, блядь, буду тебе американский год. Погнали, погрыз! Стопэ, братуха! Багажник чуть не убил.
Like, I mean, it's loud, yes, but it's also demonic, so I suppose, like, loud works there. It is an officer torturing their soldiers, like, literally tying them up and then driving the car and dragging them behind it. What's that called? There's a word for that, but I couldn't remember what it was. Ruling through fear, behaving like a frat house, a little of both, most likely. Well, like, this is actually part of Russian military tradition. Hold on. Let me... Dedovishchina is what this is called. So, just if you didn't know, just a little bit of background on this. So, Dedovishchina, which means reign of old-timers in Russian, is a informal practice of hazing and abuse of junior conscripts historically in the Soviet armed forces and today's Russian armed forces, internal troops, and to a lesser extent FSB, border guards, blah, 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 blah. So the cultural basis of Dedovishchina is made up of traditions, customs, rituals that are passed down from conscript to conscript. Dedovishchina encompasses a variety of subordinating and humiliating activities undertaken by junior ranks, from doing the chores of senior ranks to violent and sometimes deadly physical and psychological abuse, not unlike an extremely vicious form of bullying or torture, including sexual torture and anal rape. So, like, that's, like, there's a lot of history for this. They're dragging him, yeah. This is, like, this is what I mean by, at this point, like, it's a defensive war for everybody to fucking get Putin out of there and weaken the Russians. Here's another example. This is how, the Russians treat minorities in their country. And by the way, this is actually going to come in handy. It's going to relate to what we're going to talk about a bit later. But, I'll make sure this one's not too loud, but let's just have a look. Oh, of course, now I can't even hear it.
Ты приехал сюда работать. Ты приехал сюда работать. Работай нахуй. Ебало свой не открывай. Ты раб. Раб русских нахуй.
A Russian slave.
В Узбекистане у тебя не нашел ничего.
I couldn't find any in Uzbekistan. I guess that means slaves.
Куда приехал, блядь? Я неправильно тебе сказал, нахуй. В Узбекистане нету нихуя. Ты сюда приехал. Ебало хуя выебывайся.
Like this is how they treat minorities in Russia. This is why do you think the Republicans love the Russians so much, guys? Do you see any similarities between MAGA and the average Moscovian Russian? Because I see quite a few similarities. Also, I do like the formal petition to start calling it Dedovishchina instead of hazing. I think it sounds cooler. I mean, it means something horrible, but so is hazing. So, moving on, it gets worse. 3 Americans with White House ties are reportedly running influence operations in Greenland, mapping locals' loyalties to the U.S. Danish authorities call it very worrying and have summoned U.S. diplomats over potential interference. Now, we know that we really, really want to take Greenland. I mean, like, nobody here was doubting the fact that Trump was being dead serious about this, right? Because if you didn't think he was, I don't know what to tell you. Like they're going to be continuing on this path for quite a while now. But let's just have a look what was found here. I thought it was weird when I had to start reminding people Russia is an active threat years ago. Yeah, well, I mean, we're now just a part of Russia. Welcome to the USSA. The Danish Police Intelligence Service, PT, confirms Greenland is a target for foreign influence. Officials emphasize that the importance of early actions to safeguard the kingdom's relationship with Greenland. The U.S. government denies any official involvement. However, obviously we were involved. We have a deeper analysis to look through here, but I just want to hear the talking heads talk about this for a second. Yeah, Trump definitely does not think that he's joking. We're not going to watch this whole thing probably, but I just want to get a feel for it.
Denmark has summoned
Diabolical as hell. This is literally just the Putin playbook.
the top U.S. diplomat in Copenhagen over alleged attempts to interfere with Greenland's status. Danish intelligence links several Americans, including those tied to the Trump administration, to covert influence campaigns in Greenland. Officials accuse the group of urging Greenlanders to push for separation from Denmark. Denmark's foreign minister
So we're trying to get them to try and secede. Of course we are.
says such actions are unacceptable and confirms an investigation is underway. Stephanie Sarug is an international correspondent for the Danish public broadcaster known by its initials DR. She joins me now live from Copenhagen. So Stephanie, tell us exactly what
They're really ramping up this week, aren't they?
your network uncovered.
DR has uncovered that at least 3 Americans, all of them having connections to either President Donald Trump or the Trump administration, have been operating secret influencing campaigns in Greenland. At least one of them has been making a list, compiling names of Greenlandic citizens who are sympathetic towards.
Yes, you know, a really easy way to show people that you come in peace and that, you know, you're not a threat to their safety and democracy. It's making a list of potential enemies and potential allies for trying to annex another country.
Donald Trump's ambitions to take over Greenland. And the names on the list were apparently to be recruited to start a separatist movement across both Greenland and Denmark. My network has been is basing this story on interviews who have been going on.
Why do we need the military when we can just convince these people to start a militia and secede? Separatists. We're starting a civil war with an ally. I just wanted to say how beautiful Nuke looked. I would 100% live there. I've never been, but I would love to go. We're going to take a look at that in a second, actually, just because of the
Month to month with 8 different sources who are anonymous. We, of course, know their full identity, but it is within authorities in both Greenland, Denmark, and the U.S.
And the Danish government, including its intelligence service, has responded to DR's reporting. What do they have to say? What do they have to say about it?
Well, they called, you know, us over. Volume balance is still messed up. I can barely hear Visora compared to the vids. Okay, hold on. Let me see about that, because that shouldn't be an issue. Like, my audio volume is quite high up. Is that any better? Like, can you hear me any more now than you could before? Just out of curiosity. I'll try and fix it as best I can.
Danish Prime Minister Frederiksen has stressed that this is a very worrisome matter. Danish security intelligence says that yes, there is going different operations on in Greenland at the moment, and we also know that the Danish.
I only have one mic etch. I mean, it's probably a mic thing, yeah, but like the issue being I only have the one mic and having to use Chrome to stream this is the issue. So it's like I'm using 2 different browsers, but sorry. I don't know what the issue is. I put my volume as high up as it can go right now. So
State head of the State Department has said that if And that is the big question. If these individuals have not been acting on their own, but under instructions from Washington, D.C., this goes completely against all international laws.
Well, yeah, if they're acting based on orders from DC, then this is not a separatist movement, it's a foreign influence operation trying to start a war.
And so Denmark and the U.S. are, like Canada, members of NATO. So what do you think the effects of this operation could be?
This is obviously a very complicated situation because Denmark and the U.S. are close allies, not only in NATO, but in many different fields, both when it comes to security, culture. We have, the two nations have a very long shared history when it comes to culture, when it comes to defense.
Yeah, look, let's get like an analysis of what's actually happened. So, first, Wiki is a good account that I used to follow quite a lot, at least in Ukraine and Europe. So, this is what I'm going with. The Danish public broadcaster DR is reporting that men with close ties to Donald Trump have been infiltrating Greenland in support of the goal of annexing the autonomous island. It is said to be part of a three-part strategy involving pressure, charm, and infiltration. That doesn't sound evil at all, of course, you know, the usual. DR reports that at least 3 Americans linked have been seeking to find recruits for the annexationist movement, identifying supporters and opponents of Trump's plan, and seeking to magnify Greenlandic grievances with Denmark. Of course, you know, make them fight about the historic shit that they're mad about. Danish and Greenlandic government sources say that the activity is intended to penetrate Greenlandic society in order to weaken relations with Denmark from within and make Greenlanders submit to the United States. A source has told DR the Trump administration is believed to be pursuing a three-pronged strategy to take over Greenland. The first phase believed to have comprised a charm offensive, including Donald Trump's visit to Nuuk in 2025. The second phase is said to be a pressure campaign, exemplified by J.D. Vance's visit to Putifkin in March of 2025, where he was strongly critical of Denmark's role in Greenland, which is an autonomously governed component of the Danish realm, similar to the Faroe Islands. And the claimed infiltration strategy is said to be a third phase, in which the pre-existing Greenlandic independence movement is said to be covertly supported. Pro-annexation supporters are to be identified, and discord created in the relationship between Greenland and Denmark. This is literally the Russian playbook for Crimea. Like, it 1-to-1 is go over there and identify if there's people who dislike the local government, and then fund them, and then try and start a, like, secessionist movement, and then say, hey, well, you know, actually, Denmark and Greenland over there, you guys are being anti-democratic. Your people want freedom. They want to join the good old-fashioned American freedom train, and we're going to let them in because you guys are fascists and not giving them rights. That's the idea. It's like how Russia calls Ukraine Nazis. It doesn't have to be true. It just is what they say. Now, however, according to DR, it's not thought at present that the U.S. will attempt to take over Greenland by force. Denmark and other European allies have recently been stepping up their military presence in and around the island. In fact, we'll see that because there's some warships that are right next to Nuuk right now. A coup. Well, yeah, they want to do the Euromaidan, but, you know, the way the Russians think it works. And specifically, the reverse. They want to essentially create a movement there that will start actual conflict, and then they can come in and say, well, look, you guys are fighting, and we're just trying to make peace. You know, if the separatists and the loyalists can't find common ground, then we're just going to step in, and clearly, you know, we're going to bring freedom. How will Canada react to Greenland's invasion? Not well, I'll tell you that much, because they're next. Remember, Canada was also part of this plan. Ukrainian watchers will note the similarities with the covert Russian campaign to annex the Donbass as well, actually. I went back to Crimea, but this is also the same as the Donbass, which had a minority public support prior to 2014 armed takeover of the region by Russian-backed paramilitaries. It's just the Putin playbook. It's always been the Putin playbook. In fact, it's such the Putin playbook that Portugal's president called Trump a Russian asset today, making him the first European leader to do so, which is wild. By the way, these are the French and Danish naval ships off the coast of New Greenland. This Saturday, the French Navy vessel, the FS... I'm not going to try and read that. Or that. Will be open to the public in Nuuk. Visitors will have the opportunity to see the ships from inside, meet the crew, enjoy coffee and cake. What a nice, way to do that. I don't know, when's the last time America invited people to come on to our warships and have some coffee and cake with us? God damn. Now, let me pull up the video on, Portugal's president. About time someone said it. Well, I personally don't think that he is an agent of Russia. He's definitely an asset for Russia. I don't think he's an agent. I just think that his mentality and views sit in the same place as theirs. They just believe the same things, and it's convenient. But, I mean, regardless, it doesn't matter. They are still an asset. Portugal's President Marcelo Rebelo de Sousa accuses the U.S. President Donald Trump of acting as a Soviet/Russian asset in the Ukraine war, claiming that the current U.S. leadership has strategically favored Russia while sidelining Ukraine and Europe in recent negotiations, which is objectively true. Criticized Trump's leadership as emotional and direct, saying the U.S. acts like an arbiter favoring Russia while Ukraine and Europe are sidelined, reflecting a shift in global power dynamics. And he became the first European leader to publicly accuse him. It's it's important to remember here that we're pretending as if we didn't know all of this for, not just this entire year, but go back 10 years. We still knew all of this. Here's an example. I hate to give this person credit, but they weren't right here. Now, if you don't know who I'm talking about, this is a ghoul. And just to show, this ghoul being correct as much as I hate to admit them being correct about anything.
Well, that's because he'd rather have a puppet as president of the United States.
No puppet.
And it's pretty clear.
You're the puppet.
It's pretty clear you won't admit that the Russians have engaged.
What a childish way to answer, by the way. But no puppet. You're a puppet. You're a puppet. That's weird amount of denial.
Well, that's because he'd rather have a puppet as president of the United States.
No puppet.
And it's pretty clear.
You're the puppet.
It's pretty clear you won't admit that the Russians have engaged in cyber attacks against the United States of America, that you encouraged espionage against our people, that you are willing to spout the Putin line.
Fuck Hillary Clinton. But she was correct here. I'm not going to say that she wasn't if she was. Fuck her. She's a demon, but, a correct demon. He sounds like a child. He is a child. He is a child. He's always had the mentality of a toddler. This is true. But one more important thing on the Russians. Well, the Russians are going to keep coming up today, I have a feeling. But this is interesting. So, let's start off with this one. Just yesterday, we initially had a search in the Norwegian Sea. There were reports that a Russian submarine may have threatened the American aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald R. Ford. Norwegian, British, and American P-8 Poseidon aircraft have been conducting surveillance missions. They were doing it for, they're still going. We're still going, because this is a big fucking deal. Why is it such a big deal? Well, this is why it's such a big deal. Because yesterday, submarine bases for the Russian Northern Fleet appeared to be almost empty. And they weren't just a week ago. According to recent satellite imagery, with an unusual number of cruise missiles and ballistic missiles and attack submarines currently out to sea, possibly in response to recent changes in defensive posture by nuclear-powered submarines operated by the U.S. Navy and NATO. But, first off, you can see these ships are no longer there. These ships are also no longer there. These are also no longer there. Why am I hearing a random resonant bass in the audio noise? I have no idea. That, I don't hear anything and I have no idea. So that is a pretty big deal. Now, here's the other bit. Definitely something's happening. Allied navies are treating this as a live, ongoing operation rather than an exercise. If a Russian submarine really did get close enough to shadow the USS Gerald R. Ford, the intelligence value would be huge. By riding in the carrier's wake, a submarine could capture the Ford's acoustic and electronic signature, essentially its unique thumbprint, with that data. Russian forces could track the Ford much easier in the future and even prepare targeting solutions in a crisis or wartime scenario. This has happened in the past. In World War II, this was happening. Or during the Cold War. The kind of thing happened before, especially during the Cold War. US and Soviet submarines regularly shadowed each other, including incidents in the 1970s and 80s and even afterward. It's not illegal, but it's highly provocative. If NATO finds the sub, they track it closely and pressure it to withdraw. The risk is mainly strategic, and the sub could capture, like the carrier's acoustic and electronic thumbprint. It's pretty bad. Then, whether the submarine's actions are legal or illegal depends on many factors, whether it's in, like, territorial waters. I mean, not that it matters whether it's legal or not. We're talking about Russia here, and America, mind you, as well. So, like, that part doesn't matter at all. But it's pretty scary to think about the fact that a bunch of Russian submarines are missing, gone from their port, and at the same time, we're scouring the ocean looking for, where this might be, where these submarines might be. One more thing on this. Also, like, remember that this is this comes a week after a Russian drone fell into Poland, and another one into Estonia, and another one into Lithuania, and I'm pretty sure one into Romania as well, but, you know, we'll see about that one. This is the other one. Go. If you're gonna load for me, that'd be great. Russian drones are flying over Germany to surveil US and allied supply routes to Ukraine, New York Times says, concentrated in Thuringia. Russian UAVs map weapons corridors. Officials warn Moscow seeks to disrupt aid through future sabotage operations. Intelligence may aid Kremlin sabotage and support Russian troops in Ukraine. US and German officials discussed plots leading to the May arrest of 3 Ukrainians. Russian sabotage in Europe has sharply declined in 2025 after peaking in 2024. I would say the opposite. It's just, confirming these takes a little bit of time. Russian attacks in Europe surged 4 times in 2022 to 23, 3 times in 23 to 24, but fell to just 4 incidents in early 25. The drop is linked to tighter European security, which is true, but we're seeing quite a lot of cyber attacks as well. Now, the U.S. warned Germany of explosive devices planned for cargo planes crossing its territory, which did lead to arrests. Devices were addressed to Ukraine, although the targets remain unclear. We're seeing this outside of Germany as well. Another great example of this, though it often gets forgotten, is the British organization Palestine Action, which does do real Palestine protests, but also is funded by a pro-Russian oligarch who has literally visited the Donbass since the beginning of the war. And the reason that the UK had that massive crackdown at that protest with all of those elderly people, if you saw, was because Palestine Action before then attacked weapons that were going to get shipped to Ukraine, claiming that they were going to get shipped to Israel. Now, were they? No. Did the people who did it know that? Possibly some of them, possibly not. It's hard to tell. And that's the entire point. That's literally the entire point. Here is a view from the Estonian drone, which, do we really need to go into it all that much? But Here's Kosovo's president talking about how Russia seeks to destabilize the Balkans, saying Russia seeks to destabilize the Balkans, accusing it along with China and Iran of forming a triangle of evil, pursuing strategic interests. She claims Serbia, backed by Russia, meddling in Kosovo elections, which is true. I've covered on my stream just a couple months ago the fact that Serbia is trying to restart the Bosnian genocide, which, as if we didn't have enough to deal with already. It's, the Space Palestine action is a masterclass in how to run an op. That is true. They are quite good at being a psyop. Because, again, like, the cause that they announce for is a good cause. You should support Palestine, 100%. But you should not support Russia. Now, does that mean that, like, going to a Palestine action support, protest makes you a pro-Russian person? No, of course not. Of fucking course not. But it's not exactly the strong suit of the state to do nuance well, you know? It's not in their wheelhouse. Okay, so moving on to yesterday's mass shooting in a church. Now, there is a lot of misinformation on the Minnesota shooter. First off, there is zero evidence that this person was trans. Like, none. Literally zero. Other than the right said it. And they call literally everybody trans. Every mass shooting is a trans person to them. It doesn't matter whether it was in reality or not. The only thing that there is a document saying that this person changed their name. That's literally it. And, I mean, like, first off, it's easier to change your gender marker than your name. You think that this person is not going to do that? But secondly, this person put out an 11.5-minute, very cognizant and clear and fluid manifesto. And not once in it they mentioned gender. That's interesting. You know, if they were trans, I feel like they would mention it. But, like, I'm going to pull up a lot of reasons to show this. But yeah, no, the entire thing is made of nonsense. This was, truthfully, just another right-wing 4chan brain rot Nazi, like, moron. And also a Russia simp. They forgot about all their cisgender shooters? No, they didn't. Try plugging it in. They just think that they're all trans. Like, literally, they think that every shooter that has happened all year is trans, actually. They go that far. In fact, here's an example. Here, let me show you exactly what I mean. There you go. That's where we're at. Like, nope. Are these true? No. No, they're not. At all. They're using this as an excuse to try and lock up trans people? Well, yeah, they're using this to start the purges. You know, they're zombies, after all. Oopsie. I hit the wrong button. Okay, now I'm back. Now, pull up a video so we can get a feel for where we're all at. This is News Nation, by the way, and even they're mentioning the fact that, like, this person is a Nazi.
Josefina Sanchez joins me now on the phone. Josefina, great to talk to you. Thank you for joining us. So, as I said, you got to know Robert as he was going by Robert at that point, and when you were in 7th grade, and you say that very quickly you noticed a lot of disturbing things about him, that he was erratic and off. How so?
Yeah, he was very erratic. Red flags all around. But I didn't know because I was just in the 7th grade. He would
Yes, always her again.
He would write in code and was very verbally abusive, like, towards me and just, like, his closest guy friends. And, yeah, just very verbally abusive and would salute.
What kinds of things would he say when you say he was verbally abusive?
He would call me dumb. he would just say, like, you're dumb, you don't know what you're talking about, you're dumb, you don't know what you're doing, things like that.
Yes, people who famously know what they're doing, who just say, you're dumb, you don't know anything, and then never actually explain why they think that you're wrong, or why they're right, or any, like, common right-wing, brain-rotted, poisoned zombie shit.
And when you say he used to salute, you're talking about the Nazi salute.
Yes.
And how would he do that? Just out of nowhere start doing the Heil Hitler salute?
Usually when the teachers weren't watching, or if we were unattended, you know, like in the cafeteria.
It's shocking that the Republicans don't like this person at this point. Come on, just because they had long hair? It's one of you people.
Was he bullied?
Oh, sorry, no, it was a Roman salute, not a Nazi salute.
At all in school? Did he have any friends? Did he fit in? Or was he, how was that aspect of his life?
He had friends. He, I mean, we all fit in the 7th grade. We were all, like, friends. He had about, I would say, like, 5 close friends, like a small circle, but it was kind of like a small classroom. So,
look, guys, this person wasn't insane for their entire life. They were made this way. You're gonna see as we go through this. This is purely from internet brain rot. Sounds like people were bullied into being his friends. Well, no, a lot of his friends probably were also like this. This is like the shooter was what, like 25? So like we're talking high school age. We're talking 4chaners. These are like QAnon era 4chaners. Or like early QAnon era, maybe just proto. I also saw some claims that the shooter was part of a cult that worshipped other shooters. Yes, in fact, you're gonna see on his guns, he wrote the names of some of these other ones, like Anders Breivik, the neo-Nazi that shot up an island filled with teenagers. Was it Norway? Like decades ago. There was the Christchurch shooter. There's a lot of this stuff. This is more complicated than a lot of people think that it is.
He says in his journal, writes in his journal that he...
It's not the manosphere. This is far worse than the manosphere. This shit is gonna make the manosphere look like a goddamn picnic.
He was suspended when he was in 7th grade for talking about school shootings. Do you ever remember hearing him talk about school shootings or getting in trouble for doing so?
Groove Dragon, you're missing one, and the one that you're missing for that is brainwashing.
No, our school was very discreet. I went to St. Agnes High School with him, so our school was like very discreet about like punishment or just like any trouble we got into.
Yeah, because he writes in his journal as well that he reportedly was surprised that he wasn't sent to mental health counseling after getting in trouble and getting suspended in 7th grade.
You know, they talk about mental health counseling as if that's an option for them. You know what they're saying? Well, one of the many things that they're saying, because there's a lot of ways they're trying to pull this one. Here's an example of where this is going. Mental health, my ass. They want to ban antidepressants, even though well, actually, that shit ain't free is a good point to make too there, Etch, but the shooter being depressed, the answer, ban antidepressants.
And that is about the last big school shooting we remember. I mean, there's been others. The last one with a lot of attention was at a Christian school. This is a Catholic school. What happened this summer in Syria in the middle of Mass, in June, at a Greek Orthodox church, right in the middle of Mass, children there, 22 children killed, 62 wounded. And so, yes, we need to think about these things happening here. Christians are the most persecuted religion in the universe right now.
Oh my goodness. I didn't realize that part was in here. I guess I had missed it the first time I saw that clip. They just said Christians are the most persecuted group in the universe. Holy shit, talk about entitled.
22 children killed, 62 wounded. And so, yes, we need to think about these things happening here. Christians are the most persecuted religion in the universe right now in the world. So that's
says the religion actively, like, persecuting Muslims and Jews in this country.
Definitely a potential motive. But Trey, you talked about how do we protect these schools. I think of two things. SSRIs and the kinds of medications so many young kids are on since such a young age. I hope Bobby Kennedy looks into that, our Secretary of Health and Human Services. But also, why haven't we until now? We've talked about how do we secure these soft targets you talked about. I've always wondered, why don't we have a civilian?
Okay, couple things to talk about there. First off, we have fallen so far. But secondly, you're calling these soft targets like this is a war zone, and we're talking domestically about like churches and schools in America. You like the realization for these people that they are using war, battlefield rhetoric, like terminology, to talk about domestic violence is insane. The right is the perpetual victim. Well, like, of course. Every fascist has to do this. Fascism cannot exist without the fascists believing that they are eternally persecuted, perpetually the victim, and also deserving of everything that they want. They need to feel like they are constantly mistreated, but at the same time, they deserve everything, and you should thank them for giving it to them. It's nonsense. It has to be every time framed through this. These monsters are coming to destroy us. It's in every accusation is a confession bullshit thing. It's not even just cry-bully tactics. It's just them using every accusation as a confession. I have no words. There's several ongoing genocides, and yet Christians are the most persecuted in the universe. Give me a break. Yeah, literally. It's wild to hear that. But this is only going to get worse. They're only getting started.
Targets you talked about. I've always wondered, why don't we have a civilian group of retired veterans, retired cops who volunteer once they're done to protect these soft targets, to protect our schools? Is that...
Bitch, the retired veterans can't find a home. They're not gonna volunteer. Pay them, sure, maybe. That might work, but they're fucking homeless. What do you mean volunteer? The Martians are offended.
Something that could happen?
That was one of my ideas when I was the district attorney.
Sure, yeah. Also, reminder that, while we're talking about gun violence and prevention of gun violence, they removed the public health advisory on gun violence last year. Every time. And don't forget that these are also the whiniest little, children of them all. So, we had the mayor of the town that this happened in make this statement, right?
These were Minneapolis families. These were American families. And the amount of pain that they are suffering right now is extraordinary. And don't just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying. It was the first week of school. They were in a church. These are kids that should be learning with their friends. They should be playing on the playground. They should be able to go to school or...
Clearly, thoughts and prayers only do so much. But can you guess how the right reacted to this press conference?
Church in peace without the fear or risk of violence, and their parents should have the same kind of...
How do you think they reacted to this? Jacob Frey, the Democrat mayor of Minneapolis, slams people who were praying for the victim of a Catholic school shooting. Don't just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying. Right-wingers get extremely angry when people say something that is objectively true. Yeah, of course they did, as usual. Because that's their whole thing. Going insane is their whole thing. Now, lots of people were claiming that this was a leftist yesterday. Does this look like a leftist to you? Does this sound like a leftist to you? Because,
sponsored by Pabst Blue.
Are you gonna show the bit with fucking Brendan Herrera? No, okay, whatever. Shooter says, quote, I met Brendan Herrera at a shunt show last year. He and I had a brief conversation, but we agreed on a lot of those things. So y'all should vote for Brendan Herrera for president. Fuck those kids. That's literally, first off, right off the bat, endorsing a Republican. Not exactly a very leftist thing to do. But let's keep going. Here is, in Russian, the words, I am a Columbine terrorist. Like, none of these people live in reality, right? Because I've seen so many posts about what's on his guns, and not a single person is just showing all of them. They're just showing the ones that fit within their worldview. Now, there's quite a lot of them. There's Where's Your God? Suka, another Russian word over there. We got that, which I'm not gonna say. Rip and tear. I'm the woker. Why so queerious? Like, this person was insane. The only, like, this person's brain had fallen so far out of their head that it grew another body. Are they writing that crap in Russian because they think non-English symbols are magical or something? No, actually. No. This person even spoke Russian in the manifesto video. And in the video, if you listen to them, they speaking Russian, like, the words that they're pronouncing them perfectly. Like, as if they're a native speaker. They are... This is the patch that was on the jacket that he wore. This says FSB, by the way. This is the literal, like, patch that you would wear. Like, this is if they were wearing a CIA one. The KGB. This is the new version of the KGB. The FSB. There's Hale Breivik and Brenton. These two are both right-wing Nazi shooters. So, you know, this is the Christchurch one. This one is Anders Breivik. Yeah, this definitely sounds like a leftist to me, guys, you know. Absolutely. 100% a leftist. Yeah, neo-Nazi Anders Breivik killed 77 in Norway in 2011. Brenton Tarrant killed 51 in shooting at 2 mosques in New Zealand in 2019. Then we got all of the slurs that were all over these guns. Thank you, Pastor Ben Dixon. Wait, so he was a wannabe Russian or an actual asset via extremism? He was a insane person who spent quite a lot of time talking to Russians on social media. This is like Telegram brain rot mixed with 4chan brain rot. Like, yeah. 6 million isn't enough. Clearly a very famous thing that the left will say. Yeah, you know. Again, that's the I'm a Columbine terrorist. This one is another slur. I don't know what the numbers mean. I haven't puzzled that one out. The big one, another slur, you know. What the fuck, dude? Yeah. Are you guys seeing this stuff normally? Like, is everyone who's posting about this showing you this stuff? Because I'm going to show you all of the things that are written. I just don't want to sit here and watch the goddamn manifesto video because it hurt, like, it killed my brain cells to watch it. So, there's Release the List, you know, like Epstein-related stuff. There is an upside down cross, but this is one of the least important symbols that you're going to see. Seems like a Nazi? Yeah, it does, doesn't it? It's, like, again, the fact that this person isn't trans is already, like, being ignored. But you want to know what I actually think? I think this person was a femboy, a Nazi femboy. Like Nick Fuentes back in the day. It's actually really common. 4chan brained, like, right-wingers very much fall into that, like, femboy pipeline. Like, a lot of them, goon to trans women. But there is a popular subset on the right that, like, I've seen Nazis on Twitter arguing with other Nazis, because some of them are anti-trans and some of them are so pro-trans that they're saying that they should defend trans people because it is Western culture, and it's actually it's pro-Nazi to defend trans people. I've seen that argument take place, all right? Like, it is dumber than you could possibly imagine. I too enjoy the femboy form. The kind of people that get mad that Bridget in Guilty Gear is trans. I don't know about Guilty Gear, but I'm gonna go ahead and say yeah, no. 100%. And you know what? Even Kash Patel came out today and gave a statement on what we know about the shooter, and even he didn't mention this. As we continue to investigate yesterday's barbaric attack from Robert Westman, the male subject, Robin Westman, like literally you're gonna use the wrong name and they're not even trans. Our teams have gathered information and evidence demonstrating this was an act of domestic terrorism motivated by a hate-filled ideology. Yeah, the one that you abide by. Some updates, subject left anti-Catholic and anti-religious references. Oh, sorry, that's the part that they're calling the hate-filled ideology, is the anti-Catholic. Subject expressed hatred and violence towards Jewish people, writing Israel must fall, free Palestine, using explicit language related to the Holocaust, which they're saying is a leftist thing now, because, yes, you know, we're still doing this whole argument that, it's anti-Semitic to somehow say anything about fucking free Palestine, but wrote explicit call for violence against President Trump on the Firearm magazine. Nothing about transness in there, you know. But does it matter? No, because they're using this to attack trans people anyway. This is what they want to be their Reichstag moment. By the way, 0.07% of all recorded shooters. But there's a right-winger. Today's killing of Christian children at a church in Minneapolis occurred in the context of a surge of far-left trans propaganda encouraging Trantifa and other leftists to take up arms to kill transphobes and fascists. They're so woke now on the right that you can't even take pictures with guns in America anymore. Like, they've gone and horseshoed themselves into gun control. Trantifa, I guess that was them trying to be catchy. Demanding to end the genocide is actually a genocide. Yeah, absolutely. They're so great. They are. Like, the right wing's favorite thing to do is take photos in front of guns saying, death before you take my guns away. That's their favorite thing to do. But clearly only they get to do that. In this country, these people are the ones complaining. They're so woke, they sleepwalk. That's true. Like, this kid looks like they're like 13. Why the fuck are you giving this kid an assault rifle?
For that mayor to come out and worry about the trans community and not worry about the Catholic community, the Christian church, the families that they're going through. He's worried about people in the trans community. My goodness.
Yeah, because you people keep attacking trans people, even though they have nothing to do with it. Also, I don't give a fuck about the Catholic community. I don't give a fuck about the Catholic community. The most entitled, most, whingy terrorists in the country are the right-wing Christian evangelicals and Catholics. They're fucking ISIS. Why do I care?
I'm more worried about what's going on the next time a grammar school kid wants to go to church to pray that he's going to have a good year. And
you know what? Just to really understand how genocidal these people are. Because this is what it is. They are doing a genocide. It's not that they want to do a genocide. They are doing a genocide to trans people. Better than the Protestants. That is at least true, but though marginally. They're fucking genocidal. Here's Matt Walsh, literal terrorist. It's time to have a national conversation about common sense restrictions on transgenders. Wasn't all that long ago, anyone who identified as the opposite sex would be involuntarily committed to an insane asylum. Like, you know what, Matt Walsh? I think we should involuntarily commit you into a black hole. I think it would be good for everyone in the world if that happened. For the good of society, and especially the good of poor people who have fallen prey to this delusion, transgenderism must be eradicated from public life entirely. That is literally genocidal. Eradicated from public life means all of the trans people need to die or stop being trans, which, mind you, was it like 67% of trans people who don't have access to like gender affirming healthcare kill themselves anyway? So like, yeah, that's genocidal either way. And then beyond that, like, it's not like these people care about life, poor people, society. These are the terrorists destroying, like, not just society, but the world. They're a death cult. The trans cult, of course, yes, now it's a cult. Yep. That's such an enormous propaganda campaign that for numbers of years they were obscure and obvious truth, pumping kids full of synthetic hormones while telling them they can change from boy to girl will only end in tragedy to disaster. Not that, like, those same medicine are taken by cisgender children for, like, other health reasons and have no effect on them. And yep, no, they actually did the red calf sacrifice in Israel. I remember talking about that last week. Also, I think they had the River of Galilee then turn red that week. It was wild. We should now put to rest the libertarian delusion that transgenderism is a matter of personal choice or let and let live. Like, these people don't believe in freedom. They hate America so much. So much. No one hates America more than MAGA does. There's literally not a single group on this planet that hates this country more than Republicans do. Christian ISIS hates America more than Muslim ISIS. And neither of them are Christian or Muslim. Here's them saying trans people are terrorists and that it is somehow an organization. Transgenderism is an organization, mind you, but that it is a terrorist organization. We have to take our country back. Yeah, we do.
I've seen a lot of calls for action, among...
Why did that echo like that? What the hell? All right, one more time. They don't value life. They want to kickstart the apocalypse so bad. They are foaming at the mouth, horny for it.
I've seen a lot of calls for action, among these lawmakers saying that we shouldn't just be praying. One that I've seen on the right, actually, is...
Why is it doing that? The fuck? Oh, that's because it's not muted. Because this site's not muted. Never mind, sorry. That's because I'm playing it on Chrome. I have to mute the actual site. One more time, let's try.
I've seen a lot of calls for action, among these lawmakers saying that we shouldn't just be praying. One that I've seen on the right, actually, is calls for the FBI to institute a new class of domestic terrorism that involves trans ideology. Is that something that the administration would support?
I would have to check with the appropriate people on that.
Daniel.
I've seen a lot of calls to make trans ideology a terrorist ideology, domestic terrorism, in the books, so that they can just arrest people for terrorism for just being trans. Now, let's break down the bits of, actually, you know what? I'm going to save that one. Just because, I want to show you, like, the entirety of everything that was on the shooter's guns first. Actually, hold on, sorry. That's unrelated as well. Not unrelated, just, for later. Got too many different sources. But, here's an example of one instance of this. Remember, we saw on News Nation them saying that there's no evidence that this person was trans. They never brought that up. They had an 11.5-minute long manifesto where they were pretty fucking cognizant. They never mentioned it, But the New York Post, the fash rag that it is, just calling them trans. Right off the bat. Reality is what they decide it is. Of course, that's the whole game we're playing. Here's Melania, or rather her account, The tragic mass killing in Minnesota illuminates the need for preemptive intervention in identifying potential school shooters. Ah, yes, we absolutely need the Palantir Panopticon, because, I don't know, we're not gonna put restrictions on guns, except for on the people who specifically we don't want to have the guns. Early warning signs are often evident, with many individuals exhibiting concerning behavior and making violent threats online prior to their actions. That is true. That is true. They do often do that. You know, it's just generally not American to arrest someone for speech. Now, I think we should change that. Not like this, in a different way. You know, I feel like maybe the school shooting, in which are like lazy and possibly complicit intelligence agencies, dropped the ball and are now using to manufacture consent for Second Amendment and medical care stripped away from like trans people, is absolutely not why we need this. No. I think we just need to start arresting people who lie openly and are members of the news media or the political class, maybe. I feel like that would be more useful here. To prevent future tragedies, it's crucial that we take a look at the behavioral threat assessments across all levels of society, beginning in our homes, extending through school districts, and of course social media platforms. Like, it's just, hey, like, we need to track everything that you do for safety reasons. You have no privacy, and it's actually a good thing. Like, this is the Patriot Act level of stuff. Like, the public needs to know the names of every doctor, counselor, therapist, and psychiatrist who interacted with this person. Like, they want to get rid of HIPAA laws now. Not even just pre-crime, but they want to get rid of HIPAA laws. Can we categorize the Bible as Christian ideology and class it as terrorist rhetoric? At this point, I feel like that would make more sense than this. Yes, for their safety, yeah. Absolutely. Like, yeah, all right-wingers do is post shit with like an American flag and say, death before you take my guns. You can't even put guns on an American flag and take a photo anymore. That is the American flag, as far as I'm concerned. It's more American than the one that we're using right now. It's insane. It's actually psychotic to buy into this belief. Now, let's jump to just how insane this person was. This bit is gonna get not so fun, you know, but you guys gotta see this. So, I have a few of these. There's several like versions of this. Several other people have made threads like this. A lot of it's still up in the air. There's bits and pieces that are coming into place, but I'm pretty confident in a lot of this. Now, this is going to be labeled as 09A716. I don't think that they're necessarily Order of the Nine Angels cult member. I just think that this is someone whose brain was liquefied through social media, through engaging with propagandists, through the brainwashing, through Russian Telegram channels. So, you know, here's some of the other stuff. This was Jew gas written on their smoke gas. You know, that level of insane. Here is a Order of the Nine Angels symbol. This is probably like the strongest indication that they have some ties to 09A, but it doesn't really matter. So, affiliated shooters ranging from Pekka Olvinen and James Holmes and Roslyakov held a common set of beliefs and symbolism that they cannot help but smear everywhere like feces, white text on guns, okay signs, Breivik references. Here's the cross associated with Robert Crimo, who, all of these are different like shooters. In fact, I think these names are on the guns. Ah, right here. All those names are right here. More Nazi shooters, more right-wing 9A affiliated shooters, names written right on the guns. This is, you know, the Yeah, it's the satanic neo-Nazi cult. Like, it's just 4chan brain rot with Russian influence in it. That's really all it is. Like, I wouldn't even call it satanic. It's LARPy. So, this ended up being interesting, right? So, there's these posts on this account that ties to 09A that was originally being contributed to this shooter, but then the account was still posting post-mortem, but that's not enough to indicate that it's not the same person to me, because there is tons of examples of this just being like this, like the operator of the website or the forum operator, or just like another person in their like weird cult. So like, it's not exactly an indication that it's not the account of the original shooter. It doesn't mean anything. At that point, like, I'll just disregard this to be safe, but it doesn't matter. The Twitter account using the same photo. Now, this is more likely to be the shooter. Talking very much like a 4chan right-wing brain-rotted zombie. Soy cuck, talking about goy slop and zog. Like half of these words you shouldn't know. That's the level that we're on here. Like, knowing these words damages your brain. Here's like more weird shit out of that fucking account that ties into LARPy 09A stuff, Gladio, the Christchurch shooter. Like, we have a lot here. Then we have a lot of handwritten Russian notes, which I find far more interesting here than the actual connections to like 09A. But I want to show you like just a little bit more in depth from a different thread. I'm not watching that again. Jesus Christ. In which the shooter, in the manifesto video rather, saying the ammo is sponsored by BlackRock, ExxonMobil, PBR, a right-wing congressional candidate, GunTuber, the AK guy, Brendan Herrera for Prez, describing meeting Brendan as SHOT Show, and then says sorry to their family, but fuck those kids. And the symbols on Westman's clip is the cross of endlessness, rather, which is perhaps most affiliated with the Highland Park parade shooter, Robert Cremo III, an occultist Discord to kill rapper who allegedly was alleged he was the product of MK Ultra. Insane people saying insane shit and doing insane shit. They're worse than the KKK. Here's Anders Breivik, by the way, the multiple references we've seen to Breivik. Here is the person that they're referencing, who killed 51 people back in 2011. This has been confirmed to be their Twitter account. I'm not even going to show that video. I mean, like, you can see by the tiny little images in that video, it looks pretty bad. It looks bad enough that even if it's not content that is breaking terms of service, I just don't want to see it. There's this one again. Like a sleep. Going up in more places, more brain rot. By the way, this is the kind of brain rot like that these people watch and then lose their mind over. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. And also, a lot of these have ties to the Russians. Now, why are there ties to the Russians for these people? Like, how does that make any sense? Well, after the beginning of the Ukraine war, in Russian-occupied eastern Ukraine, there have been reports of some of these shooters. For example, there's one that was a somewhat recent one that I can't quite remember that has been attributed to this, but there is a grooming camp that was set up in which Westerners would cross into Ukraine, or rather even into like Russia and then into Ukraine in some instances, and then make their way over to these camps where God knows whatever the fuck they were doing. But this is a terrorist organization. They target mentally unstable people when they recruit new members. Yep, absolutely. They go specifically for children, for young adults, for people who are struggling through like financial hardship or like a family issue or a breakup or like grieving a death or something of that matter. Jeez, hold on one second. Someone's at my door. What the fuck? Okay, sorry. I'm back. Package. Just told him to leave it outside. It's fine. So, I don't know. Like, these people are insane. This is highly evocative of Natalie Rupno, the Nazi femcel Wisconsin shooter linked to 09A, who communicated on X and elsewhere with an account from Russia or Eastern Europe, who was also mutuals with the Antonov, Black Hebrew Israelite Groyper shooter. Both of them referenced Alvinen and like Westman over here did. So like there's a lot to it. I thought you just got banned. No, don't worry. I did not just get banned. Like the level of insanity present in this human being to me indicates that they are so far off from reality that, like, you can't attribute anything that they did or said to ideology. They're not present. There's no one home. That's where this person's brain is at. Like, no one is here. They're like, it's just on autopilot. Oh, cool. Hassan covered this. I didn't know that. I want to see what Hassan said. Curious.
Groyper shooter.
As in, like the feds showed up with a van, Rich.
And who was also mutuals with the Antioch, Tennessee Black Hebrew Israelite Groyper shooter. Both of them referenced Alvinen, like Westman here.
Good to know I'm not the only one who can't say the name. They literally think they're actual wizards. Tracks right-wingers and magical thinking. Fucking Nazis and magical thinking. They're all esoteric as fuck. Hell, like the Nazis have always
for this,
been.
but it's doing a hero to them. Yeah, that's what they.
Oh yeah, because I can hear it.
That's what they consider it.
That's why it's echoing.
A lot of these kids are super fucked up, super lonely. This is not to like, offer them any sort of protected cover. They're fucking scumbags, right?
Oh yeah, no, like they're absolute scumbags. But like, you gotta understand like how a person gets to that point. They don't just wake up and then, feel like going and killing children. It's a process. It's a process of radicalizing them and taking them further and further and further and further and further away from reality, community, empathy, like friendship, like people around them. You incentivize a lack of trust. You incentivize keeping things a secret, and then this person becomes lonely, and then they rely more on the group. Like, it's the same cult, like, tactics that you see in MAGA, that you saw in QAnon, that you'll see in cults like Jonestown, like every cult's known to man.
I mean, they're demonic entities, pretty much. But if you want to understand how people find themselves in this side of the internet, they're deeply lonely. They're desperate for a sense of community. They're angry. They're resentful. They feel as though society has fucked them over. There's often like some serious issues that they have, both in terms of mental health.
Remember after Trump won the election, and people were shocked that young Gen Z like shifted right and then went and like voted for Trump, and all of these kids came out and started saying, hey, well, like if you say young men are Hitler and evil all the time over and over and over again, then like, well, you know what, I'm just gonna be evil, I'm gonna have fun. That's the type of people they like to recruit from. They look for people with that mentality, and then they try and recruit them. So I just haven't heard it referred to with that term before. Makes sense. Is it me, or does this happen at air shows a lot? Are you still like early in the stream, Jason Schoof? I'm sorry, I can't hang for long at all, guys. Oh, no worries, but like, good to see you, Alexander Armstrong. Let me show off. Yeah, you're at the beginning of stream. Oh my goodness. Okay. So, some additional strategy of tension-related thoughts and an intriguing concurrent case of school shooting hoaxes and swattings that the COM 764 cell have been perpetuating recently. Oh, that was another thing here. I forgot. One of the other issues that, like, flagged this entire shooting as suspicious and possibly related to something bigger was because there was a lot of calls that came to, like, the authorities before the shooting happened. Warning was going to happen, and it wasn't, like, the shooter. Hell, at the end of their manifesto video, they literally say the words, all right, let's do this before, like, the nerves kick in. So, like, it's not like after filming that, they would then go and then start, like, I don't know, messaging and emailing and calling the police a bunch of times before actually going out and start doing the thing. No, someone else did that. But, oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, Big Balls would also fall into this group. Yeah, 100% they would fall into that same level of pro-Russian, right-wing, 4chan-brained, rotted zombie Nazi propaganda. They're the same people. It's the same type of people that that enjoy this kind of thing. It's the same type of people that this markets to, and it is the same type of person who carries out a terrorist attack like this. Now, let's break down the actual, like, bits of Russian on the gun. So, every country is capable of producing these kinds of people, but Russia uniquely encourages them? Yeah, absolutely. Uniquely encourages them. I've said for a long-ass time, like, before recently, it was the case that Russia is the world's largest expander and exporter of right-wing, white nationalist Nazi propaganda. That's now us, but, like, yeah, this is bad. So, let's take a look at all these. So this one's I'm the Reaper, over here. Then we got hate, kill yourself, and kill yourself bitch, or, sorry, this is hate and kill yourself. And then this one is just bitch. Really good handwriting? Yeah, well, here's the other bit that's actually so fucking cringe. Some of the Russian letters that they're writing are not in Russian. Like, there's an entire page of the manifesto that I had to get someone else to translate for me, mind you, because my dyslexic ass was having a time trying to read that. And it was written in English, but using Russian Cyrillic letters. Just, like, in English. It was hella weird. Yeah, we got Where's Your God? Suck on this. Suka, which is bitch. We got the Z sign for the Russian war on Ukraine support. That right there. That is, that's the symbol that, like, the Russians that support the war against Ukraine will use. So this person was pro-Russia, very clearly. In fact, in this video, they spoke Russian at multiple points, and it was really, like, clear that it's not their first time. Like, they know how to pronounce these words. This one says vodka and electronic warfare. That's the most Russian thing I've ever heard in a while, you know. The meme song, very, like, 4chan brained. Skibbity. Like, this person's lost every last brain cell they had. This one's kill yourself, and then this one says shoot yourself, also in Russian. A lot of self-hatred, you know. It's generally not stable and sane people writing kill yourself in different languages all over guns that they're going to use to go and kill children. Not even the gun they used to kill themselves. They had a whole other one for that one. I'm the nightmare. Incredibly fucking cringe. Incredibly so. Nightmare, part of the word bitch, and senseless word without a meaning. Over here, this one is stupid. And I'm a faggot, is what he said. I can say that, by the way. I'm queer. I'm a lesbian. Don't come at me. I'm reading the words, but it's actually not. It's fagot, because the words that he's using are actual Russian slurs, and the translation doesn't directly translate. I'm surprised he didn't carve words into the bullets as well. Yeah, probably. Like we don't know that he didn't, but like. I could see that kind of thing, you know? This is the mentality. Bitch, hate, and FSB. Bitch. Hate, and FSB, which is, again, like the Russian security intelligence services. Like, God, like, holy crap. Look, this entire shooting is going to be miscategorized in the media. They're never going to stop. Bassoon was one of the slurs. That is true. That is true. That was one of them. I had an image of all of them. I'm just looking for it. Give me 2 seconds here. Because I thought it was already in the source doc, but I must just have it in my bookmarks somewhere. Well, either way. Don't buy into the narratives that these people are giving. This was not a trans person. Honestly, like, even if they were, it doesn't matter. Even if they weren't, and then even if there was nothing about them being trans at all, except in the manifesto video they said it, right? Even if that was the case, I would still say it doesn't matter. I think that this person, and maybe a hot take of me, but I do think so. I think this person is so rotted in the brain, so incoherent, and so insane that I don't think that they know what the fuck they're doing or saying at any given point in time. I'm not sure that I could... would you, as a judge, allow this person to sign a legal document? Do you think that this person is, like, cognizant enough that they can consent to, like, sex? No? Like, they might as well be so incredibly intoxicated that they are, like, a zombie. Like, this is bath salts level shit. You remember that back in the day. No offense taken, we're allowed to use our own slurs if we want. Based. I get pushback on that sometimes. Not that I often do, but, like, it's the coddling pisses me off. But, no, yeah, this is not a trans person. This is right-wing terrorism. As usual, in every case, it's always the right wing. Like, you understand, right, that reality is biased in our favor. If you are on the left, you are, like, objectively smarter and a better person than anyone on the right. Like, MAGA-wise. You know, if we're talking, like, centrist, you can make that argument. I'm not going to argue about that, but that's not the point. You are better than everybody in MAGA. Everyone watching right now is a better person, is smarter, and deserves better things happening to them than anybody in MAGA, right? So, if somebody is on the left, you know, like one of us, and then they go do something like this, you would imagine they weren't on our side, right? Because they never were, because people like us on the left who actually give a shit about reality, empathy, kindness, society, we don't do that kind of stuff. We just don't. This is how they behave, not how we behave. But of course, the projection is all that matters. To them, it literally is the opposite. To half of the United States, half the country burned down during Black Lives Matter. Not that it actually did, it didn't. But you will never convince these people otherwise. Like they've lost it so much that you will never be able to convince them otherwise, ever. And so it's kind of the same when we're talking about what it is that they believe, of their own accord. No plea from dead people. Now that the science is clear on that, like, even they know that we have the moral high ground? Yeah, absolutely. Why do you even get so mad at the fact, and post, actually, the White House posted this, I believe. Was it the White House or, Homeland Security, hold on. Homeland Security's Twitter account was posting this image. Holy shit, they post a lot over on the fucking Homeland Security Twitter account. You guys have seen that image of, here we go. Found it. This one. This image, this, if you don't know what it is, comes from a study that shows empathy with, certain things. And, this one is the liberals. And the further out from the middle you are, the broader you're willing to apply empathy. As in, like, all the way out on the rim over here would be like, you can bond with and have a connection with an inanimate object. Which, by the way, is totally possible and normal. Humans will pack bonds with fucking anything. But Republicans are much more close to the center in that they don't feel empathy for anything that isn't directly in their social vicinity. And definitely not for, you know, animals, people, like anyone who isn't in their inner circle, let alone isn't a human being. They're using this right now to be like, to make a point on Homeland Security's webpage. They're calling it an opinion. No, they're saying that they will dismiss the opinions of people who have empathy this broad. That it's stupid to listen to the opinions of anyone on the left because people on the left will have empathy that extends past their immediate social circle. This lines up with my personal experience of people like that, as it should. It should not be all that surprising. I mean, yeah. Really, look, this is how I see it. What in the unholy hell is going on in the right? Nazism and a death cult. Seth Abramson actually puts it quite right here. The media should be ashamed. The manifesto of the Minnesota shooter has been translated and it's all about his hatred of Jews, blacks, Mexicans, illegal immigrants, Somalis. None of this had anything to do with him being trans, and all the major media knows it, so why won't it say so? The manifesto used the most vile slurs imaginable to describe Jews and blacks and groups MAGA is hostile to. It uses 4chan speak, MAGA hotbed, literally where QAnon comes from. Everyone in America knows at this point that MAGA is a fascist movement and that the first group it wants to start treating like the Nazis did the Jews or transgender persons. So the second the possibility the shooter was trans rose, we should have all apprehended the danger, which many people did, just not in the mainstream media. The imminent danger was that the most violent, disgusting rhetoric about trans people would immediately flood social media, which is exactly what happened. People who are indistinguishable from Nazis in their hatred of others and powerful within the MAGA neo-fascist cult are screaming for deportations of trans citizens. Deportations, mind you, again, not a thing that you're doing at all in this country. We're not deporting anybody. Deportations are a legal process that require a court, a judge, a jury. None of these people get deported, they get kidnapped. New laws outlawing transgender identity, involuntary hospitalization, and worse, scary un-American fascism. The manifesto of this deranged killer is translated from the Russian he wrote it in, as a young man steeped in Kremlinist MAGA cultures and 4chan seediness, makes it clear this was yet another far-right domestic terrorist. The shooter happened to be trans. The shooter wasn't trans, but like it's gotten so bad that like even in this, like it's still confusing. That's how far they've already gotten with that rhetoric. It's to the point where like you're never going to convince most people that this wasn't a trans person now. Doesn't matter. What happened is what's been happening for a decade, what the FBI and CIA and the USIC made clear was happening before they came to be run by Trump sycophants. Far-right white domestic terrorism is the most serious terror threat we face today, full stop. We have a violent death cult in our midst, and it's tearing America apart. Even MAGA knows it, as they proudly don't care about protecting themselves from the virus, call for violence, and think that the U.S. should be torn apart. Like, and trans folks do just want to be left alone. But, like, call them a death cult, because they really are one. This indicates empathy is the default position, too. They're reading the data wrong. Yeah, they are, Rich, but, I mean, they're Republicans. Again, like, we're talking about people that are too dumb to be able to read. Not read the data, read. And comprehend what they're reading. And expecting them to read data? And then comprehend it? No. Like, university degree level data, PhD level data, these people can't fucking read, let alone read that. But the truth of the matter is, that's the biggest issue for terrorism in this country. Right there. That's it. The illiteracy is disgusting. That's true. It is, but it's also the point. It's always been the point. Alright. Let's see, we got a couple more things I can show you. I think still even somewhat relating to just how fucking evil these people are. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that one. Here's a direct indication. This was today. This is oh sorry, no, it's not Caroline. That's a different video. This is on Fox News, not CNN. But just listen to what they're gonna say here, because even I was taken aback by this.
And by the way, illegal aliens who they are rounding up by the bucket load in Washington.
I mean, he's right, Caitlin. You know, it's baffling for somebody to say these people are being used against Americans. They have been so successfully helping Americans. What are they talking about? They're targeting criminals. What do you think?
Yeah, Trace, Abby Phillips' take is exactly what I would argue is wrong with the modern left right now, right? Her framing insinuates that criminals are equal to American citizens, and I think that is insulting to every law-abiding citizen in this country.
Criminals are not American citizens, according to Fox News. Does that sound familiar to anybody? Anyone who's read a history book, tell me if they've seen something like this somewhere before, anywhere in the history book? I feel like I have, you know, the idea that all criminals aren't citizens and don't have rights at all, that you shouldn't even care. She looks and sounds like a random Kardashian. That's being mean to the Kardashians. They speak, these people don't think before they speak. No. They do think before they speak. Rolando, you have to like, don't give them that much credit. They are not, they want slavery back. So bad. They want Nazism so bad. Do people on the news not realize what they're saying? No, they know full well what they're saying. It's on purpose.
Americans, what are they talking about? They're targeting criminals. What do you think?
Yeah, Trace, Abby Phillips' take is exactly what I would argue is wrong with the modern left right now, right? Her framing insinuates that criminals are equal to American citizens, and I think that is insulting to every law-abiding citizen in this country.
I think listening to your voice and looking at your face is insulting to every American citizen and also non-American citizen in my chat. And broadly the world. So Trump isn't an American citizen, then being the criminal that he is? But of course, an incorrigible heathen, it doesn't count for the emperor. The emperor can do whatever. There's no crime in Ba Sing Se. Like, it's Nazi propaganda literally, yeah. 1-to-1. Literally. There's some more. I mean, we knew this, but...
Dr. Jennings, what say you?
Yeah, it's interesting to me that they decided to create a cause. I'm not sure he needs a cause. I mean, this is an executive branch agency, is it not? And it's appointed by the president.
Well, isn't that the question that the Supreme Court's going to have to answer? Because as Chuck pointed out, they've made a distinction, right?
Yeah, and they've given him some leeway on some of these other independent agencies. So I'm interested to see what they I personally believe in the unitary executive. I think if you're an executive branch
Anyone want to know what that means if you don't already? You know what the unitary executive theory
executive, I
is?
think if you're an executive branch officer, you ultimately report to the president.
It's just a euphemism for a dictatorship. Like that's it. Unitary executive theory. What do you think that means?
See what they. I personally believe in the unitary executive. I think if you're an executive branch officer, you ultimately report to
Yeah, it does. It does sound like a dictatorship, doesn't it?
the president and can be fired by the president, but we'll see what the court says about
John
that.
Roberts usually believes that. I'm not. Are you convinced he'll believe that in this case?
No, I'm not convinced of anything. I do know a lot of MAGA world lawyers who talk to the president strongly believe that that is his authority and that that's the argument that they should.
Well, you know, he is the emperor after all. What else we got? What else we got? Ah, here's a fun one, for me at least, because I actually hate Jessica Tarlov. Now, she's one of the most tolerable people on Fox News, but I actually really fucking hate her. So I do really enjoy the fact that she's in this much shock that the misogynist, like, Nazis that are men at this table entirely disregard her opinion.
Okay. Let's say a Democratic president had absolutely no respect for Congress, a co-equal branch, appropriating funds, right to determine tariff policy. You'd be saying, what is this? This isn't what the Constitution wanted. Let's say that a Democrat was deploying the act. Yes, you would.
No, I wouldn't.
Then you're a bad constitutionalist.
Oh,
Let's say that a Democrat was deploying the National Guard to cities controlled by Republicans. Let's say that a Democratic president was shaking down
Why, hello there, JD Vance. Didn't realize you were in the chat.
businesses and saying, give me 10% of Intel, and maybe I'll make things more favorable
That's
for
not
you.
shaking down.
Yes, it
you're,
is.
You're acting,
Let's say
you're
that he made
applying
you
a
come
veneer
in.
of bias to every one of these
No,
things, and
I
yet you
am
expect us
just
to agree with it.
giving you
It doesn't work that way.
exactly what Donald Trump is doing, but in the form of Barack
course.
Obama on the 11th anniversary of Tansuitgate, I might add. Let's say a Democratic president said, I would like to control what goes in our museums. I would like to control American life on campuses.
We could play this
You would
dystopian
be
universe
losing your mind.
forever, but it's
Ironic that that's the dystopian universe. Granted, I mean, I don't like Obama. I don't want to give him any power. The man was a Calvinist. But God, could you imagine? You know what? I don't give a fuck if the man's insane. I wish Obama would come back and be the dictator for them. I mean, I'd still want to overthrow him for the left, but like better than this.
Now 527.
He didn't.
Yeah, yell her down. Again, like, you really think that these people give a fuck about your opinions? They hate women. They don't think that you should be able to have a job, Jessica. Like, multiple times in the last 2 weeks, I have covered Republicans' rhetoric on women should not be allowed in positions of power. Women shouldn't be allowed to vote. Women shouldn't have jobs. Like, what do you think that they think about you?
They're saying, sorry, we have to go. But you know that if a Democratic president was doing any of these things,
You can't
you
read
would
my mind.
be outraged.
No,
I do.
you can't read my
I
mind.
know you well enough.
No, you
I've been
can't
saying-
read my
Yes, I know you very well.
Typical chick.
Oh, you,
All right.
you have now absolutely gone too far.
Oh, they've gone too far, have they? Well, you know, maybe you should have thought about that before you helped them win. You did. Just like literal Handmaid's Tale shit. You're the bitch that helped the fucking far right overthrow the country, install Christian ISIS, and now you're mad that they don't listen to you. There are sex workers who do less demeaning things for pay than her. I agree. Actually, objectively, I would rather that than that job, Latino Mifune. Tell me I'm either going to be Jessica Tarlov on Fox News or I gotta, like, suck dick for money. I'm choosing the dick because that sucks less than that. Fuck being on Fox News. Fuck having to pretend to be civil to those people. Like, I you know what? I don't even want to call them people. Those aren't even people to me. Those are demons. Ghouls and zombies, at best. By the way, ironic considering the fermented pumpkin wants to lower the age of adulthood for children. I wonder where that comes from. Now, of course, it's not technically Epstein related, but I'm sure they would take this and then move that line a bit closer to their goalpost.
Because, you know, your laws here make it very difficult. And one of the other laws we're trying to get done, because you have 14-year-old kids that are just as tough as a 25-year-old kid, just as dangerous, and they carry the same gun. And we have to make a provision.
A 14-year-old isn't allowed to own and carry a firearm.
5-year-old kid, just as dangerous. And one of the other laws we're trying to get done, because you have 14-year-old kids that are just as tough as a 25-year-old kid, just as dangerous, and they carry the same gun. And we have to make a provision where they're treated like older people, because these are seriously tough, bad. They're children, but they're
14. They're 14. And again, 14-year-olds aren't allowed to carry a gun.
Criminals, and they're really bad criminals. And they're used by older people because they never get charged because you can't do anything to them. But we are.
It's about to get much worse. Yeah, I wasn't joking when I said they were just getting started. You know what, Rolando? Like, you gotta laugh at this shit sometimes. It's like it's so awful every day that if you don't bring some levity into it and make fun of these dipshits every now and again, you just burn out. Been wanting to catch your show, Visora. I'm very impressed with your righteous rage. Oh, thank you, Devil's Advocate. Like, I think that, like, anything other than rage is... Like, I can't imagine feeling anything other than rage right now. Every day. Trump the pedo wants to bring back child marriage? 100%. Like, it's not just him, it's half the Republicans. It's actually more than half the Republicans. It's kind of one of their, like, main desires. They want that about as much as they want to kill brown people. Oh, by the way, they're charging George Soros with RICO charges now. RICO charges. Are you, like, when is the rap album dropping? Soros, come on, man. Like, you're getting charged with RICO and you're not even... Like, they didn't invite him to the Clips album? None of that? No? Really? We're not even selling cocaine here. This is George fucking Soros, an 80-fucking-thousand-year-old dinosaur who is older than, like, time itself, right? And, that's a big enough risk that we gotta charge him with RICO charges, you know, like what we use for the mafia and the cartels. But a 14-year-olds are so dangerous that we gotta reduce the age limit for charging them as an adult to 14. Even though they're not allowed to carry around a fucking assault rifle anyway. Pedocon theory is a theory like gravity is a theory. This has always been true. It will never not be true. 5 likes away from 100. Hell yeah. Guys, go like the stream. Go and drop a like on it. Drop a follow if you haven't already. Support independent media. Literal Holocaust survivor George Soros. Yeah. I mean, we also just charged anyone we want to go to forever prison with RICO regularly, sadly. Well, I mean, yeah, that too. But, like, ooh, Rap Girly. Let's go, man. I gotta listen to Clips again. You haven't heard the new Clips album? Devil's Advocate, you gotta. I have not been able to stop saying this is culturally inappropriate randomly for like a month and a half now. My first reaction I didn't vibe as much to, but like give it a second listen over. I think you'll like it. That's hilarious. George Soros was literally just about to be conversationally stand-in for their racism. Actually, charging him isn't going to work out well for him in the courts. No, it will. Does it matter? Like, you think the courts exist based in reality anymore? It's all vibe. Beyond that even, like, they arrested John Bolton, who, again, is a piece of shit. Like, a war criminal, mind you. For literally a crime that Trump committed. Does it matter? No. Oh, yeah. Face though, Devil's Advocate. Alright, got like one more thing to show you, because my time is almost up. I would stay later today, because I do like to yap, but I have to go see my landlord. So, instead, I just want to touch on this for a second, because this is going to be this weekend, and it's really fucking bad. So we have a Nazi rally that's coming up this weekend in Australia, in every major city in the country. It's mostly going to be, like, done by sovereign citizens who are our MAGA. In fact, one of those went and did a shooting this week, and it's been a 4-day manhunt for that person now. The sovereign citizen movement, I did a whole video on it. I am thinking about showing that on this stream as well, is fundamentally one-to-one with proto-MAGA at the, like, span of Obama's second term. It's essentially the Tea Party. They have the same beliefs, the same rhetoric. They're talking about great replacement theory. If you trace the money, it ties back to the Atlas Network, to CPAC, to Gina Reinhardt, who's a really rich, like, fossil fuel billionaire, the richest person in Australia, actually. Oy vey, sovereign citizens are the fucking worst. Yep, they, like, actually genuinely are rotted to the brain. They're ghouls. My thought is that charging George Soros with RICO charges, because they believe that he is Illuminati, cabal, reptilian, in charge of the left's money. Except, you know, none of them really believe that, except the voters. Is there not Canadian Queen going to be there? The Australians are the Queen's dead. We got a king now, so, you know. But no, the king is not going to be there. So, this is Bob Catter, a fucking insane politician from Queensland, endorsing this. It was quite funny because following this line of questioning, Bob Catter then proceeded to threaten a journalist because part of that question involved asking about his Lebanese heritage.
Police are now confronted with the very difficult weekend ahead because there are so many police resources here. Plans will be put in place as to how they plan to patrol Sunday's events. Meanwhile, at Wangaratta Police Station tonight, there will be a memorial for the 2 fallen officers.
Once we're done with this, I'm going to show you a very funny video of this same guy, and we'll end on a positive.
Who tragically lost their lives in the line of duty on Tuesday, including a 2-minute silence.
It's a protest that hasn't even begun, and already it has tempers flaring.
Oh, okay, now I get it. That makes sense. My bad, depraved ambiance. I appreciate that. The Queen of Sovereign Citizens, yeah. That didn't even occur to me because I have, like, such utter contempt and disregard for the entirety of their movement that, like, I didn't even look into it that deeply. I focused more on the, like, financial backing aspect of it, because I know exactly what these people believe. They used to use the Rothschilds instead of Soros in the conspiracy theories back in the day. Yeah, absolutely.
You say anything like that, I have, on many...
Sorry, hold on, he's fucking loud as shit. Based. God damn it. Come on, YouTube. Why you do this to me?
Police are now confronted with the
What is wrong with my internet today? Holy shit. Are you going to work at all?
Police are now confronted with the very difficult weekend ahead because there are so many police resources here. Plans will be put in place as to how they plan to patrol Sunday's events. Meanwhile, at Wangaratta Police Station tonight, there will be a memorial for the 2 fallen officers who tragically lost their lives in the line of duty on Tuesday, including a 2-minute silence.
It's a protest that hasn't even begun, and already it has tempers flaring.
If you say anything like that, I have, on many occasions, punched blokes in the mouth.
Federal MP Bob Catter lashing out at a journalist after being asked about his heritage after throwing his support behind this Sunday's planned anti-immigration rally.
So, you don't want to become Australians? Well, we don't want you to become Australians, and we want you to get the hell out of this country.
The March for Australia will be held across the nation, but there are concerns the protests will be hijacked by splinter groups including neo-Nazis and sovereign citizens.
Is he on crack? No, that's just how he is. He's insane. Hold on, I got one more for you after this one, just to really hammer that one home. This feels familiar? Yeah, it does.
Don't antagonise them. Don't bite back.
I think most people who are concerned about the future of this country who do want to protest would be pretty worried about who they're going to be seen and photographed with.
Extremism experts hold concerns the fatal police shooting at Pawnpunga could buoy the freedom fighter movement.
There is an increased potential for violence at this rally.
Concerns too, police will have fewer boots on the ground at the protest, with so many officers still deployed to the state's north. Groups with opposing ideologies.
Yeah, anti-immigration theory is appealing to the subsets. Absolutely it is. But, like, most Australians still, at the very least, I hope, we'll find out this weekend, think that these people are insane, and the pro-Palestine rallies have been significantly more popular. But here's Bob Katter asking his most normal question ever. Now, what is he saying here? I don't know. You'll have to ask him.
Treasurer, doesn't federal government backing of Brisbane's Olympics confiscate $30 billion off North and Central Queensland's coal and copper miners, cane and cattle farmers, giving it to the IOC, whose Paris opening ceremony was, I quote, an orgiastic pagan ritual denigrating Christianity? Treasurer, didn't Christians abolish slavery, create from a brutal imperium, Pax Romana, from the Dark Ages, the Renaissance? Didn't communism murder 78 million people? Didn't Christian Gorbachev, the Pope, and Charlie Wilson's Christians abolish communism? Didn't pagan rituals sacrifice children to the tree and crocodile gods? Do such rituals still live on, Mr. Treasurer?
I have no idea what he's on
There are a
about.
number of elements of that question that I don't think went to the Treasurer's responsibilities, particularly the... No, I heard every word. I heard every word. Absolutely heard every word.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, it's certainly more coherent than anything the Shadow Treasurer has said in recent times, Mr. Speaker. I think the House will forgive me for steering well clear of the pagan rituals and the tree gods, and I will spare the...
The funniest part about this too, the best part, is the comment on the alligator gods is actually a callback to another meme of him where he said this. This was, by the way, 7 years ago. And that clip that we just watched was last year, which is why it was so funny that he brought up the crocodile gods.
And a final observation on the same-sex marriage debate from Bob Katter.
I mean, you know, people are entitled to their sexual proclivities, you know. I mean, let there be 1,000 blossoms bloom as far as I'm concerned, you know. But I ain't spending any time on it because in the meantime, every 3 months, a person is torn to pieces by a crocodile in North Queensland. Bloom as far as I'm concerned, you know. But I ain't spending any time on it because in the meantime, every 3 months.
Just the switch of like, well, you know, let 1,000 blossoms bloom. But I ain't spending any time on it.
A person is torn to pieces by a crocodile in North Queensland.
So we should put the whole...
Okay, wait, fuck it. One more Australian cultural meme. If Jordan Peterson and Bill Clinton had a baby and raised that baby in Australia, this would be that baby. That's actually the best description I have ever heard of Bob Katter. Like, perfect description. I like the Australian accent, but this dude is painful to listen to. I know, don't worry. That's why we're gonna end with this dude, who's not painful to listen to. Also was a bad dude, but this dude's dead, and this was incredibly funny. Can we get a crikey? No.
Just a moment, you just assured me that I could speak.
Sit down inside the car. We're not assuring anything. We're under arrest.
Look, I'm under what? Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest. Have a look at the headlock here. See that chap over there? Get your hand off my penis! This is the bloke who got me on the penis before.
Get some cups.
Why did you do this?
Up in the car. Get some cups.
For what reason? What?
An incorrigible heathen, if you link me a Pauline Hanson clip in the next 30 seconds, I will play it, but as long as it's only under a minute long, because I do
Is the charge eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal? Oh, that's a nice headlock, sir. Oh, yes. I see that you know your judo well. Good one. And you, sir, are you waiting to receive my limp penis? How dare get your hands off me. Ta-ta!
And you, sir, are you waiting to receive my limp penis?
And farewell.
So I guess getting in the car.
Ta-ta and farewell.
Yes. I see that you know your judo well.
No, this is an old meme. This is like 16 years ago. This man is famous. He just died last year.
It's assured me that I could speak.
Sit down inside the car. We're not assuring anything. We're under arrest.
Look, I'm under what?
This is Democracy Manifest, actually.
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest. Have a look at the headlock here. See that chap over there? Get your hand off my penis! This is the bloke who got me on the penis before.
Get some cups.
Why did you do this?
Up in the car. Get some cups.
For what reason? What is the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal? Oh, that's a nice headlock, sir.
I need y'all, like, if Ice ever comes and takes you, I need you to do this. I need you to start shouting, "Get your hand off my penis!" and just, like, make them hella uncomfortable. It might actually work.
Yes. I see that you know your judo well. Good one. And you, sir, are you waiting to receive my limp penis? How dare get your hands off me. Ta-ta and farewell.
So I guess getting in the car.
Ta-ta and farewell it is. Oh my goodness. Love that shit. I think that was a good ending to the horrors that we just had to witness. So, you know. On that note, thank you, Looney Tunes. So, go and drop a like on my YouTube. Go and drop a follow. You can follow me on Twitch as well. Or Twitter. I don't generally post there very often, but I do get a lot of discourse that I see on there that I will then bring onto stream. I will be here on Monday covering the aftermath of the Nazi rally, as long as I don't get arrested, because I am planning to go and try and film it if I can. Beyond that, I will see you guys next time. Have a lovely evening, and thank you as well to the space for hosting me again. See you guys next time. Ta-ta.